Choc-les, ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
playoff race nearly came to a premature end yesterday, but it wasn't to be. 4 tickets have been mailed out, 2 still have yet to be put into envelopes. But every team who hasn't been sent one still has a chance to get one, meaning competition is still wide open and hope lingers amidst the chaos of Super Week. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the North American League. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He's former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez. He's 6 invitational bronze medalist Abde Foxy Bucci. Boys, the race is tight, but as of right now, it's still not over.
I just got to say, I always appreciate your intro to these pre-shows or these games. They're really well thought out. You gotta get a little more,
Thank you, buddy. I
appreciation
appreciate
for that.
Yeah, I feel like, but saying like world champion to him and then saying like 3rd place bronze medalist, I mean like, I won an event.
That's true, but
I won an event.
You
like,
both won the same event, though.
True, we won the same. We won the same event.
So I've called you like what, DreamHack Montreal co-champions before. That's worked out.
True, that is true.
But ultimately,
Stars line that event.
Wax world champion, and then this guy.
Fox, I just think you're jealous. You never lifted a hammer.
I think everybody that plays Siege would one day love to lift that hammer.
Okay, here's a question. What do you count as your bigger career achievement? Winning DreamHack Montreal or getting 3rd place at the World Championship?
Yeah, getting 3rd place at the World Championship.
And that's why I said
To be fair, you're 3rd place, or we placed there a couple times. You made more money than me than I won it. So, I mean, realistically, who's winning in that category? You are.
Yeah, look where we ended up.
On the desk.
Somebody's got a high rise in LA and the other one doesn't. Let's talk about where we're at so far through 7 days of play. Dark Zero and Sonics currently sitting in our top 2 spots. Space Station and M80 just below them are the only 4 teams who are qualified for playoffs at this point. C9BC, despite what we said yesterday, still not a lock, but the big question on everyone's mind, who locks in number 6? Does it happen today or does it happen tomorrow?
Yeah, we have such a unique situation because there's so much to talk about in this bottom part of the graph. Obviously, up to LG. If LG wins out, they can solidify them spots. If Wildcard wins a game and LG loses, I mean, there's so much to talk about. We won't be able to stress it enough. But what's also very unique is at the top of the leaderboard, you got the 2 teams that have had the start of the rivalry at the start of the stage, still playing and battling for 1st place. So even though they are in that top 2, every team's playing for those top 2, and the teams that are currently there, DZ and Sonics, obviously are battling out of a matter for pride to see who made the right decision. So it's such an exciting last 2 days during our Super Week.
And we were talking about the Space Station Cloud9 Beast Coast yesterday. Both these teams secured their spots. Wrong. That is not the case because Cloud9 couldn't even get a single point. So they are in a situation of not finding themselves possibly in a playoff contention. Sure, it is really close. They just need a couple points. But still, to say the least, there are different scenarios that could play out here that they might not make that. Is that going to happen? Probably not. But again, going against Oxygen, where they got nothing to lose at this point because they got really nothing to gain, that is scary. And Ashton said it best. Going against teams that have nothing to gain from this really is a scary factor. So going into that game specifically today is really going to be a huge testament to Cloud9 to see if they can, try to muster out a win since they've been on a two-game loss streak so far.
Yep. The crazy part is Los and Oxygen are not out of it despite what most people may think. However, they can get eliminated today. The schedule is thus. M80 do not have any games to play today. Their bye is today. They come back tomorrow. But Los can go home today. OXG can go home today. And Wildcard technically do because their bye is tomorrow. So their last game is today and they need all the points they can get.
I got to laugh again because remember yesterday we were talking about Los. They got a chance. It's a small chance, but like they can do it. And then we immediately saw this slide yesterday and I was like, well,
nope.
You are going against Sonics, the best team, one of the best teams. It is going to be hard, but again, this is it. You got to leave everything out on the playing field here. It is still a small chance for Los, but anything can happen. It's a best of 1. I don't believe Sonics is going to let their foot off the gas here, but who knows what could happen. We got to see how that plays out. But every game really should be a game to watch because these points really determine the last little bit of who's going to qualify.
Yeah, even the days where we've had games similar to this, where it's one top of the bracket team versus one bottom of the leaderboard team, and you'll say, this is like an easy day to call. And those days are always the hardest. They always go the distance, 7-5, OTs. And obviously to wrap up the day with DZLG, I mean, all in LG's hands. And if they lose today, then it makes it even that much more possible for teams like Wildcard. Depending on if they win, Los and OHG can also pass over them.
There are those factors.
So it's all up to OHG. It's all up to LG at the end of the day. And so they're playing against DZ, and that's going to be the most exciting game for sure.
There was a possibility yesterday that the entire playoff field could have been set just based on the results, and then we would have had today and tomorrow's games really wouldn't have mattered for anything. but that still can happen today. We could have tomorrow's games be meaningless for who gets into playoffs based on the result of Game 4 later on tonight. But before we get to any of that, we have to cycle through a couple of the teams that are still fighting for their life with everything that they've got. Game number 1 is a battle of getting to the summit or trying to survive, because SQ is trying to get to top 2 right now. Los have a possibility of making playoffs, but they need to win out and then some.
Yeah, it's really important that Los starts at some point here. And at the end of the day, everybody's looking at this like, there's not much way that Los can win it, but we've seen it. I mean, they have a really good attacking start. When teams have nothing really on the line to back them, I mean, there's nothing stopping them. They could end up stealing some rounds away from the top teams. It's always up to the top teams not to stall, not to lose. And obviously, one of the top 2 teams is Sonics. And for them, it's a matter of pride. They want to be able to get that first spot, jump over DZ, and claim themselves as the team that made the best decision in the offseason.
Yeah, and I think pride's the biggest thing for Sonics here. And like I said, I don't really believe they're going to let their foot off the gas with the streak that they're going on. But for Los, this is the main topic here. This is the team that you really need to be watching, because they need to be the one to be able to put out a stellar performance today and get 3 points. Not 2 points, not 1 point. They need 3. That is the only way that they're going to keep themselves alive. And again, there are still other outliers that do determine their overall placing and what that could look like for a 6th place finish. But nonetheless, they need 6 points.
Starting with Los, they got Lair yesterday against M80 and they lost it. They were on the wrong end of the fastest game of the stage so far. It was a 7-1 on a map they looked unfamiliar with, and frankly, they were pretty lucky that their playoff chances didn't end yesterday, because that game is not one they want to remember.
No, they were very lucky, but I don't know if luck's going to be taken into the equation here, because since their start of the season, we commended them in week 1 for being able to get a first win against OXG. Obviously, we saw how OXG has been playing so far, but unlike OXG, who has been getting better and better, Los have not been getting better and better. And if this is their whole season so far, and you can see, yes, they got that win against OXG. We know how that panned out, but as the games go on, they slowly descend into losing worse and worse games. They've been progressing negatively, the opposite way that you would want. And we've been talking about the good things that they can do, the positives that they can bring. They are second on attack. Their attacks have been good with their pre-planned preparation. And because of that, the biggest thing that they were able to succeed in is their opening kills and engagements when it comes to fighting these teams. They've been able to keep up in the gun department. But as of recently, if you look, they're at a minus 49 KD. And so obviously in the one area that Los had some life, where they were able to win against OXG and keep games close, they're slowly slipping out of their fingers, and now they're got to a point where there's not many redeeming qualities of this team.
Yeah, and I talked about them yesterday specifically, and talking about they actually look worse than what we saw from their previous stage. Granted, they brought on 2 experienced players, and it just goes to show, you know, at the end of this stage is where you should be performing. You should be fixing all your mistakes. You should be wrapping up these games in a better way. But we're seeing the just decrease of this team's performance, which again, when you're in this dire of a situation, you need as many points as possible that you possibly can. And unfortunately, because of your stellar, I mean, just overall bad performance, I don't want to be so mean, because I don't like giving, teams bad raps.
Is it mean if it's truthful?
And that's the case. Like, it is very true. They just need to be better here no matter what. I do believe they will find themselves in LCQs no matter what, but it's just important to keep improving, because unfortunately, success, I can't talk. I'm losing my train of thought.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, it's fine. I'll give you a stat.
Losses breed success. We just need to see the performance from them nonetheless.
I'll give you a stat. 9 less rounds won overall than Oxygen, who they are technically still further up the scoreboard than, even if they still got a win over OXG. So if that doesn't paint a picture based on where OXG are in the standings right now, it's difficult to really give you the idea of where Los sit in this stage. But we wanted to give them a chance to try and talk about it from their perspective, so we got Arthur on the line for a couple of minutes to talk about Super Week.
Hi guys, I am Arthur from Los. So far we are struggling with the defenses. We know our attack is good, but maps that have strong defense, we are just slipping on it. We can do the defense well, even if it's the strong side. We know what we are capable of. We know that we can win the games against all teams, but we are just letting the chance go. We are having too much screens. Just focus on communication, strong positions, and everything that we have to do to win the defense because it's the strongest side in all the maps we have struggled on it. I think Brazil, there is always one or two teams that are the strongest in the NAL. I think all teams are even. There's no easy game. There's no easy game. Only Sonics, I think they are on a step ahead. We have a good chemistry. We don't even fight in the games. We know that we are doing bad things in the game because our chemistry in the game is good. We don't have any trouble. We just have fun and try to win. I want rematch against Luminosity, because it was our first game, some bad things in that game, so I think I want to play against these guys. We're working too hard to win 3 games. We don't know if we are going to win. Even if we don't, it's okay. We're going to do our best to make a good game in every single of them. If we do the game, we are going to classify to playoffs, I think so. So that's the focus right now.
Los came into today knowing their reality was needing to win 3 games in order to have a chance at playoffs. Technically, they have a break because they can still do it by only winning 2, but when your first game of Super Week is a 7-1, the current fastest game of the stage so far, it doesn't really bode well for your chances going into the rest of this week.
No, not at all. And Arthur even said, at all the teams in NA, everyone's in a similar level besides Sonics, the one team that they're playing today. The only team that he gave that much of a boost of confidence against was Sonics, and they're the ones that they're going to be going up against now.
Let's talk about them real fast, because the last time they played was also a Lair matchup, except that was last week, so they didn't have to worry about playing a game yesterday, and it was against Oxygen. For a regional map debut at an 8-6, that's a pretty good result, and it showed that Sonics probably have something really good going long-term if they add Lair to their map.
Yeah, and they had a nice day off yesterday. They got to see the teams play. They got to prep a little longer, but even in that game against Oxygen, I honestly thought that was Oxygen's game. It easily could have went Oxygen's way. You even heard Dia say, you know, I would love to get a rematch. Had they let us play a couple of these rounds differently, it would have went their favor. But it just goes into the performance of SQ and how well they've been able to work with Surf, how well they've been able to work with Troy, that it just has been breeding success. They're at the top of the leaderboard. I find this game they're probably going to win, and that's going to put them up even higher in securing that first and second place spot. So again, Grixer, he has been the X factor of this roster. We haven't been able to highlight him too much as a player. These were his stats from the previous game. Obviously, tremendous stats. It's not crazy to think about that, but with how little we've been able to talk about Grixer because of everyone else that we've been highlighting, I mean, these have been just key rounds in this game of Sonics DZ, the first one that we saw. I mean, he plays this position so well, doesn't give up his position, waits for the right time to execute, to not even give them a foot back into this round, just closing it out here. And then even in this 1v3 clutch that we saw against Oxygen, Grixer does such a good job at isolating 1v1s and being able to read a situation, and again, being this X factor for SQ, knowing that even if you're at the man deficit or you're relying on Grixer to be in these situations, he can get the job done. Even in a situation where he falls down the hatch, you would think, oh, it's over, we aren't going to get this round. Grixer brings it back.
Yeah, and it's so nice to see him come alive, because ever since stage 1, he was put on the supportive role, and now since picking up Canadian, he's been able to be on more of a flexible role, really have anything at limitless ability to feel himself, be comfortable, and be the Grixer that we're so used to seeing.
And again, I love that we're able to highlight him, and because he's been so silent from the desk, from the casters talking about him.
Other people have had the spotlight, dude,
and that's
rightfully so.
But that's the crazy thing, though, is because he's the second highest rated player on this team, and he's constantly putting up performance, even if it is silent. So again, I am really glad that I can highlight Grixer, put the spotlight on him, because he is still being a phenomenal player for this roster, no less than what he was back then.
The top 10 player right now, Rexon's currently number 2. He is number 8 in the overall league standings. He's also tied for the 4th best KD, and he stays alive almost more than anybody else in the league. He's an everything man that genuinely can do almost anything for this.
And it goes back into what I was saying. He knows how to isolate these gunfights and put himself in winnable positions. I mean, you could clearly see in that 1v3, he made sure in every case scenario of every gunfight and every position that he was taking, he was limited in any factor that OXG could possibly capitalize on and take a 2v1 gunfight. He did that perfectly and brought that round back, and ended up they closed out that game in an 8-6.
Hang on a second. We were just running through maps during rehearsals, and we do like a blank slate for rehearsals. We thought Border was a joke. We didn't know Border was real. That's crazy.
I don't like this for Los.
I don't think it's a great map for Los because Border is a map that you have to be able to fight and win your 1v1s. I understand why Los went to it because that's one of the only areas of their game that they've been able to find success in is finding those gunfights. But obviously you're going against Sonics, which is a very aggressive team. Every player is able to find their own individual ones, win their successful gunfights all over the map. And when you are playing a map that isolates everybody automatically, it makes things that much easier for a coordinated attack team to be able to pick apart.
We didn't have to show this again.
Oh my
to
God.
be able to pick apart
Production
each
did 'em dirty.
individual player. And already Los has an issue with communication and being able to trade each other. Border does no favors for that at all.
Again, I can appreciate them starting attack here because it's obviously their strongest side. They're the second rated, but the biggest thing with Border is the nice thing about Los and what's made them so successful is they can get into the map. They can take a little bit of space, but with a map like Border and these heavily contested spots of top east, into break, into CCTV, even into dome, they are going to constantly be held by the defense, and you have to get your foot in the door, where that's where Los has been able to because of certain maps. But Border, you are going to be immediately met at that entry point of trying to get in. And again, they have been failing in those of trying to get quickly into the map. You aren't going to do that on Border. That's just not going to be a thing.
We know that Los' strengths is their attacks, but if you looked at the way this matchup went, Los is the worst defensive team, Sonics are the best attacking team. Is a Border pick going to help at all for when we get to that second half and maybe Los are hoping that they can flip things around?
The only way that helps is if Los goes flawless here and goes 6-0 and they can somehow muster out like 2 rounds on defense given how poor their defense is, but I just do not see
That's
this
a tough hill to climb.
really going. I guarantee they probably get 2 rounds on attack here.
Yeah, Border is just one of those maps that is an attacker-sided map, and obviously going up in Sonics being the #1 attacking team, it doesn't matter if Los is the #2 attacking team.
Yeah.
Just, I don't think there's a way that Sonics lets this map lose out and not in their favor.
Fair play. Sonics are in the top 2 hunt, but Los are trying to get out of the bottom 2. And I know 2 guys who are really interested in this matchup, at least I hope on paper. They might not. I don't know. Carter Hannafelt and Sam Stewart, what do you think of this game?
Oh, man.
I think if you want to get a good deal on Los, depending on the results of this game, you might find one at www.jover.com. If they can't find 1 point out of today's game, their playoff chances are cooked, my friend. They are looking rough. And I don't think anything really epitomizes sort of the problems that the desk had with Los, especially having to win gunfights against the Sonic Sam. Then Legacy, one of the highest rated players in NA last week, is now not even cracking a 1.0.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for Los right now, is it? And the biggest thing is, Carter, you know, what everybody's been talking around, you know, the word on the block, they're on the chopping block, man. It's not a good moment right now for Los, especially with what we heard from Arthur himself, you know? Everybody's pretty even keel here in the NAL, except I think the Sonics kind of have an edge. And then not only are you walking into the Sonics den today, but you're bringing them to Border. You're bringing them to a map where gun skill is the name of the game, and they have some of the hottest hands in the league right now. This is not looking too hot for Los. You know, we'll give it its good quarter. We'll see how these first 3 rounds go, and then we'll kind of get it from there. But here's the big thing, man. You talked about Legacy. The rest of the team really hasn't been showing up either. You talk about some of the highlight team, you know, names. We talk about Arthur, the person that we just interviewed for the desk. Arthur has had a terrible stage, man. It's not looked too good for him. He's -27 right now in his KD spread, a 0.72 overall. And yeah, he's been playing some shield offs. He's been playing smoke on defense. So don't get me wrong, definitely some hard tasks. And a lot of the times, you know, those kills don't come to the shield players. But still, Los just have not found any traction across the entire board here. Now, the key thing is for me is that at least they're still feeling confident in themselves. They feel as though this roster does have potential. And it's not a lack of confidence in that regard. It's just they haven't really been able to find a way to mesh. So hopefully we see something a little bit different here today, Carter. But how much can you ask for, right?
Yeah, and how much can you ask for on like Border of all places, where anything can happen on this particular map? It is chaos incarnate, and you might be extremely well practiced, but I can remember when Canadian was IGLing DZ last stage, Border wasn't looking like a super great map in their pool, and then Pambazoo back-to-back put together like world beater performances in stage 1 of the NA League. Like, you can't really count on that, and this is a map, as Fox and Gabe both mentioned, that if a team is winning their fights, this map, more so than most others, can be won on that fact alone. Structure might have won you a game on Oregon, might win you a game on Clubhouse, but if Sonics are shooting better, it's going to win them Border.
No, 100%. We're going to have the blitz immediately out here. It's not going to be for Arthur, though, who we usually see piloting shields. It'll be for Sexy Cake. He likes to flex around a bit. We'll see what they can accomplish. This current take centralized around Canadian's position. We saw him over on East, a couple bodies over near the door, and a couple on the far side as well. Sexy Cake does have that blitz once again, so we'll have some solid pressure around this space. Wizards actually going to take out Canadian right when he gets aggressive. A nice clear here for Los. And they're going to continue on this gas pedal. They'll break up the mirror window, and we'll see how Ambi responds.
Well, let's see if anybody's actually watching East Stairs, because it's a good initial entrance by Los, but surely there might be a kill going Sonic's way right here. Anybody watching the doorway? Yes, there is. Oh, there's two, but he can't react in time. Well, I suppose he does react, just doesn't hit the shots. That's unfortunately the more important of those two tasks. Surf finds himself in Grixer territory, but not up to snuff. If we were worried about Los winning their fights, well, there's 5 of them to get round 1.
I was going to say, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, right? But at a bare minimum, they're looking like some good eggs. I mean, it's looking very solid. The guns are pretty hot coming into today. But the big thing is that you always want to worry about, especially when it comes to this roster of the Sonics, is how do they retaliate? You know, this is the first look that they get at this offense, and we'll see what they can do. But I like what we're seeing out of Los. They knew what they wanted, Carter, and they went for it. Everybody was on the same page. We didn't have anything that was disjointed, discombobulated. Nobody got in trouble in a weird way. I mean, obviously, the biggest thing that could have really thrown a spanner in the works is that flank that we saw out of Ambi, but just didn't have it in that moment. Very close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I do think that round might not entirely go Sonic's way, but I do think if Ambi is somehow able to land that second kill, you have a very different set of circumstances. Just now, you have this threat from East Stairs, but it doesn't happen. As I said before, one thing could go awry on border, and suddenly you find yourself in a completely losable position, where before it was at least 50-50. So we'll see how the Sonics are able to adapt here. I was going to say that, you know, shield rushes and gimmick plays cannot win you a border. However, I casted BDS versus Dark Zero at the Major, and BDS basically ran Glaz smoke strats every round on their attacking side and 1-7-4. So I can't really make that statement with complete confidence like I could before. However, while Los might keep with his blitz as a focus of their attack, I'm curious if Sonics will be able to react to any rushes better in the future.
We're going to pass the baton as well. Sexy Cake's going to bring in Sledge, and we don't see Sledge all that often anymore. He's just not really something that you lean towards with so many other soft breachers that are just practically better at their job. But the reason you're seeing him here is they more than likely sussed out the castle barricades. They saw those getting put up on some windows and were like, I know a man for the job. Bring the man with the hammer. And Sexy Cake will be piloting that this time around. Arthur in a lot of trouble, but Wizard flies into East, WWE style off the top rope, but it's Legacy instead to refrag as the kills come in hot and heavy in the first minute. Down to a 3 versus 3.
And a core problem, though, it seems Arthur might have gone investigating with the diffuser into the site, potentially, or at least in close proximity. Yep, there it is. Right through the breach inside of the site. So everything quite beautiful for Los up until that kill. Now they find themselves in a bit of a difficult position, but not one with no solutions. It's just difficult in that the diffuser's inside of the site, but they've got 1:50 seconds to find the intel as they're doing right now. But also, Rexon is still spread pretty far wide. In fact, 2 of the 3 remaining defenders are all over by Customs at the moment, with only one, Grixer, I believe, actually in sight, maybe with direct line of sight on the diffuser. Now that could change. The player, I think, in Customs, and, well, actually Surf right there, probably the more lethal of the 3 players at this point. But Los have the time to try to find a new angle to deal with this.
Looks like they want to try and make the play for the case here on Square's side. Most obvious one, obviously, is Los is getting gifted this space. Legacy is going to stay upstairs, but do remember we have Rexon on that flank. He's just waiting for the timing here. This engagement goes down. Sexy Cake will take the first one. They will have some space, but he's going to get tagged up from a distance by Surf. They do have tellers overall now. We need Rexon to get activated upstairs. Have to have some pressure here. He's working his way back towards East, seeing if there's anything around this area. He'll get the side angle as the plan will go down, but no dice just yet on this kill. Might have some potential here on the Zofia, but as it goes down, it's going to be Legacy here, and Los heavy-handed here in round 2.
Yeah, very heavy-handed indeed. The more impressive thing is not necessarily just, you know, they've been able to acquire that really strong early pressure successfully and rapidly in 2 rounds in a row, but more importantly that it went awry. Arthur is denied on the plant. It's a 3v3, and they're able to use that remaining time to find the positions that Sonics are holding, and then win the fights to actually get back into the site, put the diffuser down, and then back off. That recovery from Los is incredibly impressive for a team that is struggling to put up any points whatsoever inside of the NAL. Remember, 3 points from a regulation victory, 5 regulation losses to unfortunately stand next to that. The fact that they're able to bounce back from that and use that large amount of time effectively is a very good sign. It might be, all rushes so far from Los, but having the ability to recover, to support it from behind, it's good stuff. Good stuff so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it for the opener, right? Especially for Border. I mean, you need that foothold, you need something to grasp onto and be like, all right, this portion of the land, it's mine, and I'm not going to let you take it from me, and then we'll work from here. So I don't think it's a terrible thing to kind of smash them over the head immediately and see what you can get. And at a bare minimum, like you were saying, they get it to work out. And the other thing is here for me with the Sonics, they have the things implemented to be able to stop these things from happening, or at least have some retaliation method. It just really hasn't worked out for them yet. So they're doing the right things. Los have just ended up on the right side of history here so far. We'll see how round 3 goes. Sonics will more than likely stick to their game plan, and the game plan is everybody else's is on Border. Keep things wide, keep those guns hot, and see if you can kill these guys on entry while they're trying to get that map control.
Unfortunately, Canadian probably having nightmares right now because we have a Ying Glaz on the opposite side. This is a strategy
fast again.
Not only very familiar on Border, but especially against Canadian in the past few months, and, well, they were ready for it here. This is a bit of an unfortunate round to follow the previous ones, as I've commended Los's recovery, and it seems that they walked straight into the vertical holes held by a Warden. Now, the smokes are meant to counter the vertical holes, so that's good foresight there, but unfortunately, a little bit of sloppiness, not aware of what exact operator's holding us upstairs, merely that there were vertical holes, or maybe they even checked, and they got unlucky, and they didn't spot the Warden. Either way, that completely undid the rush.
Yeah, Sexy K was glancing towards the ceiling, but the issue was that he was holding the farther angles there. And what Surf did very intelligently is he actually played the ones that are closer to like the concrete pad right here. So he was actually on like the back angle. So he was looking for the far side, he was close side, and just ended up winning it out that way. It looks like it's going to be a flawless round from the Sonics. This is what I was talking about. Like, you kind of just got to stick true to your guns here on Border. And eventually you're going to strike true, and Sonics do it in a big way here. They know Los are trying to be active on this map in a very aggressive way, even for Border, very aggressive, right? But they have the things in place to be able to slow this down, and then, this case, just stunt the entire plan in its tracks.
and a flawless round to bring that first round for the Sonics. So definitely a bit of good, either good positioning or lucky positioning for Surf's part, able to hold those close angles instead of the far ones, as you pointed out, as maybe he takes that gunfight. Sexy Cake wins it as Glaz versus Warden. Definitely could have been the most impactful engagement had it happened, and in effect, it was the most impactful engagement that didn't happen, since Surf was able to get 2 kills as a result. So, maybe even potentially good thinking, but better thinking from the Sonics.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, my bad. I looked down at the trap lineup for Canadian and the Sonics, and I was like, wow. Troy is just not happy with Los's rush strats right now. He was like, can we just nip this in the bud? We're just going to bring 4 trap operators, everything under the sun, and a Warden on top of that, just in case you want to, go for some cheeky smoke plants again. And we'll see how this works out. So, might have some interesting results here with the first minute and a half.
Yeah, I think the Warden is probably at this point going to be a mainstay in Sonic's lineup. Just like, well, odds are we're not going to lose anything substantial by bringing the Warden, and if we end up not needing it, well, at least, maybe Surf can protect himself from the errant flashbang later in the round, and he has a good gun to use. But considering that now the Blitz has been brought almost every single round. Wait, no, every single round. Sorry, excuse me. It was brought in round 1. Now it's brought every single round. I think Sonics are more than justified to bring that Warden every single round if they want to. So, as we go to Armory, remember this was a quick rush into East last time. And Sam, it went beautifully, didn't it?
It really did. It really did. Now, the key difference was they were able to get the pick, establish things on East, and they were able to also handle the flank that almost went awry for them. But able to trade things out equally there with Ambi. They've got their initial pick this time around, but the key thing, the first thing that we touched on in this round, and what I was going about, the traps. We have to watch those out for Sexy Cake. He's going to take an aggressive angle, but they're going to trade. Might be the best thing that Canadian could have done with that situation there. I mean, either way, he was probably going to get gunned down from someone as he's laying prone in the hallway, but able to take out the shielder, that's a big deal. We'll see if potentially the spine of Sonics here in round 4 can stand the test of time.
Los were able to recover in round 2 when that initial blitz play met some resistance and they ended the beginning of the mid-round in a 3v3. Technically speaking, the odds are better for them now as they've maintained a man advantage. Oh, by 1! Borexton with a ridiculous pre-fire, looking to try and get a second through the wall. If you're paying attention to X.com, formerly known as Twitter, last week in the OXG game, he wallbanged Yaga through like 2 walls on layer, so the luck is certainly favoring him in recent history when it comes to wallbangs. But on that pre-fire, it's working out. Now on the 3v3, Los will take even more time to recover.
I'm going to take their time, use this timer as much as possible. And with a minute left, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's the 3 versus 3. You want to make sure everybody's reapproached the site and either control the rest of this space. I got worried there for Wizard for just a split second. I thought I covered things with the drone there, but it'll work things out either way. He doesn't blow himself sky high, and we'll get some control over Fountain. Obviously, Sonics are going to start burying their teeth, so we'll see how this goes. Marks his way in here. Don't know if he still has this one to the right. I do believe he's kind of regressed. We will actually have those 2 deeper inside of Armory. Wizards got to have an answer here for the Twitch as they'll begin taking archives.
Yeah, there is one down below with that C4. Ooh, Wizard spots the one playing behind half wall, able to cut him down. Surf wins his fight, though, so 1 in Armory, 1 off site. That doesn't exactly bode well for Surf, unfortunately. He's got to win this one, and indeed he does. That's Diffuser now dropped metal as well. Legacy tries to gamble further. That one pays off, but remember, that C4, Grixer dropped at 45 seconds remaining, but Legacy thinks ahead, plants on the concrete, but that's a little low to the border. It seems Grixer won't be able to make it in time, and this Diffuser goes off without a hitch. Spotted on the drone as well, so Legacy knows that the Capcan is coming. The beepers could give away his position as well. The shots certainly do. Will hold behind half wall on the corpse of Rex and shot just a minute prior. More shots giving away Grixer's position. Legacy holding fast. No intel Grixer's way right now, trying to bait something out, and Legacy reacts in time. Patience pays off. Los move up 3-1.
Yeah, not much there for Grixer to do in that situation. It just all comes down to keen instincts, right? And he just doesn't check the right way. But Los, very well done, especially to recover in that situation that was built up there in the mid-round. Able to use that 3 versus 3 to their fullest advantage. And I love how they still were, thinking forward and taking things from multiple different angles there, especially inside of archives. Yeah, the case goes down and it gets a little messy, but at the end of the day, they're able to adjust properly and especially play around that nitro cell down low. Kind of an unfortunate situation there for Sonics because Grixer's got to do that practically completely blind. He's doing it strictly off of sound cues and the movement upstairs. They don't have anybody that's an info operator, so just not exactly working well for the Sonics. And they're going to call their timeout here to see if they can potentially get a couple of these round backs here at the very tail end of their defenses.
A bit surprising how quickly Sonics have faced a lot of this trouble. I mean, Surf has been doing quite well so far. I mean, obviously able to get 2 kills on that Armory defense just now. I believe he is the top performing player in KD so far for the Sonics throughout these 4 rounds. Everyone else, I think, struggling just a little bit. Whereas over on Los, I mean, it's felt like everybody's been getting any action except Arthur, of course, perennially on shield duty, and then got domed as Glaz in the ventilation and workshop attacks. Or no, he was blitzed that round. See, when these attacks have been happening in the span of like 30 to 45 seconds, I'm like, wait, who is who? Arthur's the shield guy, but Sexy Cake's also been the shield guy. Who is who? And unfortunately right now, Arthur 0-4. Not doing great. However, the rest of Los kicking Sonic's butt, unfortunately, in the KD department. So as Sonics take their tactical timeout, Sam, obviously probably not something they talked about as a strategy to improve upon, but definitely something I think, especially given the highlights we gave Grixer in the desk, we hope to see some of these players pick it up.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and I will round back to this point that I made earlier. It's not that the Sonics aren't implementing things correctly, right? It's just that a lot of these situations, they just haven't ended up on the right side of history. And there's another case right there. I mean, you drop somebody off going, okay, if we're able to get the initial kill on this entry here, they're probably going to plant archive side, free nitro cell for our player downstairs, and we win the round, right?
Exactly.
But it doesn't go that way. Los wins their fight. It's the exact same thing that happened with Sexy Cake on that entry over in Tellers, right? That's a heads-up gunfight. It can go literally any which way ever. It's just a coin flip. That's all it is. And he ends up just sniping the head off the guy inside of Teller's hallway, and they win the round based off them getting the case and the map control that they have. It's very well done, but again, it comes down to the moments like this, and so far, Sonics just have not had it. Sometimes that factor just doesn't work into your favor. They're trying to adjust things here, though. They are going to bring a couple different pieces of utility. We saw that really trap-centric lineup inside of round 4. This time around, a couple of different, toys to bring in round 5.
I think the introduction of the Melusi is certainly important. Not so much on, trying to, use the traps to dissuade entry, delay time, but definitely just to slow down the entry further. Not only to give information once the Banshee gets activated and to force a bit more utility sync out of Los to actually clear these positions, but also just if they move in when it's not cleared, being able to slow them down instead of triggering a Razor Bloom, then backing off, or just shooting a couple EDDs, then moving on. This might theoretically be just a bit more time that Los will have to spend moving on in, which they certainly have made good use of in the rounds that they've won. No Blitz, though. No Blitz to be seen in round 5. So I doubt the Melusi is already taking hold a minute 30 into the round like this, but Los, certainly after that timeout, trying to attack these final 2 rounds with a bit of a different pace.
I think this adjustment from them, we've been seeing them fly through these rounds so far, and now slowing things down a bit to get this engagement here at a minute and 15. Canadian dancing back and forth with the man in Passport. He'll work his way back to square, knows that some pressure has to be working its way in from somewhere else, but hasn't turned towards east just yet. Knows the person had to work forward, and he'll find him. Arias doesn't even think about it. Unfortunate for him. Down to the 1 versus 5 here for Los, and Legacy will end up taking out Ambi. At least won't get the flawless out from under them, but Sonics seem to be back in control here. They were able to match Los's pace extremely well inside of this round and find those big frags in that opener.
Banshee triggered very briefly, but they already know Legacy is on that 2nd floor, just confirming now slightly outdated information. Legacy will look in the bathroom. Reasonable position to try and find somebody, potentially in the showers too, but again, there's just so many places to look. Difficult for Legacy to figure out what to do in a 1v4. Bit of a standard border defense win, I would think. You have the defense contesting multiple points of entry, though certainly surprising how aggressively Canadian was just pushed up in courtyard, trying to fight the double door pressure, but he wins that game a ring around the rosy after a pretty extended state of affairs. And Sonic's able to win essentially a flawless round, the only kill being an impactless one for Legacy. And when you think of defensive wins, Sam, at least that's the round that comes to my mind, is that kind of pace or that ability or that attempt to keep the attack at all points of entry without letting them in.
100%. That's border through and through. And I think that especially highlighting what Canadian did there, right? It looks like a very just aggressive move kind of out of nowhere, but Los for the entirety of this offensive half have been setting themselves up for either a really fast execute, just rush things down, or work their way towards the site and everybody's hands on deck. I think Canadian was just trying to cut the timing there and see if he could get the guy pushing into the door. Didn't exactly work out that way, right? But hey, at least he gets his kill at the end of the day. And I know, beggars aren't going to be choosers, so Canadian's going to be happy with that one. But I mean, for Los, that's a perfect example of what can happen when your pace gets matched and you actually have a helmet on helmet situation. People are holding things for your entry point at every which way, shape, and form, and you're going to get punished for that. We see that all the way down to Various and Legacy at the very tail end of that. So it's just very unfortunate for Los there that they weren't able to get their big picks in the way that they wanted to the last time. But I mean, hey, Sonics have to get something going here, and that round looked very solid from them.
It really did, and, Los obviously had a very, very strong start, went up 3-1, forced Sonics to take a tactical timeout, and going back to this blitz strategy, I think might be indicative of they really want to get 4, because in every single game Los have played, if my info is correct, they have consistently gotten 3 attacking rounds. It's actually the majority stat line they've been able to land in their games. 3 rounds against LG, and then they lose 7-3, don't win a single one on defense. This 4th round could be key for Los here, and it'd be the most attacking rounds, I believe, that they've got this entire stage.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of the times you are correct. Their offenses are a much bigger deal than their defenses. So if they can pick this up, I mean, it would be great. But what happens when an M590 comes to the party? Well, you're bound to respond. Sexy Cake has looked much better on this blitz than anybody else on the roster this entire game so far, and he makes his presence known yet again. An aggressive look from the Sonics as well, gets them blown sky high. That'll be Arthur's only kill that we've seen this entire game. That Claymore outside that claims the life of Rexen. Now down into the 3 versus 3. We've been here before, and the results were all Los all the time, but what happens in round 6?
It is a good sign that they have, again, over a minute to try to reset and find the next best course of action, and more importantly, find where Ambi, where Canadian, where Grixer are. Taking that time to find that information and then use it effectively, though winning a key gunfight when the moment actually came, when they were attacking Teller's bathroom, I believe all the way back in round 2. That's what needed to happen. They've got the Deimos here to do it. Deathmark tracker regenerating, so they will have at least one more. They've not been able to use the information acquired on that Mira just yet. This Blitz is going to be a very important operator for Los. It has been for every single one of their wins, essentially. Spotted very briefly on the default camera. Sonics probably have a good idea that Los are looking to make a play through this double door. Final drone will go out just to find any little bit more of information. Sparius takes control of bathroom to provide a new long line of sight into the bomb site itself. Smoke grenades go out, and finally Sexy Cake makes their way in. It's actually Furious with the diffuser, spotting Ambi behind the desk, able to cut him down with a quick blind. Grixer falls too, and it's all 3 kills going Los's way. 4 attacks to net a positive half.
Well, the one thing we were all worried about, everybody was scratching their heads as soon as we saw Border, is Los going to be capable of taking it to the Sonics, especially in the frag department? And the answer is a gleaming yes, at least from the offensive side of the coin. Now, this is where things can get complex, okay? The defenses on Border can be extremely volatile. We've seen it all across the board here for the Sonics. They've had a lot of really good ideas on the way that they want to hold this map and some of the aggressive looks that we've seen, but Los has been able to scoop out these players from key positions, like what we just saw right there, a big 2K there from Surf, but an immediate response from Los gifts them that entire top floor, and they're able to work it down into a very nice plant and a nice crossfire there from, I believe, Legacy with the DMR. And Los now ahead of the game here, coming into the defensive side.
And now tied with the most attacking wins they got this stage. Last time they got 4 attacking wins was against OXG in their Los's only victory this entire stage so far. So it is not completely guaranteed at this point, but things are looking quite good for Los to potentially make a massive upset at the 11th hour in their second to last game of the stage. If they were able to win this game in regulation, they go up to 6 points, tied with LG. The current competition is for that 5th and 6th place spot. If you're not aware, top 4 is already solidified, or, well, not solidified, but 4 teams have already locked in playoffs, top 6 at a minimum. Los still trying to find a way, and these 3 points here would suddenly make it very competitive between LG, Wildcard, and Los. Potentially OXG getting in the mix later today. Let's of course see how Sonics were able to potentially bounce back on this attacking side. Remember, they are out of their tactical timeout. They used it that first half and were not able to get a winning half as a result from it. So everything from here must be called in round if the Sonics start dropping anything.
All right, well, you got the best in the business when it comes to situations like that. We've heard that from multiple coaches from Canadian. Why don't you guys take the timeout? Well, Canadian's saying exactly what needs to be said anyway, so we might as well sit on it. And probably not very many other people you'd trust in a situation like that. So we'll see how it goes. Pressure makes diamonds, and Canadian wants anything except to lose. So we'll see how it goes down here. I like the lineup that we're bringing, especially with the Deimos in tow. Nice kill there, speaking of Deimos, and they're going to rush things down into the site. AK's flush and ready. Amy trying to hold the cross here, but no plant attempt just yet. And as soon as I say that, Canadian's going to start putting it down. Backside of the armory site and be able to take out at least one more. Need some kills to go their way, but so many bodies up for Sonics. It's going to be so difficult for Los to try and get back in. But what is that? Practically a hip fire kill out of Legacy. He killed that guy on the CCTV window. I'm not even joking. That guy died to Legacy somehow, some way. He's going to get Arthur up, and that stim will give him extra HP in comparison to what we usually see. But this post plant, I mean, it's so murky for Los.
Yeah, Rexon's able to cut one down, and then Legacy to follow up. Sonic saying, if you want to do 5 rounds of rushes, well, we can meet you where you are. No blitz, no shield whatsoever, actually, on the side of Sonic's. However, with just a couple guns outside the armory balcony and one Deimos to just, I believe, use one Deathmark to try and find a bit of info, they're able to push all the way in, make it deep into armory next to the half wall, put that diffuser down, and win every single gunfight as Lowe's try to retake. Sonic's making a very compelling argument that this will be, surprisingly, but pleasantly so, potentially competitive game between the two teams.
Yeah, well, Border's a bit of a teeter-totter, right? I've said this for a long time. This is one of those maps where the stats can say one thing. For instance, right now, Border, at least by the stats for the NAL for this stage, is a defender-sided map, okay? But it's really not. I mean, this map is really split right down the middle, 50-50. It's down to those hot-handed moments that we see and that kind of stuff. And in this instance, at least from what we're seeing, right, offender-sided. And this is what we get out with a lot of these maps. Sometimes it really just comes down to the teams that are on the field and how they perform. And Border can definitely get volatile, on the defender side just because of how tightly bound the map is. I mean, as soon as the offense is on the balcony, they're already like 90% of the way to the site. You know what I mean? They get a wall open and you're there. It's actually just bonkers. Think about, CCTV on Clubhouse and stuff like that. As soon as you get one of those walls open, you're practically the majority of the way to getting a bomb down. So it's just, it's a really aggressive map. And that's something that you can really only pull off on a map like Border, where you can just get immediate access like that and really start running amok of these defenders, and the Sonics put it on full display right there. Now, real question.
I'm listening.
What is the adjustment for Lowe's here? Do you think it's a blend of trap operators with a little Mira play on something? Do you think we're going to go just full Monty into the traps? Like, what do you think really puts a spanner in the works for the Sonics right now?
I think you turn on the aimbot to try to outduel Rexon and Grixer. That's my prescription.
What are these red boxes on Canadian screen? No, I'm just...
Hey, listen, he's right under a 1.0. It's possible. It's possible, okay?
It's entirely possible.
I saw him a couple games early on, okay? Some say there was rage, but I have some alternative theories that I can propose. No, I'm just kidding. No, in all seriousness, what's the strategy for Los? Well, I think you predicted it quite well. What did we have last round? We had a dock, we had Mira windows, we had a mute, and what do we have now? Capcan, Goo Mines in the Legion, EDDs for the Capcan, and the Banshees in the Melusi. Now, Oryx might not bring any traps, however, he is fast. That's not the more important thing, though. He can run into shields and knock them down. So sure, Sonics didn't bring a blitz last round, but considering we're in a meta that tends to favor them a little bit, Sam, Oryx is a sensible thing to invest in as a countermeasure to a potential shield pick from Sonics.
Well, boy howdy, do I have some news for you, Carter. Cartier, if I may go that far. Blitz! It's on Canadian, too. He called his own number. He called his own, coat ticket there. So we'll see how it goes. But, I just love that the first thing that you pointed out was that Oryx is fast. Not the fact that he is basically a direct counter to what is going on in the meta. You're like, nah, dude, guy's quick.
I have my priorities.
Completely true. Hey, got to go fast sometimes, right?
True.
We got a rehost ask, at least from one of the SQ players.
We're all good. We're all good.
Okay. All right,
don't
cool.
jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Whoa. Hey, I'm knocking on wood. I'm doing everything I can right now. So don't blame me, Siege Gods, okay? Please. Either way, though, Sonic's will be working in here. We do have that shield implemented, so Wizard will be happy as a clam that has happened, because otherwise Oryx, kind of a mid-operator. He's got a good gun. He can move around quick, like Carter was saying, but that's really about it. But Sonics, it seems like they're going to want to take their time with this. They bring the Flores, they bring Ace, they bring Lion. They want to set things up, break down these walls, and try and see what they can get info-wise to set themselves up for a nice execute here. Whether it be trying to take control of the top floor or what have you, really have no idea yet, but it's really up to them. That case is going to be on Canadian, so if he does anything hyper-aggressive, you'll probably see him drop that before anything goes on.
And it's understandable why Sonics would want to take a lot of their time on the front end. I mean, think of how close some of those rushes came for Los on their attacking side. One attacking Bathroom Tellers came down to a 3v3. They had to recover. Another one came down to the Warden dodging the glass. Right here, you've dealt with all the castle barricades. You've shot the goo mines. You throw down the smokes. And what do you know? There's no Warden actually on the side of Los. So Arthur might win that initial fight. Rexon gets all the glamour in that engagement. But as Arthur tries to move around the corner where there's a shield in his way, the vertical angle right there, the smoke completely obscured it. So even though Sexy Cake's able to see the blitz chasing down his teammate, Wizard might pick it up, but the shots come out a little too late to Sonics have entered a 3v5 post. A bit of a difficult position, and also a situation Los have lost before in this stage. Despite being in the man advantage, they've thrown away better odds than this, albeit on different maps. Ambi on the back line cuts one head off of a reigning Los player. The second makes it even easier for Sonics to just wait out one more second. Unless Legacy can time it properly. No, he can't. Surf and Grixer for the final few. We're all tied up on border.
One of the hardest retakes in the entire game. That plant right there, whether it be next to the vending machine, Carter, on the far side, it all exists because of that window. And I love the way that the Sonics set this up. We're all so used to things getting kind of dealt with on the top floor, a little pressure maybe from square, but it always comes back to bear on that teller's window where we see everybody hop in and usually plant, right? This time around, instead, they take from the far side, and Canadian sprints all the way through customs, in through jungle, and plants right on the inside door. Same cross, just a different door frame, and it really throws Los for a loop. They really don't know what to do. There's not verticality set up for that area either, so it all just gets really murky for them. And you could see it was difficult for them to process even in the post plant, Carter. I mean, we're down to 15, 20 seconds left on the case, and they're still 5 men up for Los because they don't know how to respond. There's like, what do we do? And it's funny because when I was out in the desert casting with Pengi, we saw a retake from SSG that to this day is probably one of the craziest retakes I've ever seen in my life, all based off of a cav interrogation, and it was on that bomb site. They just flew out the far windows on the top side, killed absolutely everybody, and defused the case. But, I mean, it's just so incredibly difficult in those moments, and that was, why that was such a big moment. We were out there doing our thing. But it's going to be a technical pause here. We'll see what goes on with 4 versus 4.
So you're suggesting coming out of this tech pause, Los should employ the cav strategy. They should drop the Oryx, bring the Cav, drop the Melusi, bring the Scopos.
There you go.
Maybe throw a Thunderbird in there.
Now you're cooking.
I don't know, because she looks cool. And she's got the spear.
That's what matters at the end of the day, swag points.
Which is a gun I don't really like, but it's an assault rifle at least.
Which gun? Oh, you don't like the spear?
No, it sounds goofy.
It does sound goofy. It sounds
stupid.
It sounds like it doesn't even sound like a real gun. It sounds like you're shooting like an airsoft gun or something.
I had a serious point I was going to make, but I'm not going to do that briefly. Do you remember back in Charlotte when it was like LMG meta? Do you remember how the LMG sounded in the arena?
Yes.
Dude, it was like, I felt scared.
Yeah.
I felt scared, man. It was like,
especially
it was
with
loud.
Finka?
And Finka, the bass got, dude, it was crazy. Anyway, I just remembered Spear, Finka, LMG, and I wanted to reminisce for a second. The thing I was actually going to say, that was actually a serious point I was going to make, is now that we are all tied up, I think it is important to once again remind people the stakes for Los in this particular game, because Sonics have secured top 6. This game is like, Sonics at this point are just fighting to either skip around in playoffs or have to play an extra game. Though, if you do lose that first playoff game, you do get knocked into the seeding phase, and you have to fight through the LCQ, so it is a bit more important than just an extra game you have to play. But for Los, they are currently at 3 points. If they lose, or no, even if they win in overtime, they get 2 points. They'd be at 5, which would put them below Luminosity and Wildcard. It's theoretically possible. I think, maybe off the top of my head, it's like kind of possible for them to make it after that, but it's big. Their draw odds at a bare minimum drop to almost 0 if they are not able to get 3 points from the situation. And I'm just being generous because it's hard for me to keep all those scenarios in my head, and I don't like to say things when I'm not 100% confident in them. So getting 3 points from today is basically a requirement for Los if they want any chance at just getting that 6th place spot for Los.
Oh yeah, and where's the head-to-head for Los and LG? I'm trying to find it very quickly. Yeah, LG has that.
Earlier.
So LG beat them 7-3 the very first day on Consulate. So I think they're already boned. I'll be honest. Like I think they're kind of screwed here. But we'll see. That's what the analyst desk is for, man. All right, we'll let them analyze the sheet here, but giving it my Boy Scout best, ladies and gentlemen. I think they're already kind of kind of Dunsky. So we'll have to see though. But rounding back to this game and what the heck we've been seeing so far here, I mean, it was a pretty awesome, pretty stellar offensive half there from Los. I think they had a solid consideration of how to deal with Border from the offensive perspective, but now they're really running into some issues. Sonics have found their groove, especially on this offensive side. I mean, they've looked dastardly through these last 2 rounds, especially this last one. Love the way that things were set up and implemented there, but I digress. Sonics, and specifically Los inside of this matchup, have got to find something here to be able to break things down and at a bare minimum have some ways to be able to stunt Sonics when they do go for these executes, because it's looked a little bit similar in that regard, right? Trying to get things dealt with, you know, at least initially, and then trying to slow down the Sonics, but just haven't been able to strike true just yet. So.
Well, speaking of dealing with things, I'm going to go take, I think, what's a soldering tool? Is that what it's called? Where you, like, connect the circuits?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
It's a soldering
By the way,
tool.
I'm taking one of those, and I'm going back in the servers, because we are going to take a quick break as we figure out some technical issues, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. speaking of, as we were talking about, we like to do bits when we're on breaks. And I was about to explain a bit I was going to do, and now we're here. Because, thankfully, all my soldering apprenticeships have paid off, and I was able to fix the servers manually. And now we're back into the game. 4-4, Los versus Sonics. It has been 2 rounds in a row for SQ after they went down 2-4 at the half. And on the attacking side, Sam, they have looked very, very good. Maybe a bit closer in round 2, or round 8 technically, but still pretty strongly favoring the Sonics in these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, most definitely. And I don't think it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. I know we had a little bit of a tech pause there, and probably, especially the IGL of Los, just considering what the heck they do next. But until further notice, it's the Sonics world, and we're living in it. I mean, they have just reached out and grasped these last 2 rounds, and round 9, more than likely not going to be any different. I do like the lineup that we're seeing here from Sonics, specifically that they're bringing that Deimos again. I mean, we've already seen how solid of an operator he can be in the proper hands, and I mean, the Sonics have been finding pick after pick with him so far and just continue to apply great pressure to Los. So we'll see what they can do with this. Especially like that they brought the Nomad too. Those air jams, always a consistent tool to be able to use for flanks or whatever you need.
Big Nomad guy, Sam Stewart. Big Nomad guy.
Never. Hey man, you give me that AR.
Can never settle down in one location. A lot of info. Oh, hello. I was about to say a lot of information gained or potentially gained by Ambi with 4 different operators potentially could be deathmark tracked, and then the Warden just sprints in front of him. Though the shotgun will be very difficult for Sonics to repeat any of the same shenanigans from round 7. Well, never mind. Ambi does the exact same thing. Deimos walks into Armory balcony, gets a kill. 1 was acquired before that, and well, it ain't looking good. TCSG can't even win when he's got the drop on Hibana. It's looking like 5-4. Should mention, by the way, as I got confirmation on it during the round, Los used their tactical timeout since we were on a tech pause. We didn't really want to like come back and then immediately just go back to like the same screen. So they did the tac timeout off screen, and it didn't work, as you can see. Unfortunately, Sonics might have been a different bomb site, but in very similar ways to round 1, round 7, round 1 of the attack. They take quick control of Armory, Sam, put a lot of pressure, and then seemingly win every fight on the planet.
Yeah. Sonics they're doing the things, aren't they? They know exactly how this map ticks. So they're like, all right, this room is important on this bomb site. Let's just create a kill box and just murder everyone. What if we just did that? And they do that second part really well, Carter. They do it really well. So a little worried here for Los, especially post tac timeout. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I had no idea about that. But that makes things even worse, because there's no stopping this train now. This is all in the moment adjustments, and although it might seem like you got a lot of time in between rounds, picking operators and all that kind of stuff, I assure you, it does not feel like that when you're having to make these adjustments. So for Los right now, it's all hands on deck as they try and solve this bloody puzzle that Sonics are constantly presenting them as they just beat them over the head repetitively. And into round 10 we go. It's a very similar lineup to what we saw the last time. Grixer's going to be on a Flores this time around, though. We're going to keep Ambi on that Deimos. The scariest tool that they're implementing this time around has to be those Candelas on Yang, man. That is not what you want to see in a lineup when you're already getting battered and bruised.
No, and like, I mean, silver lining, no blitz, no shields, I guess.
I mean, that is like, it's just peeking through, just the tiniest bit, right?
It's like, all right, Sonics are deciding to play the game a bit more standard than just like throwing 2 ballistic shields in our face. I guess we can appreciate that. Though, I suppose, ironically, even though the blitz is gone, at least the start to this round, very similar to that initial push on Teller's bathroom. Remember, they used the Flores, opened the castle barricades, then set that up to allow Canadian to run through customs, up the main hallway, and plant inside of Tellers. Well, right now, we got 3 people on this CCTV problem. 1 flashbang will push the player back into 90. Nade to push the player out of half, while a lot of utility being expended by the Sonics to try to push these players into uncomfortable positions. And you might not get the kill, but Wizard is content with that for the moment. You'll put Ambi on the floor and allow the rest of Los the opportunity to fully retreat out of Armory with all 5 men still intact.
This is what we've needed from Los here. A little risky there from Wizard, but there was really no other way he was going to make it out of there alive. He had to take the fight and try and get across, and he does so successfully, also downing Ambi in the process. So Deimos going to be on 20 HP. Still do have 2 bodies up here. And how many trackers we got? We still got 1 more in the pocket of Ambi, but these players are all going to back off. They've done their job on the top floor here. Oh, man. Made me sweat. That DMR, or rather that T95, I do believe, of Canadians. Almost ripping him to shreds, but Sonic's still going to be able to at least maintain even man count here, and so will Los. In the last minute we go. Los keeping things at least spread on this bottom floor as this top floor control has went completely the way of the offense. How are they going to implement this though and try and get this plant down? They really wanted that initial pick, but things just not going their way. And oh, look at this.
Yeah, Farius just tucked around the corner from Surf. The player trying to pinch him up above. Oh no, but he's caught looking at the ground and he's not punished for it. 45 HP, how is he winning this? Rexon gets the trade though, and I suppose that's something, 4-4, but only 2 drones left. Low still have equal man count. If Sonic's going for the execute, the defense might be able to rotate up above, pressure some of these players on the hatches. There are, I think, a few more ways for Los to win this round than the Sonics right now, but these 3 Candelas might just be the difference maker. Canadian goes in, domes Canadian's immediate opposition. Thanks, Rexon, for that heads up. With only 3 seconds remaining, down goes the diffuser. Sexy Cake hits the flank. Sure one falls, but we're now on a post plan as Canadian's able to get it off. Grixer, the only one covering. How well can he support Canadian inside of the site? Well, he's running up these stairs right now, so Canadian's a bit by himself as Legacy and Warden both stack onto the Ying, but that well-timed Candela gives him the leeway he needs. A 1v1 now. 2 experienced players, and Sexy Cake comes out on top, but he's got to defuse right in front of that hatch. He's got to bait it, come off and win this gunfight with Grixer. How many flashbangs has he got? Does he even need them? Just pre-fires and takes him down. Pretty easy pickings when the Warden serves himself up on a silver platter. Match point for Sonics.
Well done to the Sonics, man. I mean, that was really low time. There's so many men still up for the defense as well, Carter, and that's when things get really murky. You know, we talk about it a decent bit and those low time executes. It's hard to cover all your bases, right? And they're still capable of it. You see that man that's hiding back there inside of, you know, the pseudo like shower tub things that are at the back of the bathroom area, and still capable of finding him. Ambi guns him down. They open up that entire space and makes him a safe area in order for Canadian to get a plant down. And from there, it's easy pickings for them. They've got the rotation outside. They've got that vertical pressure working its way in from the hatch. And it all was built off the precipice of them being able to kind of coil around that site and be able to carve out that back end and finally get that plant down. So very well done from the Sonics as they continue on their tear on this offensive side. Los just not capable of putting things together here for this defensive half.
No, not at all, which, again, unfortunately mirroring the trend we've seen over the course of this whole stage, which is Los can mount some pretty competitive attacking halves, and then against LG, week 1, no defenses. OXG, week 2, 3 defenses, able to win, and then 2 against DZ. 0 against Beast Coast, and 1 against Wildcard, and only 1, the only round they got yesterday against M80. Defenses have been Los's struggles the entire stage, and unless they can win 2 right here, it is going to be the thing that costs them even the chance of competing for their first playoffs appearance inside of the NAL between stages 1 and 2. If Sonics can just win this 7-4 or 7-5, that'll be the case. We move back to Armory and Office, where no blitz, thankfully, but there is another shield, an OSA. And Sam, we typically know what that means when it's brought on the second floor.
Absolutely. And it's got to be, right? I mean, Canadian called for no hard breach on this site. So, at a bare minimum, they're going to be working through door frames, which 9 times out of 10, not the greatest thing in Siege, but on a map like Border, it doesn't really matter all that much. You can kind of acquaint it to Coastline, for those of you that do remember that. No hard breach are really needed on that map because you got a bunch of windows, you got a bunch of different ways to enter the site. This is very similar, and they're going to try and exploit that exact entry point right here, right now. How many nitro cells we got on defense? We got 3 lined up. Arthur's already going to be close. So is Sexy Cake. So this could get really risky for the Sonics. We'll just have to see. It's going to be really up to just Surf being intelligent in the way that he goes about, you know, utilizing this shield.
You can see him trying to bait it out, just making the sound
There's
cue
the
go
first.
again and again. Does get one. He'll commit after that. We do know there's a second in waiting. Arthur can send this over. He's sticking it down and then backs off. Surface trying as hard as he can to bait this out. He'll put down the diffuser, begin the process. C4 goes over, and there's just too much opposition against this office execute from Sonics. But Ambi down below. Sometimes it's a buck. In this case, it's a Deimos that'll get Arthur from down below in Vent. A key position to deny anybody from using that final C4 to deny the diffuser vertically. Might not be what wins Sonics this game, though, as Bullets have made this from a 4v5 to a 4v3. 2 players in CC right now will try to rotate back. One will be revealed. Rexen wins it, and that seems like it's all she wrote. Sexy Cake trapped? Question marks put in chat by Rexen. Nice shot landed by Sexy Cake, but there is so much to do. And Sonics can force the pace. The nail in the coffin. Spotted from below. That's it. 7-4 for the Sonics, and Los are out of playoffs contention with that regulation loss, even though they still got one more game to play.
It was hard fought in some of those defenses, but the Sonics are just too dastardly, man. They are so very talented, and just the way that they operate around the squad, never getting too overzealous, never really selling the round in any considerable way. You know, they had to do things on timing there to get that plant going over inside of Archives, but as soon as things start to go wrong, you know, we see Surf get blown up, they just respond in such a solid way, man. I especially like what Ambi did downstairs. It looked fantastic. So tip of the cap to Sonics, and specifically Canadian, because you know he's the one orchestrating a lot of these plans from the jump, but to the rest of the team as well, as they get it done inside the moment as well. But for Los, it's the defenses, man. They just can't get them together, and I mean, what more can you say?
Well, I guess one thing I can say is we got more games coming up. We'll see you after this. Don't go anywhere.
It finally happened, but we knew it was probably going to at some point. The first team knocked out of playoff contention for Stage 2 of the NAL is Los. Similar position to last stage. They looked like they might be able to take the league by storm. They couldn't, brought some new players in, gave it their best shot, but Sonics were simply too much, and true to form, Los did not win a single defense.
Honestly, it's so perplexing to me that given this meta, that defense is by far the easiest side, and you manage to do the hardest side well, but then you can't win a single round on defense. Just like, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I know. Los did a really good job at attacking. It was really nice to see them be competitive in this matchup
absolutely.
regardless. Especially Sonics, there was some defenses that, there was some questionable retakes and gunfights that it looked like SQ wasn't playing at their peak.
Yeah.
But obviously, Los kept in it. And I mean, you can look at the stats on their opening kills. They were fighting neck and neck with Sonics, but when it comes down to those last little bit in those clutch situations, just Los was letting it slip. SQ just had the better final closing out rounds.
I looked at Border as a dark horse pick for Los, just assuming maybe if the first half, if they get enough attacks, they swap the defense, maybe that's an environment where if they keep Sonics out of the building, they can win a couple of defensive rounds. And they also understood how important that attack half was. They had really fast attacks to start with, and they even had that downstairs vent push with a blitz and a glass trying to they understood how important it was to win those rounds, and they still only got 4 on attack and then couldn't win in defense.
And that was the worrisome part, though, even with that rush that they did try to go for in that ventilation room, was more so the fact whenever you're trying to take that room, you have to make sure the top floor of Armory is clear and not droning that out, not seeing that a warden is sitting above.
Like, and then didn't have a
they went all out and didn't clear anything else, which obviously led to not a successful round. But I mean, again, it's perplexing to me that you can have such a dominant side on attack where that is by far the hardest side, and you just can't do anything on defense. Like, it's crazy to me because across the board, across the regions, like, everyone's doing well on defense. People just need to find their footing on attack. But Los has exactly all the tools for an attack.
Yeah, it is an anomaly because attack is so much harder because you have to be way more coordinated. There's so many more obstacles you have to go through. So to go on defense, I mean, that was the issue that we talked about, was once they get on defense, SQ was just going to be able to pick them apart. And some of those rounds, Los was getting the first pick, but they weren't able to maintain any position that was smart. SQ also had their fair share of fast, aggressive site takes, and it just looked like they were one step ahead of what to do in the late round.
And even comparing the different takes, I mean, Los just pretty much spearheaded it, where when you look at Sonics, it looked very methodical. It looked like they drone out everywhere they needed to take. They saw the position that was open, and then they would go for it. Even the round where they went into Tellers with the blitz, I mean, that was beautifully executed from Troy, realizing that they didn't have the rotate from Bathroom going into Tellers. He comes in through what? Not open. Where did he come? Did he come in through Passport, or did he come in through...
Passport?
No, he came in through customs. He came in through customs. But the fact that all of that played out for like the minute that they decided that that's what they wanted to do and then executed it perfectly, it just goes to show the two different dynamics of how an attack can look like when you're going up for a rush setup. Whereas again, Los was just spearheading it and losing it almost in a few of those last couple rounds.
Sonics now move themselves back up into first place, 17 points on the stage, a plus 15 round differential, and they only have one more game left and one more day of the stage overall. Let's talk to Ambi for a couple minutes. Dude, congratulations on the dub. Now we've done basically a full stage. You've had Troy and Surf on the team for that amount of time. Give me like a post-mortem, like a before and after, where you were when you were with this group starting in week 1 to where you're at now. How much better has this team gotten?
I mean, we can only get better over time, you know. When you add Canadian and Surf, those are two just great players, and we were really good when they joined and we first started scrimming. So we're just gonna keep getting better over time. You know, we learn the new players' tendencies, the new players learn our tendencies, what we like, what we don't like, and yeah, we're just gonna keep getting better over time.
Well, congratulations yet again on another win. I want to ask you, obviously you guys have already clinched your spot for playoffs. Has the practice, has the scrims, has anything in that prep changed differently now? Are you kind of just finishing out this stage, kind of doing whatever to not show anything for playoffs? Or, well, I mean, what does that look like for you guys right now?
I mean, we're still trying to win every game, you know, and we're still trying to shoot for that top 1 and 2 spot so we can get the bye. So we're not letting our foot off the gas at all.
For sure.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, one question I want to ask you is a little bit more personally. I mean, we've been highlighting Rex and Grixer, Canadian Surf, everybody on your team. And I feel like you haven't necessarily gotten that spotlight to get glorified. But when you're on a team with such talented individuals and everyone's doing the heavy lifting and you just got to get your job done, get your kills that are in front of you, how easy, limitless do you feel when you're playing on this new roster?
I mean, I feel great. Like, I've been on like a me standpoint, I've been playing like pretty mid this stage. So I mean, I'm doing average, and my team is just crazy, and we're winning games. And I mean, I just a testament to how good we are. So, you know, if I can, you know, actually go crazy, then we'll be nasty.
I wouldn't say you're playing mid. There was that one round on Skyscraper where you were doing like 360s, 720s, taking heads off players.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wouldn't say you're even remotely close to playing mid.
I thought it was funny that Fox brought it up. He's like, hey, we've talked about every single other player on your team except you. But dude, why would you even say that, man? To his face?
You got to give him the.
It's okay.
You got to give him the time to
he's not
shine.
wrong.
I mean, he's the player that when he was picked up, everyone was talking about Ambi.
They were questioning
being
it in some instances, and then he had a phenomenal performance and continues to do so. So, regardless, I don't think you're playing
Look,
mid.
man, people shut up when you make
Thanks.
SI main
Thanks,
stage, dude. I don't think anyone's harping on you too badly, dude, except for Fox for some dumb reason.
I mean, no one. I wasn't saying that he was playing bad. I was saying everyone got the highlight.
So basically, we highlighted everyone. We're going to get to the trash player now.
What's it like to be on a team where everybody's doing above and beyond, and you just got to come in and do your job? I mean,
I think what his question is
it's great. It's great.
His question is probably best summed up as, Ambi, do you feel like you're floating right now?
Yeah, I'm floating, G. I'm floating. It's great.
Looks like he's
It's
playing in a
great. It's
classroom
great.
right now.
I got a crazy setup right now.
I told you,
Sunshine.
he's in commissary right now.
Jesus.
I might be in prison, but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh, you're making
I'm
it
in
work from
prison.
there.
I'm in prison or Super's basement. Y'all can decipher.
That sounds like both.
We're gonna leave that one where it is for sure. So, 17 points on the stage. You're in first for right now. It's not a lock. The only teams who can push you back out of that scenario right now, it's Dark Zero and Space Station for the most part, unless M80, they can't come back, they can't have a run. Maybe C9BC does something to try to disrupt that. Your last game is against C9BC coming up tomorrow. Any thoughts on your opponents?
I mean, they're a great team, and you know we've been practicing. We're ready for them, and I think we're gonna do good. I think we're a great team. I think we can beat anybody. So yeah.
That's the right answer. Give absolutely nothing away in the interview. Good job. We've been doing this trick question the entire stage. That's the right answer, dude. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
I did good.
You did good.
You did great.
You did great, son. You're winning.
Not as great as the rest of your teammates.
Jeez. All right. Thanks a lot, Ambi. We appreciate you, dude.
Wow, you're so close to the camera right there. Like,
I don't know why. Yeah.
After Fox up
I
there.
don't know what's going on. All right. Sonics are now at that point where they've knocked all of the demons off the shelf. No one's really thinking they're not going to make Montreal at this point. It feels like the only real people who can defeat them are themselves, and so far they haven't done that this stage.
I mean, yeah, they had a huge bounce back already in this game. It's not really a surprise to see how well this team has been playing. They adapt on the fly constantly. Again, that goes all the way back to day one where we saw that immediately get implemented, where I questioned how fast was that going to transition in terms of Troy coming into this position as the IGL. But I mean, again, he has the roster behind him, the players behind him to be able to create success, and that's exactly what they continue to do with each and every single game.
Yep.
Yeah, even from game one, they were able to adapt with inside the server very quickly, and like Ambi said, the more time they have together, the better they're going to be. And really, the only issue that we've so far seen this stage from them is the one time where they went up 6-3 against SSG, and there was a little bit of overconfidence that clouded their judgment. But besides that, with time, that is an issue that will get addressed too, to not ever let something so pivotal as like a 6-3 lead just affect the way that you play make.
And ultimately, you still want to have a couple of losses on the way to success, right? So you know where the problem areas lie.
And even with some games being super close, just like most recently with their OXG game, the fact that that went the distance, it still shows the testament of everyone's resilience and how fast they can quickly adapt and change the pace of a game and bring it into their favor.
Well, we know Sonics are in top 2 contention. We know Los are out of the league. Those are 2 questions we were really curious about when the stage began. Now we have to transition. Do C9BC have the ability to get back into this playoff hunt, or do OXG finally get their first win of the stage? Game 2 after the break.
I guess I'll do this for the setup tour. It's a new mouse I got and I love it. Ignore the design. It's like it's a WL mouse. It's from China or something. It was actually sold out, so I couldn't get a normal color. That's why all these weird like dog designs are on it. I'm not like a big fan of that stuff. I won't say it.
I play with this WL Beast X mouse. It's a new one for me. I like it very much. And of course, I'm using the Woodsing. Just need this to play. Mousepad, I don't like. Whatever.
It's just bad, man. But ever since I got her, I won a major. Before I didn't have her, I didn't. So she has to be good luck.
People would say I was narcissistic, but this is me. And then this is my beautiful team, and I have that sitting right next to me, and I look at it every time we lose a round, so I know that it's just temporary.
If I make the major, I'm taking this one right here. This is like my deluxe time right here.
I'll do Mayor McCheese, obviously. I always have him with me.
I'm not like superstitious really, so I don't want to say a good luck charm. Bears are my spirit animal, I would say. And I also think this is just, it's funny. It's a little bear in a can. I actually get pulled over at security all the time because like they'll see my backpack and they'll be like, oh, you got like canned food in your bag, and then I literally start laughing and I pull this out. And especially in Canada, they always find it funny. So
this one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Since the introduction of the North American League, no team has ever gone 0-7. No squad ever went winless for 7 straight games to start a stage. Today, that might change. It might go in the record books never to be altered, or it might be staved off for another day and OXG can avoid the wrong side of history. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. That's something that we've been harping on this entire stage. OXG keep on getting into the record books for bad records day in and day out. We don't want to talk about it, but when it's this pivotal, you kind of can't not focus on it like this.
I hope we just don't keep seeing history keep being made as this stage
I hope not.
Yeah,
I hope not.
It's an unfortunate situation for OXG because we talked about it in the first game with Los. It was like, oh, well, Los did beat OXG. But OXG has more rounds won in total. And so even though the games aren't necessarily going in OXG's favor, they are making the competition close and they're keeping it in there. And so far, I think they're getting a little bit better. But C9BC, out of all the teams that we could have played, we highlighted how Dark Zero was the team that we could see OXG beat yesterday. C9BC, I don't know. That seems like a whole different battle.
Yeah, but like even when you look, again, with all the games that Oxygen has played, they have kept it very close. And even bringing Sonics to the brink of possibly, you know, winning that game or even against Dark Zero, beating them. So this is no easy game for C9 Beast Coast by any means. And to be honest, C9 Beast Coast has been tapering off a little bit in these past 2 games.
That's what I'm thinking. The fact that OXG had a really good shot against Dark Zero on Labs yesterday, and we gave them a lot of reasons for why they might win, this might be the opportunity that is even better than Dark Zero because C9BC is slightly on the decline. Last time they played, it was yesterday to SSG, lost 7-5. Playoffs is right around the corner, and we know that these guys can taste it, but taking care of business right now needs to be the priority, and that loss yesterday brought them back down to a 3-3 record.
Yeah, it is a little worrisome because, you know, when you compare them to last stage and how much we talked about them and the resurgence that saw and that carried them all the way into Manchester and then also winning it, then now we find them here. I mean, Fox kind of predicted, you know, they might fall off. It is hard to keep that top position, but to think that we are at the end of this stage and this is where we're starting to see the performance decline, it is worrisome because when you look at this game, well, 2 games ago where they played against Dark Zero, sure, they played this map 3 times, which already we talked about was kind of a little bit of an ego choice for them. Why would you go to it 3 times? Again, lack of quality.
Especially against DZ, who loved to
lack of quality created a little false sense of reality that their map really just wasn't as strong. And then we go into the most recent match against SSG, where we threw this up as layer. You know, both teams are going to try something different. I mean, both teams across the board looked really strong, but obviously SSG coming out on top. But again, that's still no points accumulated for either one of these games. So when you look at their stage performance as a whole, I mean, it's kind of, it's worrisome a little bit.
Yeah, definitely going to have some stress to it. And obviously going to a map 3 times and then bringing a team back to it, to me, even though you didn't play against the best, of course, the best teams, yeah, of course, it has a level of, hey, what we're doing is good. And you've been talking about it all stage, that C9BC loves making teams play their game. But at a certain point, you have to take into account when you play other good teams that you're staying on top of the maps and everything that comes along with playing a map multiple times.
Remember what happened at the end of stage 1, when, or the beginning of stage 1 when they lost 3 games straight and then came back? They've now lost 3 games this stage, and there's still a chance they could win out here.
Yeah, and you know, these are the comparisons of both stage 1 and stage 2. And honestly, it is a little worrisome because if we can just pull up stage 1, they started out great and it just kept excelling from there. And we saw that huge resurgence after those first 3 and then going from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 down the road. That's what pushed them all the way into that playoff.
Remember, they won out after that
exactly.
first 0-3
They just completely won out. And then we show stage 2, you can obviously then see the decline. And that's the worrisome part because they have not solidified their spot here in playoffs yet. Yes, they are on the cusp of getting that, but if we continue to see this performance decline, and again, it's not a drastic decline, but it's a decline nonetheless, and especially where Oxygen has been performing, not at the highest in terms of getting wins, but they have been keeping it competitive, it does worry me because C9 Beast Coast need these points just as much as Oxygen does to still try to keep their hopes alive. So I expect this game to be really close, but I really need C9 Beast Coast to really step it up and not let their foot off the gas like we're seeing these results so far.
Just remember, if you're C9BC, the situation for you is not nearly as dire as it is for OXG. C9BC might have lost 2 games straight. Problem is, OXG have lost 6 games straight, and they're trying not to make it 7. The situation that they find themselves in is potentially history in the making if they don't get their act together with this one. Last time they played was that Labs game against Dark Zero just yesterday. Still probably one of the best shots they had this stage to get a W. Map worked in their favor. Got defense first. Game was 5-5, and then in those last 2 rounds, they just slipped.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a rough showing, and the games, even though they haven't won anything, their 0-6 scoreline makes it look a lot worse than it actually is, because every single game they've been competitive, and especially in the last two, they've gotten very close. Lair and Labs, their last game was Labs. It was very, very close, and it's not for a lack of trying that they're losing. Individually, we always talk about big performers and how well everyone's been performing, but this player that I wanted to highlight the most was Newers. He was one of the main factors that was keeping OXG alive yesterday and this whole stage. He was the main pivot that kept keeping the players that they've been playing against on their toes. He keeps getting opening kill after opening kill, and it puts OXG in a great position. But it really comes down to, again, we always talk about it, that leadership in those last little minutes that unfortunately is what costs them. And that's so far the only thing that's costing them. If they can figure out that little late game issue, what's the understanding, how are we going to win this round, identifying the issue, they're already doing the hard part first, which is we were talking about Los being good on attack, but not being able to close it out. OXG is good at the start of every round. They're able to fight back with that opening kill, but they just can't close out any rounds.
Yeah, and we even saw that match. I said it myself. Oxygen could have closed that out at 7-3. There were many rounds that were easily in Oxygen's hands, and they would immediately throw it away. But it goes back to what we keep regurgitating, is of that leadership. Just someone being able to be like, hey, I'm giving up this position, watch this position for me. Or I'm rotating here, rotate with me. Let's do this, let's do this. It's a lot of individual plays, which is why we get to highlight certain players, because they do have a lot of individual skill, but that individual skill isn't correlating in terms of rounds won or games won for that matter, where again, it's such a small thing to just be able to communicate and work together.
Sure.
And if we did see that, we would see them cross that finish line.
To me, that 14-9 scoreline, by the way, is great for any one of these guys to get, but it's no disrespect to Newers. Technically, any of the players on OXG should be good enough and have previously proven to be good enough to get those kinds of results.
I would say on paper,
right.
100%.
But yet they're still 0-6.
I would definitely dispute that, because I feel like this whole stage we've been talking about them having big players who can, everybody can pop off. But the thing and the issue with super teams is somebody has to eat the bad part of the food.
Somebody has to play Thermite.
Somebody has to play the support, has to drone. And unfortunately for your OXG, it's almost like none of the players want to do that. None of the players want to do the grunt work. None of the players want to focus on what everyone else is doing and guide. They all want to be the star player and the superhero. And unfortunately, throughout the stage, we have not seen the same players do consistently well. It's always Newers doing well, trying to pick up the slack, whereas the rest of the players struggle regardless of what role they're on.
It's
fair
a tough
point, I
one.
suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking more like historical precedent, because we know the guys are good. Hat's had his stage.
I think
Diaz and Lucas are good.
Yeah, I think based off the own players' individual performance throughout their career, they've all been really well. But again, super teams also create a recipe for disaster because it lacks.
Interesting. That's really interesting, because all throughout the stage, I've been trying to just pay attention to OXG's bans, and they always ban Skyscraper, Bank, and Cafe, and it always looks like they have a map problem. So when teams play against them, it's very easy to understand what map you're going to go to. OXG going to Cafe must mean that they have some preparation trying to take C9BC to a weaker map, but C9BC loves Cafe. It's not one of the best maps for them, but they are really good at it. And I mean, Spirits has a whole commercial against BDS on Cafe, so it's a map that they are proven on to be able to beat some of the best teams on it.
I was going to say, I'm really hoping that they have some counter stress and then we'll see some crazy things on their attack half defense. You're just going to have to play a pretty basic game of defensive stopping. It's kind of similar to Border in a way of you're giving up a little bit, well, not as much control, but you're going to be fighting them almost immediately the second get to the top floor, maybe the middle floor, and then basement, you're going to turtle up. Again, regardless still on defense, it's going to come down to a lot of positioning and being able to play off one another where they lack against DZ. So still on all fronts, they need to have that leadership. They need to have that communication, but even more so on these attacking halves on Cafe, because it is going to be hard to get into the map in certain areas and be able to push through that, especially with how C9 Beast Coast plays. And I talk about they set the tempo and they want you to play into their siege.
Exactly. C9BC has a very aggressive style of play, especially on Cafe. It's a very linear map. OXG, one thing that they were very good on Lair and Labs, their last two games that they've played, is the way that they've been able to connect to each other and trade against Newers' aggression, being able to play off of him. Now, if they can just focus on that and make sure that they go into it with a hot start, close out those rounds, they'll be in a good position, but it's still C9BC. I don't think they're going to just give them the opening picks that easy.
Both of you picked C9BC in this matchup, which means inherently both of you are saying Oxygen's about to go 0-7 for the first time in an NAL stage. However, Does this map against this team give them as good or a better chance than DZ on Labs
I think
yesterday?
it really comes down to their
No?
prep on attack, but ultimately I still have to go with C9 Beast Coast just because of how C9 Beast Coast plays this game and has played Cafe.
Compared to what you just said, compared to their game against DZ, I think everything was OXG's favor. Labs is a better map for OXG statistically than it was for Dark Zero. Dark Zero is also a team that isn't as individually hungry at winning gunfights. They're a very good team, but C9BC is what OXG wants to be, a full team of gunners that everyone can pop off on. And Cafe, I think, is just such a good proven map for C9BC that I don't think the favors are any stronger today than they were yesterday.
All right, well, C9BC want to get back to their winning ways, but OXG want to try and avoid becoming the first 0-7 team in North American League history. Carter Hannafelt and Sam Stewart are on call for what may very well be history.
Well, I don't like that. I mean, it's just
not great history to be a part of, huh?
No, it's like I don't want to be part of that. Like, are Parker and Jesse on call? Can we bring them in? Like, I don't want to be here for that. That suck. That would be brutal. Especially like, I was here for the Newer's rise. I was here for the come up in Tier 2, then obviously going on to OXG in 2022. I don't want to see this team, this OR, go 0-7. But unfortunately, Sam, the reality we're in, if OXG don't get all 3 points here, they are, like Los, going the way of the dodo.
Extinct. Yeah. No, it's,
that's what that
not,
means. That's what the saying means, Sam. That is what it means.
You are 100% correct. And so am I, actually, for the first time ever.
Both of us are.
No, but yeah. I mean, hey, but here's the thing, you know, when it comes to Oxygen, man, under new management, and the new management's not doing too hot, right? I mean, they just have not been able to find their stride with this roster. And I think they hit the nail on the head, you know, just not really having somebody that is stepping up to the plate and doing all of those, frankly, terrible jobs. I mean, somebody's got to do them. I think that they drew a very good comparison in between Oxygen as well as C9 as well. Oxygen, what they want to be is a roster like C9. C9 is a roster full of gunners, but at the end of the day, you know, you still have to get those things accomplished, and that's what C9 does. I mean, they have those people like hot and cold, somebody that does not care what they do under the sun. They're just going to do it for their roster. They're, you know, they might have some rounds that don't exactly look great, but they're going to make it work. And, you know, we'll have to see if there's some adjustments for Oxygen down the line, but I think they're well within their right to call it on the ball here and go, yeah, I just don't think that Oxygen's really got it in the chamber for this one. And it looks like they might be going 0-7, man. I mean, what do you think about this, Carter? I don't really think, like I was saying, I just don't really think that they have the capability in the current instance.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a best of one. Anything can happen, and I think as Fox, you know, astutely pointed out, OXG's games have all been very close. I think it's important to keep in mind. This is still going to end a bit negative, but I'll bring some positives beforehand. OXG, technically speaking, in terms of score lines, have a higher floor than C9 Beast Coast do. OXG, their worst loss was a 7-4, ironically, to Los, who obviously are no longer in playoffs. But outside of that, it has all been 7-5s or OT losses. It has been an incredibly close stage for OXG. Now, Beast Coast, they've suffered a bit more dominant losses. 7-3s in some cases. They might be in a different position, but still. OXG have been close every single time, and a best of one, if just one more round goes their way in a couple cases, OXG have already won a couple games. That all being said, though, Sam, that all being said.
Are you going to say the bad things now?
I'm going to say the bad things now. This is Cafe. Last 2 times Beast Coast have played it, they have lost to the Sonics both times. The 2 times before that they played it, they beat BDS in the Grand Finals of Manchester, and they 7-1 FaZe. So, this is not a bad map for Beast Coast. This is a map with some extremely high-quality wins.
Yeah. And with that being said, C9BC is going to have some extra time to think about destroying Oxygen on this map, if that is the way that it goes. Because, ladies and gents, we got to go to a break real quick. So we'll be right back whenever Cafe feels like operating with us.
located by attackers.
And then everything turned out okay. We are back. It's our second game of the day, Beast Coast versus Oxygen, who are struggling for air inside of the North America League, Sam, because if they do not win today's game in regulation,
10 seconds to go.
they are pretty much cooked from making the playoffs, just like Los before them.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, they've been so suffocated this entire stage that they have a little potential to go down in history today for all the wrong reasons. An 0-7 start in the NAL has never happened since its inception, and we're at the doorstep, Carter. So for Oxygen's, hope and prayers for the future of this roster, something's got to give, and hopefully it's today.
And now that we've all mentally reset, now that we've all figured it out, we've got the first kill going the way of Oxygen. So things are looking pretty good. Things looking pretty good. DS able to hold down inside a kitchen. Sure, you got the castle barricades blowing up, but just fires a few shots through the barricade, and oh no, you've lost your ram, your main source of vertical destruction, though not the only one for C9 Beast Coast. You could still use the super shorty. Maybe you could use the breach charges, of course, but the bookie drones, a bit more extensive than either of those options.
100%. And that's the main thing that they're going to be focused on right now. Okay, we don't have the RAM. What's our adjustment going to be? We do have the breaching charges on Gavini, so obviously they can get the more important angles broken open. But as of now, they're just looking to try and exist with these angles working their way in on the soft walls for kitchen. See if they can get a pick back in their favor here, Carter.
He is in there.
He is.
He is sniffing the carpet right now. He is waiting for that Goyo to walk in front of the head holes so he can get his opportunity and make this a 4v4. He'll probably be here for a pretty extensive period of time because, I mean, DS is going to hold down inside a kitchen. He's not really going to move from that spot. The other roamers are going to be around the bar location, and sure, there is somebody in Kochak, but another position where you generally want to stay there and support your team, but not stray too far from it, given the importance. But Gavini will reveal his position a little bit with that Ash charge he sent about 15 seconds prior. And now with no easy pick giving itself away, they'll have to try and make something work. Gavini will, ironically, right as I say that, find not only the very player he spent a minute and 15 seconds waiting for, but then sprint down into Kochek and find the very next one. Spirits has exact information on a third, and Yaga falls just as easily as the previous two. With 55 seconds remaining, C9 Beast Coast have completely turned the tides against Oxygen, who now find themselves in a 2v4.
They're just so good at knowing the buttons to push, aren't they? I mean, they get taken out initially there. They slow things up. And they're like, okay, where's going to be the easiest point of entry to try and get these picks back in our favor? They choose Kochek's side. They take out the man over on Small Bake, and they eliminate the rest past that. But, I mean, it's just very well done from Cloud9. They get put on their back foot immediately, but they know how to re-entry into this building and get things going back in their favor. Very well done from them to stick to a team strategy and bowl over Oxygen on that side setup because it looked pretty tall there for a moment.
It did. It really did. You're able to take down the Ram early on. Sure, it's not like, getting that vertical control is not the end-all be-all of attacking Bakery, but it makes things a lot easier. You can throw nades down into Kochek and clear it that way. You can maybe, if you want to rotate Freezer later on, get a vertical angle that watches deeper into the site to cover the diffuser going down. You have a whole lot of options. And without her, you basically, the main way you win the round is, unfortunately, the way Beast Coast ended up doing it, which is using the flashbangs, using the utility you do have to try to create a lot of pressure around a position, typically Kochek, which is what Beast Coast do, and it ends up working out for them. Unfortunate for Oxygen, but hey, if they're able to keep a 5v4 start pretty consistent, could make for one of now many close games that Oxygen would be a part of.
Yeah. Too many to count for this stage as well. Oxygen constantly close to the sun, but burning up instead of being able to make it on out. C9BC trying to make that fact even more known here. Is this, again, this is a do or die situation here for Oxygen. Got some adjustments here. They don't want to play out the basement floor again, so instead we're going to go to reading and dining. Not the worst place in the world. Pretty preferable site, honestly, all things considered. C9BC are going to start working things from the white top area. We have a couple of soft breachers, got the Capitao in as well, and the infamous Doke, at least in her current iteration. Those changes recently haven't affected her play all that much. You just don't have immediate access to all of your calls, but still being played the majority of the time.
Now, no Doke player is really like, crap. Now the calls regenerate over the course of the round. She's unplayable. Still quite as good as she was before, especially when you can pair her with operators like Grim. You get the Dokkaebi info early on, or going into an execute. Use the Grim to lock down a specific area. The Dokkaebi allows you a bit more flexible lurking. You're very happy with it. You're very happy with this operator lineup if you're C9 Beast Coast. Really all you're looking for to, I suppose, make this round better than it was before is just get the 5v4 instead of going down 4v5. Because last time, the utility clear for C9 BC was very good. The recovery from the early round was very good. And if we see them work off this Dokkaebi call and the intel gathered effectively, they would have taken a 90% good round in round 1 and made it that 10% better.
Slow beginnings for C9 BC once again, but it's very similar to that back foot we got them set up on in the previous round. Just a patience moment for them as they begin to wrap around the site, and they've got things, the majority set up, and Nordia swing in here via the white hallway. You don't see that one ever so often, but this time around it is going to be the entry point for C9 BC, and we do still have one player up here. I did think we still had something back here. That's actually the Ash on the other end of that. Sometimes the silhouettes get a little messy, folks, so there's not another Oxygen player. I think it's just Hat up here alone, actually, and behind the far cocktail bar. Is Hot and Cold going to check it? I don't think he is, but oh! He turns on a dime and he burns him! Oh, Hat, he gives up the phone too. They have a Valkyrie. There's so many different ways that C9 BC can break this down.
Man, that is rough. That is really that's really unfortunate. I thought he was going to have that. But hey, Newers could still provide a very powerful angle to deal with this attacking setup. He can maybe retake into train later on. I don't even think Gavini meant to kill that guy. I think he was hunting for Newers, but he finds one instead. C9 Beast Coast still firmly in the advantage, now entering the post plant. Yaga will be able to retake top floor, but of the 5 players remaining, 3 are around 40 HP, and the rest are not looking that great either. Gavini certainly so, has made it a 2v2 as Newer is heating up in the second round. As long as Diffuser and Hot and Cold remain alive, stacked, clutching each other behind this bookcase, they might still be able to get 2 in a row. Newers falls. That's the player, oh no, now rotated down below, so it's just Yaga up above, now hopping down. But he's got to run into both of these players. One now immediately retaking up top. Seems unlikely Yaga would even win the round if he won the gunfight. He just lost 2 in a row for C9 Beast Coast. The long break, unfortunately, doing little to quell OXG's nerves.
Yeah, you know, and all things considered, I don't think it's a bad strategy from Oxygen there. I mean, they peel things back, try and play things out on the mid-floor, leave Hat upstairs to try and have some semblance of a play happen, but nothing comes of it. And honestly, he plays things out in a picturesque way. Good patience, just not capable of winning the fight. I think Hot and Cold does get a little lucky there as well. That totally caught him off guard. But, I mean, C9 BC once again just proving why they are such a solid team. Whether it be Oxygen getting the first pick or C9, the answer is still C9 BC across the board as they take 2 rounds.
And Gavini also, I think, 5-1 through 2 rounds. I mean, really strong individual performance coming through from Gavini, a player who can very easily take over games, and scored an ace in yesterday's game on Lair, even though C9 Beast Coast ended up losing that game 7-5 to SSG. Still a player who's been feeling very good in the previous play day and today as well. And as Fox mentioned, Spirits was a huge performer to get this map over BDS in the grand final of the Manchester Major. There are a lot of players on Beast Coast who have just even 1 heats up can basically win 1 map for this team. And the same can't unfortunately be said for Oxygen. Newers hasn't been playing, like he's the final boss of Rainbow Six, but he's been the most consistent player for Oxygen, and it's been enough to get these games close. But still, they've yet to get one over the line. Whereas Beast Coast, sure, they've dropped a couple, but those individual performances have been enough in certain situations to win games or win maps that seemed like they were going the other way.
Okay, well, for those with a keen eye, or those that just got back, we'll also explain it for them as well, I guess, right? Sometimes
oh my
a popcorn
God!
break during those breaks.
There's a Frost.
There is a frost, but there's a couple of things. Number one, Oxygen used their tag timeout after round 2, which honestly I don't think is poor timing at all. Something is inherently wrong with these defensive strategies, and they are constantly falling apart when C9BC actually apply proper pressure to them. So they try and rethink things here for round 3. They've changed things up. They brought the frost, as my duo has kindly noted, as well as Scopos. Actually, Carter, something that we don't see all that often, and something that constantly has us scratching our heads, at least, you know, past Clubhouse. Clubhouse, it's made a lot of sense, especially with what we've seen upstairs. Makes people have to deal with things inside of that, you know, little shower area. Makes it really difficult on them. A lot of times, just teams not really knowing exactly what to do just yet, but obviously they'll be ready for it down the line now that they've seen it. But this time around, here on Cafe, how are we going to see this implemented? That's my big question. There's not something that just screams, hey, put your Scopos here and try and make things happen. Maybe it's going to be Deep Freezer. That's really all I got off the top of my head. I'm interested to see why Oxygen have brought this in this lineup.
I will commend Oxygen for this. I don't have numbers to back this up, but it does feel like of all the teams in the NA League, Oxygen has been the one that has experimented with Scopos the most. I've seen it when they played on Clubhouse. They played it in the Lair game, and now they're playing it on Cafe, and got a kill. It's cut down Diffuser, and I was about to say, what do you know? Where's the other one? Well, if Yaga is upstairs, odds are the second one is down below. Same can be said for Gunner, and can only be said for about 2 seconds. Dia spots the Nook, cuts him down, and Cloud9 in a very difficult position. 3v5 as they move across this top floor, because what can Yaga do? Well, pretty much just teleport down below, and the rest of the team has rotated back in kind. He will lose that remaining Scopos robot. Don't know if it's Talos or Colossus, but somebody's going down as a result of it. Hot and cold drops, down goes one, but it's still Oxygen on top, as the gunfights keep being exchanged deep into the mid-round. Spirits has moved down white. His teammate is over in pillar, so they could pinch this remaining player in reading to make this a 2v3. Well, unless Diaz has something to say about it. At this point, it seems like Oxygen might just be able to make the quick layup and get their first round on Cafe.
I like the Marshawn Lynch strategy. There's like, just run through their face. Just grab a gun, shoot straight. And it works out. They get the initial pick, and they frag out the majority of the C9BC roster. It is down to Spirits, and that guy's got a commercial out of, you know, off of him. So don't really ever want to count him out, but still, it's going to go the way of Oxygen. No smiles just yet, because they know how long of a road this is going to be, but definitely have to be happy with these initial results post-timeout.
Wish we had I don't know, it's like, I was about to say, I wish we had seen more from the Scopos, but like, not really an operator that lends itself to many highlights. It's like, what's he going to do? Like, hit the quick TP back down to the site? Either way, Yaga got 2 kills, so nice Scopos play there. Really, I think the highlight got to go to DS Lucas right there, spotting that lurk from Gunner, taking him down outside of reading. Sure, Yaga did a good job. 3 kills in that round, I believe, actually. Yaga did a good job overall, like, winning fights and, you know, taking engagements for OXG, but really do think that if Diaz hadn't spotted Gunner right there, that's an entirely different round.
100%. That rotation right there was really what was going to be the house of cards crashing down for Oxygen, right? Because then things start to kind of get kicked up in a flurry. You probably see C9BC get on the accelerator as well, and you never really know what happens in moments like that. So good on Oxygen to nip it in the bud early there, and just overall, what a round as well there from Diaz. So has to be happy with that one as they will transition back downstairs. So they did not find the greatest success earlier on. They did get the initial pick in this round. This is where they picked off Gunner, as he was Ram in the previous round, or the previous iteration of this round. But this time around, obviously hoping to make it to the mid floor and actually be able to use his dang drones to break up things and take those vertical angles for C9.
A pivotal operator introduction for that very reason. Gavini, before on Ash, now on Buck, in case Gunner gets shot through the bakery double in the first 15 seconds. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. There are some more broader changes in the lineup as well. We did have the Flores from Diffuser previously, now on the Twitch. There aren't any castle barricades this time, so understandable rotation, and plus the Twitch can deal with so much more of the utility that Oxygen are bringing right now. The magnets, the Maestro cams, goo mines, pretty much everything, and you could shock the Warden's glasses. Wouldn't have the same effect as the other 4, but you certainly could do it. First player targeted by the Deathmark tracker from Deimos, and Cloud9 do what they typically do, which is send 3 players immediately to take control within the map. Will they find the Legion? Bit unclear at the moment, but I do appreciate that. On a full clear of the top floor, they are not wasting any time to move down to the middle.
Well, just like I'm waiting to see how C9BC is going to jump. My cat's trying to jump on my chair right now, so I'm actively trying to avoid that from happening. There he goes.
Listen,
Okay.
you gotta kick him out. I hate to say it. I've got a cat who does the same thing. You gotta kick him out.
He doesn't do this very often.
RTA Sam, respect the alpha.
It's true. It's true. He doesn't do this to me often, but hey. Be more on topic though, C9 have gotten control of the mid floor, but obviously since they're just breaking things up, it doesn't get real active until we start to see them work these angles, which Gavini is going to do for us right now as one of the auction players tries to skimper off over towards Sync. You do see one of those players down low. It's going to be the Maestro of Hat peeking things in off the brown stairwell. Gunner waiting to see if he'll just overswing things for him. Maybe get a gunfight that's conducive to their situation. But it's going to be Spirits as well as the Deimos that hot and cold.
Oh.
Please tell me you saw that. That was a drop shot with the revolver. Wild West in the hands of hot and cold. Going to get traded out though. And now just a full-on Hail Mary here from C9BC as it's going to be fight after fight out of Oxygen. The dust will settle as a 2 versus 3 in favor of the defense.
But they've got direct intel on that player in code check. It'll be a bit difficult, but Spirits has both of those nades to throw in. Maybe pressure Gomez a little bit, stuck in the corner. He dies as a result. Tricky situation for him to find himself in. Spirits making good use of the new banking mechanics, halves that grenade timer, and Gomez is left with little options to recover. But that's just a 2v2, and time is still favoring Oxygen. The obs blocker will not give Gavini any direct intel on this Maestro, but when you're feeling sparky, Hat's no man to stand against you. Huge recovery for Cloud9, and the momentum that seemed to be favoring OXG is now back in the hands of the blue.
That's just so crazy. I mean, Carter, how many teams, T1 teams, have we seen get in a situation like that and they don't fall back on the fundamentals like we just saw from C9 right there? They're still working their angles. They're still working drones in to see if they get anything of the sort. And I know that, some people are going to be like, well, Stokes, there was an ops blocker there. I mean, it just got shot really quickly. But that's really all these pro players need in a situation like that. Like, it's probably not the window. He's probably still playing coffee. He takes that fight, dusts the man inside of that coffee area, and they get that plant down immediately. Nobody gets overzealous. We don't see somebody get super aggro over towards the other player. They know the winning situation and they play for it. It's just so very well done from C9BC, and that's the thing, they make it look effortless, but there is so much process going through these guys' heads in moments like that. It's just impressive. Round 4 goes the way of C9BC as they are stuffing up Oxygen right now. They have not been able to get a single moment to breathe.
2v4 for Cloud9 that round, and they've only got one opening kill in the 4 rounds so far. In a round 2, a round they won, but every other time, OXG are getting these 4v5s. In that round, they got a 4v2, and still Cloud9 Beast Coast were able to win it. It's not the kind of thing that can win you a lengthy series, but unfortunately for Oxygen, who need every single point from today's game, those kind of moments are enough to win you just one singular map. Hat will find himself on the top floor again. Another moment that, even though Oxygen did end up winning the round, a moment that still was so brutal. Hat trying to remain cloaked on the second floor, found by Hot and Cold instead. See if he has any more luck with it this time, as he's quite literally in the exact position he was before.
Like, no one is at least out the hell door down here. That castle barricade is more than likely full. I didn't see any impacts on it, so I don't think that they've set that up for a hop out. Gomez, very aggressive. He's going to pop the door as well here. Hat's starting to get pressured up top, but now they know that he's in this deep cocktail position. I don't think anybody's stopping this from happening. That's going to be a freebie as the Fuser hops outside. They're going to catch the pulse as well. Hot and Cold for 2. He sprints in, gets a third. Stop it! Hot and Cold! Done. What the hell is that? It's a quad kill out of Matt. And I mean, just ice the cake already, man. Disgusting stuff.
What is happening?
It's a 1 versus 2. Yogg's got a double kill. I can't breathe. Speaking of breathing, Carter, what the hell is going on in this round?
What the hell, man? That was insane. And he's got vertical control now. They're walking right below him. He sends out the smoke diffuser, so low HP. He's got to be careful walking into that. He might have died if he took a couple whiffs. This is now a very peculiar position. Where will C9 Beast Coast try to put this diffuser? Unfortunately, no angle for Yaga to work off of, so the brief moments that this round was moving in chaos. Unfortunately, I think the moment to win it has slipped away from Yaga. At least to win it on anything except raw mechanical skill and intuition. He'll drop down below. One player has moved out onto the rappel, and the other has moved deep down white. Cloud9 understand that if they play too close to this diffuser, that's the way they'll give Yaga a way into this. So the smoke canister goes out, but it's shot right at the perfect moment. Only one remaining to try to cloak Yaga's approach. Halfway down, somebody's going to take this fight. Somebody's going to take this fight, and it will be Gavini who finds the briefest of angles through the window into their 4th round.
I don't know if there has been a better way to just showcase what we mean with a team that just everybody can frag out. They'll just hit a moment and hit their stride, right? That right there. I mean,
Dude,
he's on
like,
Habana, man. He's on Hot
what
and
is
Cold
this
is
clip?
on Habana. Like,
What
just
is
watch
this?
This right here, not this. This is what gets me right here. Watch this. He kills this man, immediately turns on the other man at the door, and he dusts him too. Like, you just don't get away with that kind of stuff.
This is where, again, I want to... I'm hold on, I got to sit down. I'm like hunched over.
Are you
talking
standing
about
right now?
I was like standing hunched over.
C9BC had you feeling some type of way, huh?
Dude, like what? How do you do that? But that's what I mean. Like, when we talk about that OXG 6 losses, like that obviously looks and is really bad, but like these games have been close. Like, what the hell are you supposed to do against that? Like what are you supposed to do? Not get shot? Not like not get hit with like the nastiest clip of all of stage 2? Yeah. Hot and Cold, who's been, playing professional play since some of these players in this lobby currently on Oxygen were like 12. He's still got it, man. These are some of the best mechanical players that NA has to offer, no lie, on Oxygen. And they're getting just completely destroyed. And they're taking decent fights. I mean, that very last fight, Carter, Hutton's like half HP, and he still wins it. Like, it's just disgusting. It's the kind of stuff you can't teach, man. It's stuff the preacher can't preach, it's insane. So, Hot and Cold, another one for your insane history. Let's see if you guys can close it out in an awesome way. Oh my goodness gracious, the call goes out. We go in with some nice plants going down from a fuse shield. Nobody can even see through these smokes except for Warden. Hat's gonna kill one. The diffuser's on the ground. It's a 3 versus 5. C9BC is trying to have a little bit too much fun with their food in round 6. Well, 4-2 half for Oxygen. Technically for Cloud9 Beast Coast. Well, that seems a
little anticlimactic,
I'm not sure what to do here. They thought they were iconic, and unfortunately they were not.
I didn't have 6-9 playing. That was the issue.
They did not have 6-9. Gunner was on Fuse Shield instead of Monty. Got C4 instead of repelling back out. Really, it was just... Are we just going to sit here?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, I mean, quick explanation. We'll wrap this up with a bow for you guys. C9BC went for a skylight rush on Cafe, one of the oldest tricks in the book, and it didn't work out because it's not great. It's really not great. So
hey, listen, you gotta, ignoring that Gunner immediately died to a C4. You gotta really, when you drop down, you gotta win that fight with the guy like on Cocktail Balcony. You gotta win that fight. You gotta win like the fights immediately, and then get the diffuser down. After that, all bets are off. You could have literally one guy, and if he's on Skylight, there's at least like a semi-decent chance he wins that. Then obviously, in reality, Gunner got C4'd, everyone else died, so like, very funny way to end that half, especially after I like had to stand up and get out of my chair from what Hot and Cold did in round 5. But it means it's up 4-2 for Cloud9 Beast Coast as they move to their defensive side. Some very strong attacks we saw from them, but also like one was a 2v4, one was Hot and Cold, like literally entering flow state in front of our eyes. Sure, some of it was strategy, some of it was God being on Cloud9 Beast Coast side, so yeah, we'll just see if they've still earned his favor on their defenses.
It's just, honestly, it's just so nuts. You really feel for Oxygen in moments like that, too, because these guys are seriously trying.
Bro,
I mean...
Gunner is 0-6.
Yep.
Gunner has been he's been
he might be the happiest
observer.
guy on C9. Oh, not only that, dude, but I swear he's like the happiest dude on C9BC right now too. Like you go to his camera, guy's just got the biggest grin on his face. And it's
has
like,
he even been traded?
Yeah, I think he got traded once or twice. One of those two numbers. But, I mean, the key thing for me is, at least if we want to keep it more strategical, and we go back to that last round, we did a lot of smoke in there. We didn't bring a glass, man. We didn't bring a glass. We're just like, hey, Warden can kind of do what he wants. But, I mean, even past that, the utility delivery from Oxygen is really what punishes C9BC. And that's usually what punishes you on a rush strat, especially in that instance there on that particular bomb site. So, but don't really have to consider it too much now since we've switched sides. Oxygen going to be on the offensive, and they're going to bring Ram as well for their very first round here.
The same strat to achieve verticality that Beast Coast typically prefer to use on their attacks, and is the preference of a lot of people on Cafe. Obviously, you could bring a whole lot of options, could bring that buck too, but if you're just able to throw a couple boogie drones in, especially on that third floor, gives you peace of mind. Also frees up the ability to bring, you know, operators like the Grim, or in this case, bring the IQ, which, given that Valkyrie is unbanned, a pretty decent defensive operator, I will say. Not a whole lot of stuff I think the IQ can really spot, or that's like super important on Cloud9 Beast Coast side, but it's an extra set of nades at least, and hey, now they can see if there are any ADSs in Pixel, which they've realized and have now started clearing.
Oh man, this is giving me flashbacks of like 2019, 2020 Cafe.
Oh, don't remind me.
Pixel position, got things over inside of Cigar here. They're just going to hold on to this. They're trying to take Christmas away from Oxygen, and it's going swimmingly so far. Gunner's going to get on the board for the very first time. It's going to be a nice little pick of Hat. That's going to be their hard breacher off the board, and no secondary hard breach either, so that option's going to go out the window if they do want to try and break anything up. Fortunately enough, they are on the reading and dining defense here, so life going to be a little easy for Oxygen in that regard, but still a lot to do, and Diaz is going to get taken down from Spirits. It seems like every which way that they're cutting this up, it's all pretty solo dolo right now, Carter, and it's getting them severely punished.
That's not looking good at the moment. Yaga over by Brown, so him and Gomez consolidating a little bit. Hello. Gomez finding a bit of a gap, but oh, triggered by the Banshee. Not completely open, but Gomez has worked his way up into the red hallway, now shot the default. Almost about to say Spirits is around the corner, but it's still Gomez. Some vertical destruction that Cloud9 Beast Coast can look through as I was about to say, they try to push further into dining since that hatch is very much open. Gavini remains, nade goes out, he takes the fight, and Yaga caught with a nade in his hand. 4-1 at least, now that Newers finds a kill in a less than unwinnable situation than it was before, but only relatively so. 5-2 now, as Cloud9 Beast Coast still by far and away the leaders on Cafe.
Yeah, Oxygen just did not have an answer as to how they wanted to actually take control of things on that top floor. Their entire plan was, okay, let's get Christmas, and more than likely transition that into a dining plan. But the entire strategy for C9BC was, okay, we're going to break things open up top, set some things up over for Cigar, and have somebody play inside of Christmas. We play the windows, take things away from the offense, make it to where they can't actually get in the map. And that's exactly what worked out for C9BC. They get that big pick. Oxygen really can't risk things in the same way that they originally could on that top floor. So they try and make an adjustment. They think they have a gap on the mid floor. It doesn't turn out because Banshees exist and she gets 4 of them. So they're going to be somewhere, right? You know, Oxygen just really can't find any foothold across the map. C9BC constantly are in their way on every single assault that they choose to implement. I mean, they even get that moment there inside of Train where they're like, okay, maybe we can try and get a plant going here inside of Dining. And they get capped off by Jaeger upstairs, still just existing inside of Christmas and playing things through the hatch.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And just Gavin things, breaching 10 kills in 7 rounds. Really good individual performance from him so far, and just building off the success he had yesterday as well. Very dangerous territory now for Oxygen. Just one more round, and your playoff dreams are gone. Remote as they are, unlikely as they are, if you lose one more round, doesn't matter the scoreline, doesn't matter if you win, you're not making playoffs. Tough pill to swallow, but they need to win this 5 rounds in a row. They have let multiple games slip away up until this point. They were up against the Sonics, lost the comeback. They were doing well against Wildcard, lost in overtime. Every game has been 12 rounds minimum, save for 1. Oxygen has been so close, and for their most dominant loss to potentially come at the moment it would cost them playoffs, this round is incredibly important for them to win.
The 11th hour is upon us, and something has to be done by Oxygen. Otten doing his best to not lose one of those yokais to the timer outside. Accidentally flips those, but able to get back on it and do timing. And we're going to have an aggressive play from Oxygen on this top floor. We'll have control of Pixel and Christmas, but where's the setup from C9BC? Gunner's going to get one, a trade out here from DS. Gunner currently existing inside of Reading. Another body's going to fall over here inside of Train, as Newers will be able to pick that one up with the M762. It's a 3 versus 4 in favor of the offense, but this is where the fundamentals come into play. We got to get back on these drones. We got to get some active info and see if we can get some bigger picks here. Speaking of active info, Gavini knows exactly where one is, and he still loses the fight. That's going to be a huge moment here, especially if Oxygen starts to claw this back.
Now that could have been the difference maker for Cloud9 Beast Coast right there. Now that Gavini's lost that, Oxygen have a minute 10 seconds, no, around 50 seconds really, to use this remaining time, find intel, get the utility in place. They don't have a lot. They've used 3 of their 5 canisters on Grim's side. They have a couple grenades, but they're out of those concussions to maybe get any remaining intel on anybody playing in a close corner as they push into the site. But they do have enough to make something happen. But look at Spirits down below. Hat is the man with the diffuser. They were able to react to Gavini, but do they know about Spirits? A drone flies by overhead. Mach 5 to find the players in the site. But the varied player they needed to find most has gone unread. That is Diffuser beneath the window. That's Newers dead on the hatch. Gomez might cut down one, but can Spirits just win the 2 fights to completely shut Oxygen out of playoffs? He's got a C4. Just one rip of that and a press of the button, and that could be it. Game, set, match for their playoff chances, but DS hops on the table, and that might just be enough. 1v2 post plant now that Spirits has to win on gunplay, has to win by landing these shots, and he's caught without any information as to where the hell those bullets came from. 1 HP remaining, and that's easy for Gomez to win. Dire straits for Oxygen, but they just pull it over the line.
It is worrisome right now. Oxygen are just getting by with the skin of their teeth right now. And I mean, the biggest thing is, you know, C9BC are technically 1 round away from making it to where their playoff hopes are completely dashed. They need the full 3 points coming out of this. And as of right now, C9BC have a lot of runway to try and land this plane.
They do. The fact that they were almost able to make another one of those 2v4s happen. I mean, very, very basic instinct for a player. Hop up on the table so you dodge the C4, but just glad it didn't fail you in that moment, because that could have been it for Oxygen, depending on what happened afterwards. The Beast Coast still have a couple more chances to get that match point, or Oxygen have a couple more chances for it to slip away. Gavini, hello! Looking to try and hide that Vigil. Run all the way up on stage, hoping that no drone will run up, and odds are he's probably correct, as the site is kitchen, and he sprinted up to the Christmas stage in about 0.5 seconds. We'll see if OXG know or not. We certainly have the IQ. Oh, we're spawn peeking with the boss G. I didn't know that was the game plan.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I don't hate it. I don't love it either, but I don't hate it. It really just depends. If he kills somebody, great job. If he doesn't do anything, And if he dies, terrible, Gavini.
Well,
I can't believe you'd ever do that.
Well, nobody spawned over there, so.
Well, at a bare minimum, they should at least, if they do check that side, know that somebody is around the venue.
Oh, they don't know.
Just see, though.
Gomez just fired a couple shots. No, Gomez just fired a couple shots through the window, and Gavini was right there, but not like fired a couple shots like aiming. He just like did like the hip fire to open the window and make noise, and again, there's nobody. There's nobody there.
Huh. Well, you know, if you would have paused it right there and been like, what's Gavini gonna do? That was probably the last thing on my list. I'll be so honest with you. Like,
he went out that window with so much confidence. I was like, oh my god. Oh, there's nobody there. All right, well. 5v4 for Oxygen. You're not going to complain about getting that opening pick, are you, Sam?
No, I mean, that one it's Amazon delivered like 24 hours to my door. I mean, I would never complain about that in a million years. So for C9BC, though, they're not going to worry too much. They knew the inherent risk when they allowed Gavini to go up there and make that move. And I mean, hey, If it works out and he kills 2 people outside, it's a whole different story, right? So we won't give him too much grief about it. Yaga is going to end up taking down Gunner now. Gunner now. It's going to make them worse for wear moving into the latter half of round 9. They do have a lot of utility still to break up this flooring and the time on their side. Oxygen, we just got to be accurate here. Speaking of accuracy, Diffuser, I think the first bullet out of that vector rips Newer to shreds.
Well played shots on that long angle for Diffuser. OXG could theoretically win this on utility, but I mean, Oxygen's lineup is still quite good. You've got 1 shock drone remaining, could take down any of the Vulcan packs in sight, maybe find a Yokai too. Sure, the Warden could maybe look through the flashbangs from DS or the smokes from Hat, but there's still plenty in Oxygen's pocket to either spot the Yokais and move around them, or have the utility to deal with it. But Diffuser's found another. Gomez killed on the vertical, and Haughton's killed Diaz. This was a 5v3. We had it, and Oxygen they're on the 2nd floor. They're just moving and getting shot. They haven't tried to move down to the bottom, and only now when they do so, they're in a 2v3. 2 players, if they fall, Oxygen will be out of playoffs contention. So Yaga moves in, fires 1 shot, and Hat needs to cover. Hat needs to watch, needs to be the guardian angel as Yaga moves us into the post. Diffuser can see him on the cutoff, has to react late. Houghton on the flank finds 1, and Spirits with the next. And that is all she wrote for Oxygen, as the most they can achieve from today and their game tomorrow is 5 points, putting them at 7, below wildcard in 6th place at 8. They are our 2nd team out of playoffs.
The season is finito, my friend. It is over. It's done. Oxygen, especially, you got to be feeling for, you know, the main core of this roster. I mean, things just not working out for them on a lot of different pages. And I think that last round as well, just really highlighting a lot of the issues that they have. They get that huge advantage, Carter. They have all of that play on the mid floor, but they don't adjust things downstairs. They don't start setting up for a proper execute to try and get their plant down. They're just playing through multiple different angles and getting shut down. The thing that wins C9BC that round is that they're patient on the verticality there, Carter. They find the open gap where people aren't holding things, and they just hold that nice little angle there and wait for somebody to show up. They're just fishing. And guess what? Oxygen makes for some great bait, don't they? They just walk right into those angles because they're just in a flurry on that mid floor trying to get more kills before they go for their execute. And they all die. Every single one of them dies by transitioning across verticality on that mid floor. And it's just, it's honestly just ridiculous. Like, you expect more out of Oxygen. You expect them to take that advantage and transition it into something that's going on that basement level, but it never happens. Instead, we finally get bodies down, you know, downstairs trying to make some plays on site with 2 people left. It's now with 2 versus 3. You can't have that happening.
It's also just another example of something that Beast Coast or Cloud and Beast Coast are able to do successfully that you feel like Oxygen should also be able to do on those defenses. I mean, we've got Newers, we've got Diaz, we have Yaga, Gomez, we've got Hat, who was the star player on Beast Coast when he entered the NAL a year ago. We have so many players who have been able to stand toe-to-toe with the rest of the players on the many rosters they've been on. Newers first and foremost, and they weren't able to do it on their defensive side, not because they lack the skill, but unfortunately for them, Beast Coast in this best of 1 just have that thing you can't predict. Hot and Cold is running across 2 different floors and getting 4 kills in a row. They've been able to clutch multiple 2vx's. I mean, Gunner's just walking through a hallway, and Yaga's able to get that freebie. OXG have the majority of the opening picks in the series, albeit by a slim margin now. It's not like it has been completely, you know, horrible from Oxygen. They're getting the advantages, and Beast Coast, sometimes strategically, sometimes by sheer freaking luck, are still pulling rounds over the line.
Yeah, they're just pulling the wool over their eyes constantly, you know? The price is always wrong when you're playing C9BC's game. Oxygen still suffering from it. They aren't going to get their initial pick, but we're used to this song and dance, specifically with Gunner. I mean, Gunner has been risking himself time and time again in these rounds. This one a little bit different, obviously. Oxygen just really beating them to the punch on this mid-floor, but once again, we have the advantage. This time, though, mid-floor to transition upstairs. And how is this going to go? They know they have some bodies upstairs here inside of Cocktail that they have to deal with. We do have one of the players trying to operate around the Cocktail windows, but where are they going to try and work this? Are they going to try and fly up the Cocktail hatch? Oh, no.
I mean, there's one player
Please, no.
literally on that hatch. Are we about to switch places? We gonna get Freaky Friday in the laundry on Cafe? Yep, we are. Up Diaz goes. That's gonna be the weirdest call Hutton's ever had to give, and
oh my God!
He just sends the C4 in turn. That's diffuser drop. Diaz has to be breaking his monitor in half for that. This is what I mean. How the hell do you predict that? Newers manages to down Spirits as he hops over the white stairs. But it's a 2v4, and the C9 Beast Coast have diffuser with 25 seconds remaining. Hat gets off the rappel, marches up white stairs to make this maybe a 4v2, as he can get Newers back online. 3 Deathmark trackers, certainly 1 can give just a slim edge to Oxygen to close this out. But Gavini's got him lined up on white stairs. Diffuser's holding it down over by New Balcony. Nice little flick of the wrist. 3 seconds remaining. Can Hat hold on? Can he win this fight to give them a slim chance? No, as he goes around the corner with the pistol. Gavini could shut this all down. Buck drops down. Skeleton Key to watch from below. He'll try to rip it open. He's got to reload. He fires the shots. He just barely gets him in time to save a basically meaningless game. But still a moment of levity in the 1v1 on Cocktail.
These guys are going to give me a heart attack, man. This is ridiculous. Like, oh my goodness gracious. I never in a million years would I think that things would break down the way that they did, especially with that Gara hook. That's just so ridiculous. There's no other way to put it. And somehow, some way, Oxygen still make it out on the other side, but C9 BC gave them a run for their money there. Get it down to the 1 versus 1, just not able to pull things across the line. A quick move there from Yogg keeps him alive. It keeps the round alive as well. And tack timeout, technical timeout. What do we got here, folks? Let's see. It's 6-4, and it's gonna be a timeout from C9 BC as they look to close this chapter on Oxygen.
Gotta appreciate still some smiles on the faces of the OXG team after that round. It was an objectively just like insane, ridiculous state of affairs. The switching places with hot and cold and everything. So going into this tactical timeout, still some hopefully good spirits as Cloud9 Beast Coast will, as you said, take this tactical timeout. They've got 2 chances to close this out in regulation. This upcoming round and then the next one after that to secure themselves 3 points. With that victory, I believe even with an overtime victory, they would secure their spot in playoffs, as M80 currently with 12 are qualified, and 12 generally seems to be, in all of these stages, always 12 seems to be about the line where you're able to make it in the playoffs. This is what I mean, man. Like, I mean, it's not an uncommon position to play on that hatch, but like, what are the odds you go up and you immediately switch positions and are just able to C4? Ridiculously close set of affairs afterwards that had to switch to the Skeleton Key to make that work. But as the tactical timeout has ended, we'll see what Cloud9 Beast Coast decide to do to adjust. To be honest, I don't know if they exactly need to adjust much, Sam. Maybe you disagree, but I doubt you really need to switch things up to any ridiculous degree.
No, I don't think they really do. You know, these rounds have had you know, a lot of buffoonery. We've seen some definitely interesting things happen, but it really hasn't been up to C9 BC. I mean, maybe you want to dial things back like what we saw with Gavini over inside of Christmas, but that's really about it. Just don't go for the high-flying risks. You're still allowed to take proper risk, right? So we'll see what C9 BC want to go with. We're gonna have the Gara hook again here for Newers. Oxygen, what are we cooking? All right. So a Shaq free throw at first. Let's see what else we got. What? Are we playing hacky sack right now? What are we doing, New? Okay, all right.
He just gave up.
Okay. It's like, you can't predict this game, dude. You can't do it.
He's like, All right, I'm driving up around. Not dealing with that. I'm curious where we're gonna put this Amaru again. I mean, you'd think up the dining hatch, you could also just like go to the roof quickly or go in through one of the 3rd floor windows very quickly to acquire control.
Ubisoft, bring the cooking nades back, man. Just please, just a little bit. Don't fall out this time. It will kill Gomez. Okay, thank God.
Can you imagine if bounced and he didn't drop and he just dies? That'd be so rough. Oh, exactly. So he's just going in the double window. Is he's gonna try to like what, flank up red or maybe take the fight with the guy Train or Mining? We'll see.
It is mid-floor for the bomb site, right? So maybe he just tries to work his way in for red or for like mining area. He's going to go in now. We're going to get the answer immediately. Yogg's going to gun down one. It's a pretty fast full court press there. They're just trying to see which area of C9BC they can exploit. They'll at least get diffuser dealt with. But C9BC still have some curious angles up top. Gunner wins one. Can he get the second? Somehow, some way, he almost does. Hat's going to kill Spirit. It's down to a 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3 after Yogg out of nowhere clotheslines Gavini.
Hold on. We've got Hot and Cold alive. 38 years old, 3 kids, 1 year away from retirement. He's dropping 11 and 6 right now. Diaz is on 11 HP. 11 HP. Oh, he's spraying through the floor. I don't even know. Was that if that was the Thatcher? I mean, he didn't get the shot, so it doesn't matter. But that would have been ridiculous. On par with everything else that's happened this game so far. 40 seconds remaining. He's got that one Banshee over on pillar side to reveal any. All right, well, he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Oxygen take the round. 6-5 now. Oxygen have had a lot of close games. Had a couple OT games. This will now be, if my count is correct, let's count it up, everybody. 1. Hold on, I missed my count. 1, 2, 3 7-5 games they've had. 3 7-5 games they've had so far. This is now their 4th.
Yeah. Yep. They're close, man. And that's the thing. It's a testament to how skilled these players are, right? Because
I want them to win. I want them to win. I'm sorry, Fett. I'm sorry. But I want them to win.
At least he apologized. You're not going to speak for yourself any further? Is all you had to say?
It's obvious why I want them to win, right? Like, obviously, you know, they're out of playoffs. Like, you know, I actually think I think Cloud9 Beast Coast actually might have qualified off that win as well, off of the overtime securing as well. So, like, both these teams, one is in playoffs, one is not. I want OG to win, okay? This team has got 12 rounds, at least, in every single game they've played except one. They have earned it. They have earned a win.
You know what? I'm gonna say something unprecedented right now. I'm a little bitter when it comes to my sports, okay? And you know, if Oxygen went 0-7, that's what you get for dropping Laxing. That's all I gotta say. That's it. It all started there, man. It all started there. Okay.
You're reaching back 2 years.
Dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, we stay jaded in this household. Yes, sir.
Well, listen, I'm glad Gabe got dropped because now he gets to like. Because now we hang out.
You're getting jumped at the major. Oh, Houghton!
Well, that's what to say. We get to hang out at events now. Speaking of which, happy Matt is on Beast Coast because we also get to talk at events. Ooh, Gomez, hello.
Nice find.
Spirits caught a little lacking in a very strong position. He basically undid an Oxygen round previously from that exact spot. Gomez spots another, but unfortunately with that one shot reveals his position. So the Jaeger will get away, but hey, you're not complaining about that. Gomez able to make this a 4v4. Diffuser might be all the way across the building. But within the first minute, you got a pick. But more importantly, that pick was the guy playing in Humidor. I'll take that deal.
Take that deal any day of the week.
Damn good deal.
Well, we'll see if these stocks work out for Oxygen. I'm going to trade things out on Spirits up top, but it's been the same song and dance for the majority of these rounds, Carter. We've seen a lot of Oxygen early on in these rounds, getting these picks on C9BC, getting some semblance of map control, and then the dying moments of the round, that's when it all falls to shreds. Whether it be by C9BC simply boxing out Oxygen or just outright killing them, it seems like the results are all the same. Right now for C9BC, they're trying to remake this magic that we've seen throughout those rounds and potentially pull the wool over Oxygen's eyes for the very last time here on Cafe, making it a 7-5 for, what'd you say, Carter? The third time this season for them?
The fourth time.
The fourth time? 4 times?
4 times.
Well, with a minute remaining, I mean, Oxygen, I'm starting to hear the fat lady sing a little bit. I mean, gotta put that out there.
Well, listen, we pay her by the word, so she sings a lot. She's trying to make a living. As we move into the 4v4, a little deeper, Gunner might be spotted, but Oxygen still trying to use every second remaining to squeeze whatever intel they can gather. But Kavini cuts down one. Diaz Lucas falls. Now Auction enter the disadvantage. When they convert, they'll have to walk into this 416. Gomez a little less aware than he was before. Through the floor, 4v2. No quick draw, unfortunately, on Gavini. He forgot to equip it in his loadout. But Auction seem to be slowly creeping towards their 4th 7-5 loss of the stage. The Fusuals fire a shot like a roaring train into the skull of Yaga, and that is it. Beast Coast are your 5th team to make it into playoffs, and Oxygen are your 2nd to find themselves on the outside looking in. And got a couple more things to say, Sam, but our next game could very well decide our final 2 as well.
Most definitely could. And I mean, Carter, what a tough stage so far for Oxygen then. I mean, this is not the way that they wanted this roster to look. This is not the way they wanted things to go. And they just cannot get that little bit of just special dust, that special sauce that you need inside of a roster to make everything kind of coagulate properly, right? It just hasn't been going their way. There's no real glue to keep this team on the, straight and narrow. So, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw you a break and then we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
The second elimination of playoffs has already happened. Well, second elimination before we get to playoffs has happened. Oxygen Esports are now finally confirmed they will not be in the bracket. They're not in the tournament. C9BC instead will be going. It took another day longer than we thought it was going to take them to finally make their way into the best of threes, but they got there because Cafe was apparently not the play for OXG.
No, it was not. I mean, C9BC, I mean, they went up in rounds. It was very textbook from them. They played really well off of each other, the way they were getting those opening picks. And then once they got to match point, I think it was just C9BC trying to stunt on them. It felt like a little bit of a cartoon game. You know, Amar going up the hatch. I mean, a lot of Boss G jumps out from Gavin. I mean,
Hot and Cold's 4K.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to style on them a little bit, but it got a little too close for comfort. I'm glad they were able to close it out. You know, a tough situation for OXG. I don't know how many times we got to say it, you know, so I'm just not going to say it.
No, that's fair. And I mean, I said this game was going to be a close one. You know, Oxygen did need this win if they want to keep their dreams alive, and they still kept it close once again. So I mean, kudos to them that they've never fallen flat just yet, just fallen flat in terms of standings and qualifying for playoffs. But yeah, I mean, C9 Beast Coast, again, they had textbooks results. They had really good performances from all of their individual players. And it's just now at this point, it's just getting more reps in to look and see what playoffs can look like and see what Montreal possibly is in their future.
Everybody remembers C9BC back when they were just Beast Coast in Stage 1. They were 5-3 when they made playoffs because they lost those first 3 games, then came back. There's still a route for them to be 5-3. It's just a little bit different here because there isn't a win streak for us to hold on to.
Well, and Fox said it best in the beginning. You know, it's one thing of getting to the top, but it's even harder to stay at the top. So sure, they have fallen out just a little bit out of that, but the fact of the matter is they clinch playoffs here. That is the most important factor because you can still come out and be the first NA team to make that spot for Montreal. But again, that's still undecided of what that looks like.
It's actually so crazy because, like, if you go and look at the stats, especially of the last 3 games, you would have thought OXG would have won these games just because statistically they actually are going up in rounds. They're pretty much making it such an even game. And I mean, you can't take away anything from that. They're keeping the games entertaining and they're getting there. It's just once it gets towards that end, they can't finally
It's not
close
once
it
they get
through.
there, it's every single time they get to the
time.
end. Every single time they get to the end.
Yeah, they just
can't
rumble off, just little issues. And it's not even like once they get to the end, it's just all a ton of issues. It's like one round, they'll be great because they get the opening picks. And then the next round, C9BC does something else and OXG can't get the picks and then they stall out. And it's just the constant adaptation from other teams. It just seems like OXG is always kind of playing catch up, which is why they're keeping it close because they're still a really good team.
Yeah.
But statistically.
Which one of you said it before that C9BC looks like the team OXG wishes they were? Was that you? That was you?
That, yeah.
It's kind of 100% true. Like if we added up all of the times OXG players had superstar moments in games, like the time where Newers popped off yesterday, the time Yogg did really good today, and we take all of those and we add that up, and they probably win a game if they're playing at that level, but the guys on C9BC are playing at that level almost every single game.
Well, and it more so comes down to just lack of teamwork is what really hinders OXG's performance so far. And again, we've already said this a million times, so I don't want to keep
Fox is
reiterating
over here
it.
like, I'm not getting in that conversation.
I mean, C9BC's got Hot and Cold, you know, great solid support and leader. He's got Spirits, who was also an IGL and on the previous XSET team, you know, that Gomez and Diaz and Yogg came from. So I don't know, maybe OXG, maybe if they get Spirits or Kino back, maybe it'll start working.
Guess so.
Interesting.
I wanted to put the rookie in the interviews chair, by the way. I wanted to talk to Diffuser for a couple of minutes. Dude, congratulations on the W. You beat OXG. You're going to playoffs. You're finally confirming it for yourself, and it's good to finally get the chance to talk to you, dude. Talk to me about what you were thinking in this matchup. Did you think Cafe was a bit of a curveball? Did you think OXG might finally break their curse? Just what was your mindset pregame before you jumped into this one?
I mean, I'm not really in the map bans at all. I just show up and they say it's Cafe, so I'm like, hooray, because I'm not smart enough to be doing map bans. Let's be real here.
Give yourself more credit, dude.
And then so I found out it was Cafe, and I knew it was going to be a good matchup. I mean, they're a good team. Everyone sleeps on them. You guys sleep on them. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. We do not sleep on them. We
have
have to criticize them respectfully, but we've talked about how close these games have been. And they've been close.
Yes, you did. They have been close. They keep it close because they're a good team, and they should be at the top. They have been going through their struggles like every other team goes through struggles, you know? And they're a good team.
They're just struggling a little more.
Gotta get props. Yeah.
You're a humble guy. I really like that out of you. I really like that out of you. But what I really liked today was how you guys played, and I wanted to ask a little bit, when you guys do play against teams that are on the lower end of the spectrum, is it a harder matchup because you don't know what to expect? I mean, in the map bans, they're map bans, not everything was going in their favor, so you knew, like, if it came to Cafe, could have gone to any map, what they were going to bring. You have no idea, or not that much of an idea, but when you're in that situation, what does it feel like? Is it easier? Is it harder?
I think going against teams that are known to be lesser than you, you should win. I don't think there should be any anxiety or anything. You should wake up that morning knowing you're about to win. If you lose, you lose. You should lose confident. You should win confident. Regardless of the outcome, you should be confident.
I like that. I mean, that's probably why you got the picture of yourself on the desk.
Absolutely.
Pull it out
Yes,
for us.
sir.
Let's see.
Okay. Wait, the team picture? Or?
The team picture. No, the picture of you. The picture of you.
I love how you call him humble and then immediately you're like, yo, take the picture of you out of your desk real quick.
Right here.
What a nice guy.
I love that.
And Pixio box in the back. I'm using that Pixio monitor, you know. Best monitor out there.
Shout out for the sponsor.
Good chill. Good stuff, Diffuser.
Well, Diffuser.
Keeping to brand guidelines.
One, I got a couple things for you. One, I want you to turn on a light in your room. I don't want you to strain your eyes. You're still young. I want to see you young, bright, and vibing in this career. And then two, I do want to talk about your consulate when you went against EZ. We haven't been able to talk about you guys. Was that a little bit of an ego challenge at that point? Or was it, like, what was the thought process of going to consulate for a third time?
I mean, again, I have nothing to do with the map bans. Lex.
You're there. You're part of the conversations.
I'm not. I wake up, they're like, we're going cons, you know? Like,
Kind of sounds like me. I'm not gonna lie. I can agree with that. All right, I'll let you slide on that. I can agree with that. I'll just show up and they'll be like, playing these maps.
We literally had a team
this is what it was like when I was a player.
We literally had a team comm of all of them singing. Like, they obviously don't do the map bans. Like, they're singing. They're getting in the vibe. So I respect it.
Yes, sir.
You're letting the Supreme Leader Vivid take all the reins on that for you. Talk to me about your very, very last game. It comes up tomorrow. It's a game that all of us have been looking forward to for a while. C9BC and Sonics. There's not a possibility for a top 2 push for you, but you could keep them from getting top 2 and push yourselves a little bit further up. Any thoughts on how that game tomorrow is going to go?
No thoughts.
No, he's going to wake up and he's going to win confidently.
We're asking too many questions.
And he's going to, or if they're possibly going to lose confidence.
Doesn't do math. Doesn't think. Just shows
Regardless,
up.
we got playoffs. We're going to be there and we're going to win. See you in Montreal.
Oh. All right,
I like
dude.
that.
I like
the picture out one more time.
Really appreciate the soundbite.
Take that one more time.
Give it a little kiss.
Right.
I love that. I love that.
Perfect.
There we go. Best interview we've ever had. Diffuser, thanks so much, dude. Again, congratulations on the dub. And if I haven't had the chance to say it to you guys, it's crazy seeing the trajectory that you guys are on. Keep it going. It's a lot of fun. We'll see you next week.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
Playoff bound C9BCR. Still one more game left to go tomorrow, but next week is the bounty. That's the best of 3s. That's playoff time. And he's already saying they're winning Montreal. And to be fair, who's going to argue with him?
I mean,
who's going to argue with him?
I think that's fair to say. You know, at least he's going to see us in Montreal, so I think that's good. That's fair to say. I mean, you can't take it away from him. They just won the last major.
I mean, they are the defending champions, so you should have that mentality going into it.
Yeah.
Will we see them there? That's undecided because we aren't in playoffs just yet. We still do got more games to be played, so, I mean, it's still undecided.
We do got more games.
We do got more games.
Because playoffs are not completely set yet. 5 slots are decided. Still one more left to go. Currently, it's held by wildcard, but there's a really good chance that someone else might be able to bump up and knock them back out. Can SSG just, like, hang them out to dry? We'll find out. Game 3 after the break.
Okay. So let me think. Oh, Dream Team. NA. Okay. I have some players in mind. I'm gonna make a full aggressive team. I don't really care about the roles, so it's gonna just make a shooter team. Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, and só troca tiro mesmo. Não lembro o nome dele. Bota aí. Diffuser. Yeah, it's him. So okay, I'm gonna.
Diffuser is really good.
Oh, I need one more player. It doesn't matter the team. NJR. So my dream team is Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, Diffuser, and NJR. Coach can double up. Preciso de coach. Callout? Callout. Okay, so my coach is Callout.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think He might just find it!
As is customary with a 9-team league, every team gets at least one play day off. Tomorrow, Wildcard technically gets their bye, meaning today is their final match of Stage 2. They currently cling to a 2-point lead over Luminosity in 6th place, meaning for now, they're in playoffs, but they could easily be overtaken. Their goal today is to take as many points away from Space Station as humanly possible. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Fox. Gentlemen, the ultimate question is, can Wildcard actually take any points off Space Station?
Well, given their history of going against some of these upper echelon teams outside of DZ, they kind of have been getting, swept, but it's not to say that they can't. When we saw the map go against Luminosity of that skyscraper, we then really thought, even though we chose Luminosity, we thought this is a good map for wildcard. Sure enough, they ended up winning. They get 3 points. They denied Luminosity from getting any points. So it's another situation today. No matter what, they need 3 points because they aren't playing tomorrow.
Yeah, wildcard's been doing a little bit better, especially as of yesterday. It was nice to see them actually beat LG, and it could be a situation that we find ourselves in that when everything's on the line, they end up playing better. But if it was against any other team, I really do believe that SSG is in full momentum right now. And if it was another week, another team, I would say that maybe it would be a lot closer. But I really do believe that SSG has finally hit the peak of where they want to be.
The position for wildcard is pretty simple. A 2-point lead over Luminosity right now means that they can only get to a 5-point lead if they were somehow to get a regulation win over Space Station in this matchup, which makes it even more difficult when you consider that LG can get 6 points from tonight and tomorrow. Wildcard can't do anything, so Space Station are really in the position to gatekeep Wildcard hard, and then Luminosity then has a wonderful opportunity to jump above them in the standings because Space Station's on fire right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very difficult matchup for Wildcard, but I mean, I guess you wouldn't want it to have it any other way, and SSG has been working so hard to get to this point. They have been the most team that I could say in this stage so far. I called them that yesterday. I really do believe that we can see every issue that they've had throughout the stage and throughout to stage 1. The change that they made of bringing in Beja was for a good reason. And now everybody on the team is finding success. They wanted the attacks to be better. They wanted defense to be better. And every single play day, we see that improving on all aspects, especially yesterday. They've been slowly getting better and better. We saw them get a 7-3. Yesterday, we saw them get another win. I forgot what the round count was, but I believe it was 7-5, right?
7-5 on Lair.
7-5 on Lair. And we saw so many amazing retakes. Their entry was phenomenal. And everybody on the team is firing on all cylinders. And the team is based around finding information, gathering information, and whoever's in the spot makes the play. And you can see it from their statistics yesterday. You can see it in their statistics in any single game you go and pick. There's not one person that's significantly underperforming the rest. Everybody is playing very well as a team. And obviously we highlight Ashen, we highlight Benja. But when the time is ticking, I forget the term, but when the moment, I don't know what the term I'm trying to say is, but when the moment comes down to it, everybody is able to step up, and they're the team that is the most team at the moment.
You want to know the stat that I saw yesterday? No one on Space Station had multi-kills in that game. Everybody was even on KD. Everyone was winning their ones. They were in their engagements and they weren't losing, and they didn't have to rely on any one individual player to step up to get more than one frag.
Well, when you've looked at the stat line of any of these games finishing, they are all always relatively close, maybe with 1 or 2 outliers of someone performing maybe by like an extra 3 or 2 kills, but everyone... So
Space Station's performing up to meta.
I mean,
right
I think by far this is their best form that we've seen, and they are definitely like peaking this in every single aspect. And like I said, this is the best case scenario that you can be doing this right before playoffs and then possibly leading into Montreal.
Yeah, fair play. Also, for some reason this stage, we just can't seem to get enough of Ashen, whether he's in all chat or he's in the server himself. So we sat down with him for a couple of minutes to talk about what he expected of his team coming into Super Week.
So far in the group stage, SSG, we are 4-1. We have 3 games remaining. Going into the Super Week, we play all 3 days, and we're just looking to finish off the season strong. Doesn't really matter our results. We don't really look at that, but, you know, we just want to play our game and just play the best that we can and finish off strong. Something that's gone pretty well for SSG, I think, is compared to last stages, is really translating what we've trained in practice and just staying calm, you know, under the pressure, because I think that's been a big issue we've had. I 100% think that the culture is what really makes this team. I think this stage especially, we've really hammered down on our performance protocols and just, you know, really keeping it calm under pressure. I think that's what a lot of teams lack. You know, at the end of the day, they're really not brothers like us. You know, we're a true brotherhood. We might have downs. We can always come back very quick from that, and that's something that a lot of teams don't have. I think a lot of the teams, they're just a business. You know, it's really a strong bond that we have here at SSG, and I think that's the biggest factor. One player on SSG that's playing very well is Forrest. Towards the end of the game, I've seen him at the top of the scoreboard. You know, he's someone who he plays the operators that no one really wants to play, or the operators that get messy, and he's performing really well on them. So, you know, shout out to Brox. He's playing really well. group stage games, we're not really too excited for any of them. You know, we're just going to treat them all the same. Last 3 days, just rapid fire 3 games in a row. But you know, I'm excited to see our matchup versus Beast Coast or Cloud9 Beast Coast because, you know, they're still kind of like a new roster to play against. You know, last stage, they beat us obviously, and just want to see how, you know, how well we can contend against them this stage. So SSG's goals for the rest of the group stage is just to finish out strong. Honestly, it doesn't really matter the scoreline or if, you know, we drop a map or something. You just got to make sure that you qualify for that top 6 playoffs. And, you know, obviously getting first or second it's really nice to have that bye, but I think if a team is looking to get first or second as their main goal, that's whenever they can really falter. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, then at least you made top 6. So that's the goal.
Ashen & Company have been very well rewarded for their efforts thus far. They are currently one of the only 3 teams that has a chance to get those top 2 spots based on points in their performances early in the stage. Only having 1 loss in the stage is absolutely going to put you in that position, and they don't want to be the team that drops another game to wildcard to put them in an even worse spot to get that top 2 seed.
Yeah, of course not, especially with how hard they've been working to better it, and they're getting to a point where Ashen even said it, they're just trying to focus on their resilience and their mentality and not let things get to them, and this is a moment where they can't just let it get to them.
Different situation for Wildcard. They won 7-5 on Skyscraper against LG yesterday, in probably one of the more intense matches that we've seen in this stage so far. Impossibly huge to take 3 points against the team that's above them in the standings, swap places with them, and now have a 2-game win streak heading into today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a do or die for Wildcard, unfortunately, because again, we already highlighted is that they don't play tomorrow, so they need to get these 3 points today. And the performance that they put up against LG, if they can still manage to do that here and walk away with 3 points, they will look good. But obviously, when you're looking at this scoreboard of the 7-5, one factor really sticks out here, and that's obviously being Spiker. Sure, everyone else across the board is playing relatively close to one another, but Spiker had by far the best performance of his stage. These are just the past 3 games that he played, obviously at the 93, then dropping to a 58 against Dark Zero, and then back to an 89. But then, I mean, you see that huge increase in terms of that EPS and how well he played against Luminosity. I don't want to say this is necessarily on Spiker's shoulders going into this game, but if we can have him performing, and we've talked about it previously with the underperforming players on some of these rosters, if they can have really big moments like these, especially in these do or die situations, that can really be a huge factor as to why we can see a team close out a win and then possibly set themselves up for success for the future.
Everybody felt like they performed in that LG game, though. Bosco and Smith were right there. Bay is continuing to do exactly what they brought him onto this team to do. If Wildcard have another game like they had against LG, then they very well could be playoff bound.
And again, I want to say, you know, I do want to highlight Spiker for that wonderful performance because it was great, and it's definitely what carried them through that LG game outside of everyone else playing together. But I am worried a little bit because that is a little bit of familiarity of just being able to play against T2 players that he's played against for a long time and has that history against. So I need to see that performance out of him, but also the consistency across the board from the team going into this game against SSG, especially with how SSG has been playing in peak performance.
Absolutely. I think it really comes down to the consistency, and the biggest factor that game that Spiker went off on was Skyscraper, and that was the best looking wild card that we've seen all stage when it comes down to the maps. And I think the maps is a very big talking point for wildcard that we've been saying time and time again. Oregon got taken out. That was one of their bread and butters. They tried to replace it with Clubhouse. It wasn't really working, but that Skyscraper game against LG, which is a very good Skyscraper game, very good Skyscraper team, the fact that they were able to get that win significantly over them, it just shows you that maybe it's all about the maps that wildcard decides to go to rather than how they play and those losses that they lost.
The eternal struggle for wildcard is just any team that's within the top 5 has always been their kryptonite in some fashion, because the teams that they've beaten, and OXG, Elos, Luminosity, that's where they've been able to get all their points so far. You still have to do that against an upper echelon team, and right now it could be a do or die scenario.
Yeah, and I think that's their biggest kryptonite is really themselves, not even so much the other teams, because we see the lack of inconsistency where had they won against DZ in that round that I believe Nath ended up clutching, I mean, that would put them even higher in the standing so far, so they wouldn't have to be struggling so much here. But it is important that you are working out these problems to get to the very end. Cafe, this is actually a good map. They are 3-0 so far throughout this. They haven't showed it yet, but throughout this past year, they are 3-0. This is a comfortable map for them. But on that same end, this is also still a very comfortable map for SSG.
That was my thought. I'm like, cool, wildcard being good on this map. Does that mean anything when Space Station are also great on this map?
Yeah, it's a very good map for SSG. They obviously love it. They played a lot at Manchester, and wildcard it's a map that favors well for them because it is a linear map, just like Skyscraper. It's one of those boxy maps. You can really get away with a lot of defensive-sided wins. Again, I think we get to one of those situations where we always talk about a wildcard. They need to make sure that they're getting a 4-2 split at least, because once they get onto their attacks, it's always hit or miss. We'd love to see it become more consistent. On Skyscraper, it was, but we'd love to see it against a higher quality team, and that's what we're going to see today. But SSG, they're really good at the map, very comfortable. I just don't see them getting stopped at the moment.
And because of how linear this map is, it does worry me for their spearhead of the team of Spiff and Bay being able to get into some of these little nooks and crannies of this map, where again, SSG likes taking these gunfights, and comparatively to see what we saw just recently with their team play, they are very well coordinated, whereas I don't think they're going to be as coordinated as Wildcard is. But again, this is do or die. Everything has to be left on the playing field here if you want to possibly clench your spot here in the playoffs and not have to play through a loser's bracket LCQ.
See, I would disagree. I feel like SSG is definitely going to be way more coordinated when it comes to this map, because we talk about how they set up the whole map. They have an opening, they have their information, and when they see that gap, somebody who's in the position will take it. And that is exactly what Cafe is, because you just, when you see an opening, it's so limited because of how tight-knit the map is. So SSG is a team that can exploit that very quickly.
Well, that's why I said, that's why I was worried about Wildcards, because they don't have that team playing chemistry that SSG does have.
Wildcard can extend their lead for their final playoff spot if they were to get their biggest win of the stage. But if they don't, then they're going to be holding their breath until the very end of the Super Week to see what their fate will actually be. Carter Hannafeld and Sam Stewart with the call.
And with the first of two very important games to decide who is our sixth and final team to make the playoffs of the NA League Stage 2. Sam, even if Wildcard were to drop every point today in their final game of the NA League, there are still chances they could make playoffs at 8 points. So it is not a lose and you're out kind of thing, but Wildcard is really hoping they get all three of them.
Yeah, they are hoping that this goes their way. Let's see what y'all think at home. 78% of you think that Space Station is taking this one, and you can't really knock that, can you, Carter? I can't even knock it. I mean, I'm wearing an Astro Space City jersey today, so I guess I gotta rep the Space Boys, right? We'll just have to see. SSG is going to be on offense for this one. We just got off of a cafe that was pretty interesting between Oxygen and Cloud9 BC. Almost escaped me there, but either way, cafe on the docket yet again here, and really just up to what Wildcard want to produce here first. They're going to be handling this defensive side, and they won't be dealing with Grim or Ying.
Which I think, obviously SSG banning the Ying, but I think both these operators being taken down when SSG are the opposite side of the server, I think is a good combination for Wildcard. I mean, a lot of teams should be really good with that operator combination, but particularly SSG. Grim and Ying are great operators that can allow you to speed up the pace, which is SSG's entire MO since this roster formed, or since this core formed all the way back in March of last year. Interesting thing about this map for SSG, as it's been under the Forest IGLing, obviously Iconic took over in Stage 1, but generally speaking, as SSG has been under the Forest callout system, for an entire calendar year, from March of 2023 to April of 2024, every time SSG played this map, win or lose, it was minimum a 7-5, vast majority of the time in overtime. Changed a little bit in recent history as they played it a couple times in quals, won it dominantly, lost it dominantly. But in the history of this game, or in the history of this roster under the call-out system, this has been a comfortable map, but an incredibly close one for SSG. Unfortunately, we are still a galaxy away from getting into the game because we have a rehost in round 1. Unfortunately, Sam.
Yeah, it seems like we just
water.
can't. Yeah, just seems like we can't escape this patch, man. So hopefully next patch is a little bit better. But
well, I mean, okay, to be fair, Gomez is House got hit by lightning in game 2. So
yeah, we also had that issue inside of game 1 though initially. So I mean, whether it be by God's axe or whatever, we're gonna be going to another break, folks. We just got word of that, so we will see you here in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. Wasn't that long, I hope. At least it wasn't for me. I don't know about you. Our second cafe of the day is underway, though we're only just in the first prep phase. SSG versus Wildcard. Second floor bomb site to start, Sam. Wildcard on the defense. Taking bets. 10-1 payout on this, okay? 10-1. Who's winning?
Oh, Space Station Gaming.
All right. Well,
100%. Yep. Yep.
Fortunately, wow, that's brutal. 3 people running over to that line of sight just there, and then all ran away. No spawn kills for Kansan.
Oh, at least for Kansan, he won't know what could have been. We're the ones that have to bear that weight on our shoulders. In the space station, we're going to take a little weight off of Wildcard here as they'll start working their way towards the actual map, getting things under their control over here for Hell. Gonna have Fulth work his way down and break up some of the castle barricades. SSG trying to deal with the map top down, the traditional way of dealing with Cafe, and obviously Wildcard trying to respond in kind. They've got some things set up top, making it to where they can try and stand tall up against this SSG clear.
Well, I don't know how much force they're really clearing. They're just jumping straight into the faces of Wildcard. You want to call that a roam clear? Well, they're certainly getting it done. The Wildcard have a bit of bite to them. It's a 2v2. Kansan and the rest, or at least the rest of the rest, are able to somehow fight back. Make this an even scoreline. Spiker alone inside the site. But that means SSG have acquired the vertical control. Do believe the other player, currently at bottom white. So while this has been a very quick set of engagements, I thought they might try to recover the diffuser, but no, Ashen and Janino both will just hop down through the wall. Kansan puts J90 to 50. Suddenly in a bit of the favored position, knows that the Ashe is trapped in laundry too. And does she have a way out? Is that rotate there? Because if it's not, you got one doorway, and you better hit this shot against Kansan Yukari. He'll hold fast. Still knows the position. Breach charge goes out. He'll vault over to try and mask the sound. Little flick of the wrist gives Wildcard the first in the 1vx.
Kansan immediately in all chat. That's it. You just see him just typing up a storm and just staring at the bottom right of his screen. Wildcard already feeling themselves in that first round there, and came down to the wire, but Kansan solid enough in the clutch to be able to get that one dealt with. A good response time there from Wildcard as well. They know the instances of what SSG really want to do inside of these openers. Try and get aggressive, try and open up that top floor, and immediately when SSG starts to go for that clear, Wildcard respond in kind. And that's really what you're looking for. You're looking to try and get a all hands on deck scenario and come out on the other side somewhat unscathed. Some things are going to go the way that you really don't want them to, kind of like those engagements we saw inside of Freezer that it gave them one, but not really the whole kit and caboodle that you'd really want for the defense. So really well done once again via that flank method that we saw coming up red stairs to be able to at least keep them in the realm of winning a round, and eventually it goes their way.
And now that Wildcard have got one round on the board, well, I suppose it's a good time to just at least remind people of the stakes. Of course, everybody knows that, Wildcard are trying to get into playoffs. It's currently only Wildcard and LG still in contention. But if Wildcard get all 3 points today, they were to win in regulation, they'd be at 11. Below M80 at 12, and that'd be it. Wildcard are only hoping for 6th. Nothing higher than that. If LG only get 5 points and Wildcard win in regulation, Wildcard would have the head-to-head as they'd be tied at 11, I believe. And Wildcard obviously beat LG yesterday. And I believe they also, depending on the victory, could get a higher round differential. We'll see how it goes down into the tiebreakers. But Wildcard need all 3, but certainly if LG only get 4 points out of the next 2 games, it'd be Wildcard in playoffs. So the most certain path to victories is a win in regulation. With this first round, Wildcard are hoping for that to be the first step on that road on Cafe.
I'm going to get a little info on this top floor. I think that things are going to look somewhat similar to what we saw the last time around. SSG going to try and, just beat Wildcard over the head with a hammer on this top floor. They really just want to try and get aggro, get these big kills, and come out on the other side with an actual man advantage this time around. The biggest thing is that Wildcard was able to keep things, equal, make things complicated for SSG. We're going to have an aggressive swing in here. Nobody's expecting this, and that's why this freebie happens for Ash, and just nobody even in the realm of reality to hear that repel, Carter.
Why would you even expect that? Like the Nook repelling into dining. I certainly would not expect that on any planet. Bosco breaks open the castle barricade, but unfortunately Folt's very quick on the double trade. One long, one short, both fall prey to the Type 89. Now Spiker, last alive in what has been a very quick round going the way of SSG. Dropped beyond double digits yesterday, 17 kills, I believe. The end of that game against LG, none to be found in the 1vX. Tied game. Very quickly, 2 rounds in, nobody with a decisive lead.
Do you remember when Fox was like, man, Space Station, they're just able to find these gaps that just a lot of people can't hit. That's one of them. That's one of them right there.
I really want to be that warden. Like, what is your reaction when you get killed by a Nook in, like, dining? Like, what do you even do there? They had a guy white.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is you just check, you're like, hey, is anybody playing that spot over there? I thought we had somebody. Like, yeah, I'm over at white. And you're like, how the hell did this guy get in the map? And then, you know, that comes in VOD review, right? Where you go back and you're like, he flew in through the window? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, just 9 times out of 10, that little rappel in just gets you killed, right? But Space Station, it isn't something where they're just flying by the seat of their pants. They know that nobody's in the area to kind of check that. And even with home audio, I mean, this isn't LAN. We don't have a crowd just blowing their head top off screaming right now where you really can't hear things all that well. You're at home, everything's cool, calm, and collected. They still did not hear Ashen flying through that window. And he just gets that freebie inside practically the heart of the site. So Space Station, once again, showing how solid they are at exploiting these little situations like this.
Ashen the one to do it too. Ashen surprisingly has not been the most impactful player for SSG. I mean, he's been very good. He started off the stage a bit rough. Now he's, you know, there's 3 tiers at the moment. There's like Ashen and Foltz kind of at the middle, hovering around the 1.0. But the top 2 have been obviously Benja, but Forest as well. I don't think anybody is surprised to see Benja at the top of the ratings, and I don't think we're surprised that he's able to get the opening pick right here as he catches Bay lacking on the snow door and finishes him off with the nade. A lot of HP expended to get that kill, but with it not being traded, SSG are not complaining.
Yeah, Bay really wanted that there. Stepped out of the hell door and tried to take him down, but nothing doing for him. And now 0-3 to start us off here on Cafe. SSG, they're going to count their lucky stars. This is the exact situation that they want. They're extremely aggressive when it comes down to executes like this. You get that big pick, they're able to set things completely up, and then a whole plethora of kills usually is what's to follow after we get these angles busted open here. So we'll see how Space Station is able to do that in time, as they are just waiting to be able to clear things out properly with those drones, and then they will actually work their way on inside.
Sam, you think they got enough soft destruction with Ram, Buck, and Sledge? You think they maybe could have brought somebody else just in case?
Maybe so. You know, there's a couple things that I could consider. Maybe a Zofia, you know, maybe an Ashe.
You know, this lineup is missing? It's really missing a super shorty.
Exactly. Where's the gridlock at? Yeah. You know, beautiful on Cafe. We usually end up seeing her at least once or twice.
Where's the ITA-12S in this lineup? Because I don't think we have enough soft destruction between the boogie drones, who create these long lines of sight, and then the Buck and the Sledge to make it more situationally. You can obviously see that SSG have vertical play a little bit in mind for what they want to do. These Rotera drones to also make it a bit easier, obviously to maybe create more holes, but also find any of that bulletproof utility at the bottom of any of these staircases. All that is great, though, but I was about to say, if anybody gets aggressive, you could face problems. Spiff thinks that SSG are focused moving downstairs, and he was kind of right. Just unfortunately, SSG was able to react in time. Now 40 seconds remaining. SSG have a 5v3. That makes pressuring the guy bottom white a lot easier. Makes pressuring Kansan a lot easier, especially when you just catch him with his back turn and fan the hammer right into his spinal cord. Another 1v5 for Spiker, and the odds ain't looking any better than they did in round 2. We're moving to the post plant, so 1 for the columns at least. A plant for SSG and a kill for Spiker this time. I don't know what rookie mistake Spiker's making. He's at least hitting the shots like a pro. Still don't think he's winning this one, Sam.
No, most definitely not. I mean, definitely solid with the SMG-11 in hand, but so much to ask for. Never want to count him out, though, so we'll wait for the analysis of this one. But yep, Benja's going to be able to shut it down. And That's what we're talking about. It's very similar to what we talked about with Cloud9. They were getting a little bit more aggressive on a lot of those offenses, but it's one of those things where you do not want to give one of these kind of teams an inch, because as soon as they get that and they're able to kind of, take that mid-round adjustment, get their drones out, get some info down, I mean, it's just all green lights for that offense to bowl you straight over. And the biggest thing for Wildcard in this instance is that SSG are so good at understanding when they can pressure things. They play things back on that mid floor for an extended period of time. Not only do they get that big kill initially, obviously over inside of reading, but are also able to catch Spiff on his rotation up red. And I mean, man, that was a very close set of circumstances there as well. I mean, that fight could have went either way as it was quite extended, but went the way of Space Station Gaming, and they were able to continue to convert that as they removed every single wild card player out of the site and got it down to strictly Spiker over inside of VIP. You can't ask for more on the offensive side of the coin.
No, you can't. The 2 rounds SSG have won, I mean, obviously, I was going to say very different than the first round. One key difference is that, well, they won the rounds 2 and 3, and they lost round 1. But the other way that I more meant that they are very different is SSG have gotten the opening pick 3 times, but in the first round, they were kind of throwing it into a 5v5, rushing, just trying to sort of brute force, oh, hello, and goodbye. Just trying to brute force into the defensive setup and get kills that way. Whereas the next 2 rounds, the rounds they've won, they got a 5v4 by identifying a gap or winning a gunfight, and then were able to collapse on the site afterwards and effectively go flawless both times. So whereas the 1 round they've lost, they're basically betting everything on a rush. They didn't exactly have, a player they could power immediately. Now they do.
Hey, what? We got our gridlock. We got two super shorties. Fire sale.
This is unprecedented.
It's
never been seen before.
On the history of Dota.
Ashen and Benja, back-to-back 2v2 super shorty clutch. Calling it right now.
Stop it.
Can you believe that Cafe game we just casted? Like, wasn't that ridiculous, the things that were going on in that game?
I'm still a little high from that one, I'll be honest.
Somebody went up a hatch and Hot and Cold dropped down in turn and C4'd it, and then OXG still won the round.
Yeah, I think Fett put it best on Twitter. He said, "What is this Looney Tunes ass game I'm watching?" And that's exactly what it felt like.
Double C4'd.
Speaking of, and the plant's still going down.
Okay, hold on.
You say Looney Tunes and things happen.
So Bosco double C4 Jano and Fultz. Ashen walked his way into the site, put the diffuser down. SSG now gonna kill. How is this a round they're going to win? C4. All right, so we're in copper. Spiff, unfortunately, detonating cans in. The comms a bit lacking in that moment. Bit hard to come back after that one. The 3v3 and the time has quickly elapsed. Forrest will cut down Bosco. Benja has, well, started roasting marshmallows outside of Snowmobile. They can hit my line with that one. That was a crazy shot outside on Snow, but it's still over, unfortunately, even in the 1v1 and the 1v0. SSG win that round by getting a 3v5 post plant and then basically not losing a single body until the round was already won.
Nothing truly odd happened in this game until we brought up the fact that the last cafe was just absurdly odd.
I'm like Cat Williams. I opened the Chaos Portal.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Cafe has just been giving today. Now, what it's been giving, I'll let you guys decide in Twitch chat. But Wildcard's going to call a timeout, and why wouldn't you? That was just insanely goofy. I was wacky races inside of a Rainbow Six Siege round. So the timeout in from Wildcard as they try and figure out these defenses. But what do you do up against a space station that's just taken a large mallet and smacking you across the face with it?
Yeah, I mean, like, they have, every single round they have won, they have found not a gap, they have found the gap. Like, 3 rounds in a row, they have identified the opening in the defense to win the round. In Fireplace, they realized they could get away with a repel, not only to get the opening pick, but then get the plant after that. Then on Kitchen, a little bit different. That's a bit more focused on just winning gunfights. We're really replaying that. Really had to do that? I don't know.
You got to. You got to. It was important information.
You do have to. It just feels a bit rude.
The slow-mo was rude. That was rude.
The base boosted C4. The third round, similar story. Though that round, they're able to just kind of capitalize off of Spiff rotating up. And then Then in round 4, same thing. They just identify that there's nobody in reading. C4 are teammates.
Who let this guy have a keyboard?
It's a thing with them. They talk about how do I phrase this? Filling up one's pants frequently at LAN events. They use that phrase a lot, which like, you know, it's a common phrase, but like when it gets thrown around like a clubhouse password, it just kind of starts to stick in your head pretty aggressively.
You're just not a real pooper, man. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you mean by that?
If you know, you know.
What does that mean?
Space Station knows. That's why they're winning.
All right, fair enough. All right. Round 5.
You'll figure it out when you're older.
Round 5. I will say, one thing I hope we see, though kind of ironic because we had Malusi like 3 rounds in a row. Hopefully impact from this Legion or even just the Pulse to maybe like keep a better track on where SSG are pushing from. I know it's hard when they could be like literally anywhere at any time, but like sealing up some of these holes is, especially on a second floor site right now, is key in my mind for Wildcard.
They seem to lead off on the right foot here. And I know that that's a very broad statement. It's like, oh, okay, well, you know, get a kill, obviously, right? But the big thing is right now is that if they're capable of getting ahead of SSG here, at least in info game, that's really where things start. And that's where we're looking towards Bosco. I want to see if he can actually coordinate things for Wildcard here via this Pulse, make their life a little bit easier. We've seen so many dastardly things happen to the defenders inside of Cocktail Bar through these 2 cafes that I'm not too confident in Bay as of right now, but he can completely change my mind in an instance, so.
It's not even his fault. It's just like we've seen some ridiculous stuff. And, well, unfortunately, yeah, Hat in that position was made a fool a few times by Cloud9 Beast Coast figuring it out, though also just him getting unlucky. C4 goes out, Folt says, all right, and moves on. A bit of chip damage, but nothing to worry about too extensively. One player spotted on Cocktail. There's one guy moving up long bar, and we have no idea, unfortunately. But SG are getting all the kills anyway. Oh, they know now. Oh, they know now. But Spiker rotates, able to protect Spiff. Yells, get down, Mr. President, all the way from Pixel. And so it's only a 3v4 instead of potentially a 2v5. Still means Wildcard are in the disadvantage, and well, now even more so.
Where did he get that? Where's this cross being held from that he just dusted him? Oh, the white stairs. He goes for the rotation. Oh, man.
Close
that's
enough. Welcome
so
back, Thinking Nate.
He's even got the curly hair, man.
True.
Yeah. Or actually, no, that was Ashen, wasn't it? It wasn't even Benja. I'm wrong. I lied. Apologies.
I said true.
Hansen. I mean, it's really just wait to see where SSG's actually going to get in the building at, because that's the messed up thing right now. They're all on rappel. Like, you can't even take a proper fight right now. This guy that just got in heaven's the first person they've genuinely seen in what feels like Asia. Super Shorty out. Kansan burns one alive. It's a flank. Does the Super Shorty get the job done? It doesn't. A false round, and Forrest will not quietly into the night. Take one. Kansan with time, able to dust one. That's case down. Knows where another one is. Can't get the second, and Ashen finds the round. Wild card, a known quantity, and Space Station take yet another.
That round felt frighteningly easy for SSG after the tactical timeout. Obviously, it wasn't a flawless like round 2 was, or SSG weren't able to get a freebie plant like they were able to in round 4. But the fact that we seemingly have, you know, Wildcard trying to contest that space on the second floor, trying to get aggressive, and SSG are just like winning random gunfights off screen. Ashen is like, oh, they're retaking white? Well, I'm on rappel. Somebody says, oh, they're trying to get aggressive on Skylight? Well, we've got a drone watching that, and we can get aggressive, and it's only Spiker rotating around to get Spiff's coverage that they only get that kill. And they still end up in a 4v2. SSG, whether it's, you know, with a plant, with a rush, or just clearing the map and holding angles in the case of round 5, are multiple steps ahead of Wildcard, unfortunately. And since that first round went the way of Wildcard, which was, again, SSG 5v5 rushing into the site and just trying to basically power through anybody they found in the site. Aside from that one round, Sam, they got nothing.
Yeah.
And that round was still a 1v2.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for these defenses from Wildcard. Fortunately enough, they do have the opportunity to at least shore up this scoreline a little bit. But I mean, even then, you're still asking for a lot on their offensive side because we know how aquatic SSG can get on defense. They still like to crank, don't they? So we'll have to see what they potentially do when we end up crossing that bridge. But yeah, speaking of cranking, going quick. We saw one from Hot and Cold earlier, and he even quote tweeted things and said, "Crankers got to crank." And Space Station, well, they're the best crankers in the business. They're the original. They're the OG. And Ashen, he's already chomping at the bit to fly into sight.
I do think it is a bit strange that we have a Castle long bar, we have no head holes bottom red, and nobody in co-check. Surely this has got to be like a vertical denial strat, right? Because look at all of this ground they've seeded. You can see them on the second floor right now, so this isn't exactly, hopefully, going to be free, as Bay and Kansan maybe are able to spiker as well, able to rotate over into I was about to say train and deny the plant from above, so see what happens. Impact trick going out, semi-successful to destroy the Selmas. There we go, Bay getting active, though Bosco able to get something. Nice shots from Wildcard. I was worried initially about how much bottom floor control SSG had, but Wildcard start taking fights around the staircases and even the horizontal angles, and it all goes their way. My worries have been abated.
There we go. Wildcard, great identification of what Space Station wanted. They knew this coat check area was open, identify things over on the freezer wall, and mid-floor players getting active at the proper moment, specifically Spiff as he's able to take down 2 around white stairs. It's all led down to this, though. Fultz inside of a 1 versus 4 that I don't really think he's getting out of. Might be able to get 1 here. They knew that 1 was over in the corner, but I don't think the smoke's going to be holding the same thing, and instead it'll be Bay to deliver in the last round of defense for Wildcard. It's going to be a 4-2 split going in favor of the SSG boys.
And one that was certainly won on Wildcard's terms. I mean, SSG believe initially they found a gap, which they technically did. But then Wildcard, who were holding that vertical control, clearly anticipated it, clearly ready for it. They start getting aggressive around the staircases, and they're able to win the fights. Now, to be fair, you know, there are chances, obviously, for it to go awry. Benja able to get a couple shots off onto, I believe, Spiff taking the fight on white stairs, for example. So there were some opportunities, but generally Wildcard in the driver's seat. The exact kind of round that, of course, sucks to come as your final round on defense, but as we switch sides, the exact kind of round that feels like a palate cleanser for what was overall an extremely dominant half for SSG.
Wild with their new skin. What do you think of the new Deagle skin? I'll be honest, I bought it. I bought it immediately. But I mean, hey, I know a couple people aren't that big of a fan. They're like, you know, it's the Blaze from CS. But hey, at least it's not an anime skin. That's all I'm gonna say. Am I hating now? Tell me if I'm hating.
Love him or hate him. Listen, here's what I'll say. I'm just not a big secondary. I'm not a big secondary skin person. Okay, like, it's not. I'm not in the market for it. I'm not buying right now. However, I respect it. It's simple. It's the flames. Also, it's like the Blaze. I don't care.
Right?
I don't care. Just make a good skin. That's all I care about.
You're spitting right now, Carter.
Give the people what they want. This is a video game. My gun is on the screen for the entire round. Just let it look good. But that's why I don't buy the Deagle, because if I'm pulling out the Deagle, something has gone wrong.
What about the SMG-11? That's a secondary. Are you buying those?
Well, yeah, I'm not taking a 30-meter engagement with a shotgun, Sam.
I'm just double checking, man. You know? I didn't know if it was just pure hate for just secondaries. And I think we're going to be going quick here. So we're going to readjust our sights, and Force is going to gun down Bosco. Immediate pop there from the ram flying through the window will give Spiff some space, but Wildcard, they're going to donate a body just for the simple move.
Jan, I know, even considering that as a possibility. Well, this is not going well. Spiff's able to get forced, at least from inside of the site. For a second, I got nervous. Benja was going to get a second onto that very player on red stairs, but it's not so. This quick pace from Wildcard is unfortunately hit or miss. They've got that 1 kill from red onto Forest in the site, but beyond that, when everyone else tried to get aggressive, it didn't really work out. And unfortunately, it means Benja has the diffuser. Kitchen is not exactly the easiest place to hold, or Bakery is not exactly the easiest place to hold, especially when there is a Selma right on prep wall. But if there was anybody in this lobby that I'd want in this position right now, Sam, it'd probably be the guy there currently.
Yeah. Benja,
Dumbass.
game to game, stage to stage. I mean, he's looked better and better with this SSG roster, and I definitely think that they're coming to a point now where he is more than comfortable. We'll see if he's able to produce in this bakery area. Stuns pouring in on top of him. It's going to be a hard fight no matter what. He tries to escape fate, but Kansan will gun him down. They'll shore things up a bit. This timer's going to start eating at them, though, as the hard pings start to come in on the bakery side. Another drone will pour in, trying to get some extra info on the positioning of these SSG members, but things looking dire right now for WC.
Especially so as Spiker goes down. That leaves one player with 29 HP alive, but it's Kansan. Kansan might still be able to get a headshot off before he goes down. Could mean a lot of work is placed on Spiff's shoulders. Speaking of the SMG-11, one player with it out is just around the corner from this bakery wall. Could be shotgun season, though, depending on what he's feeling. Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, almost hits the double spray in the same mag, but Ashen will swoop in on cleanup duty. The janitor gets the final kill with the UMP, and SSG win the first defense to move up 5-2.
Yeah, just another case of SSG being able to get ahead of the play and stunting Wildcard. They don't really have an answer after losing those two bodies. Spiff really can't get aggressive even after the first one that they end up losing, just because it's such a big risk to try and barrel your way down red and take those fights on really just unknown locations. And honestly, I think that that's the biggest thing for me inside of that round, Carter. There was a lot of unknowns for Wildcard, and they kind of just threw their head against the wall and was hoping that it'd break, and it simply did not. I mean, we have Benja just open and honest inside of Small Bake, just taking a gunfight on somebody hopping in the window. It's not even on the window. He's jumping into Small Bakery, and it seems like he has no idea that Benja's been there the whole time. So this is just something that Wildcard is kind of letting slip through the cracks, and I'm hoping that through the remainder of these rounds, we see them potentially help themselves out with.
Hopefully.
You can pray, right? You can pray about it. That's all you can really do, especially in our position. You're just like, oh man, this really isn't going well for them.
Well,
Let's see how they do in the second half.
And also, I mean, like I said before, like, you know, Wildcard could theoretically make playoffs right where they are right now if LG were to lose both their games and not get 2 to 3 points. So they can lose this game. Their fate is out of their hands, but it's possible. But you hope they can get things at least figured out to make this game as competitive as possible at any point, even if it's just one, even if you get up to 9, at least it makes LG leaping over you to get into that 6th place spot a little more difficult. So trying to fight back on these attacks is very important. Of course, they have already taken their time out, of course, Sam, so anything that has to be adjusted has to be made in round. And on the attacking side, that can sometimes be a bit easy since you got to formulate the plan in round 2.
Oh yeah, and that's a big thing as well about Cafe. I mean, it can kind of get topsy-turvy sometimes, but the main thing that is very true about this map and always has been is that it is really difficult to clear out. It requires a lot of, you know, team play going on and understanding of where you can get punished at. Oh no, Benja! He's getting away with so much. No shots coming in through the... What is happening? Spiff, somebody shoot this man a humidor, please! He's sticking around too! Benja kills 3, and he's just gonna... Oh my goodness gracious, dude. He's putting salt in the wound right now. It's a minute 42 into the round. That's just... They're brutal. They're absolutely brutal.
So...
I've never seen somebody stand 10 toes harder in my life. That's ridiculous, Carter.
So... It's looking like Wildcard are going to only get 2 points max out of today's game against SSG, as Benja is still holding the diffuser from Humidor with a shotgun. Most of those kills with the SMG-11, by the way, normally it's the shotgun that's the big problem from that position. Benja's decided to do things a little differently. Spots another, but you can only fly so close to the sun. Will allow Wildcard to pick it back up. They've got intel on one player behind the soft wall in Train. It's not winnable just yet, but there are paths back into this round. Forrest is the obvious first pick, but he has Fultz behind him. So it is a bit deceptive. Wildcard could push in, but there is immediate support. If Janano overplays this, if he pushes too far into Pillar, maybe before Wildcard have already committed to the execute, could be another way for Wildcard to make this a 2v2. Vertical angle opened up. Cade spotted. But Sam They are really focusing and tunnel visioning on Forced inside of this train.
I'm so blown away by these breach angles. There it is.
There we go.
Gonna find him through the nitro cell that gets thrown upstairs, but there's so little time. J90 picks off Spiker. That's it. That's it, ladies and gents. There's not really much that Kansas's gonna do here. They should just play time. If you see SSG overswing, that is 100% entirely on them, but we're not even gonna see that. They play it out proper. And Space Station Gaming, 6-2, as these defenses have looked so stellar.
Looking quite good, though, obviously, as SSG mentioned, definitely off the back of just people throwing themselves into the meat grinder outside Humidor, just 1v1 after 1v1, gifted to Benja in a very difficult position to make work sometimes. I mean, listen, I get the nades aren't what they used to be. You can't just throw a nade in there and force the guy out like you could before, but the fact that, one, he's able to isolate the 1v1s that effectively and bob and weave, but also he's constantly in a position where he's free to move around. There's no nade at his feet. Nothing forcing him maybe out of the Humidor. Definitely could have improved some things on that attack. But SG aren't complaining. They're up 6-2. Like I said, it's not over for Wildcard, but your fate is entirely in Luminosity's hands. This is the last game you play for all of Stage 2. Well, aside from open quals, LCQ, or playoffs, depending on what happens. This is the last game you play a group stage. LG have 2 more. The first one starting right after this game. If you're not able to pick up a single point, all LG have to do is lose in overtime and then win in overtime. That's all they need. 3 points. All they need.
That LG roster has been coming together, man. They really have. They've been making solid progress towards being a more functional squad as a whole, and you can definitely see that through these last couple of months. So I bet it's something that Wildcard really does not want to leave up to fate, but it's starting to look more and more like that, especially if you take last round as any indicator of what is to come. And I just still cannot believe that they could not deal with Benja inside of Humidor right there. It's just mind-boggling sometimes the way that things break down. And I mean, more power to Benja as well, because I really could not believe that he chose to just stick around. He's like, I got 2, I'm gonna go for more. But either way, Space Station looking extremely impressive here today, not only on a team scale, but an individual scale as well. Wildcard still trying their damnedest, though. They've adjusted some things inside of their attacker lineup, one of those things being the track stingers that they're bringing along for the ride. So the stairwell rotations won't be as plentiful for Space Station Gaming.
Which for SSG is a very powerful tool employed by Wildcard. Love their retakes, love to try and retake even a small bit of positioning. So getting those track stingers down early, but even still, I think just keeping them in the back of your mind, maybe keeping an eye on them with the drone. Do not get sloppy, because if they can find a way to shoot enough track stingers to creep by, SSG will do it. They will make that play. EE1D goes out, spots a couple. Multiple Wildcard attackers will flood Longbar and Cocktail off of the back of it. One player on Repel, one creeping in Freezer. That's neither of those are the players J90 is focused on currently. Instead, I believe that's the Gridlock. Spiff on the opposite side of the bar. Spiker's able to get the first, but J90 swings out for the second. Bay found. There's the ace instead, not the Gridlock. But still, you're not complaining, because now you have a 4v4.
Now they have the top floor control, but just another one of these situations where they kind of get punished here. There is a Goyo right in front of them. Is somebody going to have the capability of popping that? The 417 gets one. Can he get the second? He can't follow it up, but also Bosco's going to get this plant down. It's a 2 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 3, make it a none versus 3. Wildcard with will and a way force their way through this round and are able to at least keep themselves active here on Cafe.
Yeah, take it from a 7 to a 10 real quick, moving aggressively across the top floor. And I'm thinking, all right, they've got this control. Maybe they'll try to trade out a J9, but they'll get the vertical and they'll kind of, do wildcard things. But then they say, no, you know what? Let's just push in. Let's send it into the site. And SSG are completely unaware. This moment right here, Kansan pushes so deep, and J90 just is not ready for it. Because why would you? Why would you? You think that they've just started planting the diffuser, maybe. But they're just starting to make progress in the pillar. Wildcard completely caught SSG off guard there with that play, and you really got to like it. Even down 6-2, making some very, very nice calls.
Hopefully they got a few more in the bag here. For wildcard's sake, it is a long road ahead of them. And not only that, but you have to work into Space Station's House of Mirrors, which everybody loves doing, Carter. That's what I've heard. Raving reviews about this place. To see what wildcard. Yeah, no, dude, for sure. I mean, who doesn't love having to peek Benja, Ashen, J9? I mean, you know, it's so fun. That's all I hear about. But yeah, for wildcard's sake, you really hope it goes well. They want to start off on the right foot. You're really looking for just a solid opening pick here, but it's down to really what Space Station wants to give you. And last time around, I mean, there was something on wildcard's plate for them to deal with, and it was Benja, and he's just sent them to the stratosphere. So you do have to worry about what wildcard can produce. I mean, they might be able to build things up in a considerable way, but can they deliver?
Well, getting the white shield early is never something I'm going to complain about, especially if, even though it might have come down on the bakery side last time, dealing with Benja, you don't want to find yourself 30 seconds remaining and having to fight J9O behind a deployable shield in the key spot you need if you want to go for a freezer execute. It's everything you'd hope for wildcard's first minute from just like a normal round of Rainbow Six. Got the deployable shield, got the Electroclaw, you got some hard breach charges in Kansan's hands. Only source of hard breaching, I do believe, in general, so, you know, be careful you don't lose them.
As Kansan flies down the hatch into brown stairs. I mean, hey, you know, just be a little cautious there, Kans. Come on.
Listen, we got no C4s on the opposing lineup, okay? We're fine.
Yeah. It's not every day you see a Kaid with barbed wire, but you know what I mean? Doesn't exactly happen all that often, but for SSG, they've looked very solid through the majority of these rounds, and it's down to really just the strategy, trying to make sure that barbed wire is around to just be annoying as wildcard goes for their entry, and they don't really need the nitro cells all that much, although obviously a lot of verticality leads into this, you know, entire setup downstairs. Look at how SSG are positioned, guys. Look at where they're at right now. They're over inside of the main hallway. They're over inside of bar. They're not actually playing the site, although, you know, obviously it is the bomb site. They're playing directly around it. They're waiting for wildcard to try and fly into the bomb site, and they're just going to catch them like a large net, try and get some of these big important frags.
Yeah, it's the classic anchor logic when you're defending kitchen. You know they got to go down one of these staircases, maybe the freezer hatch. So you just post up at the bottom of each one, brown, white, and red, and make sure that those are covered and nobody floods in the doors in between. Bosco's found an opening, cuts down Ashen and Coat Check, a key position going the way of wildcard, but they got to find the rest quick. Might not be a problem. 5v3 now established, and this long angle could yield another spiff on a heater in round 10. Might not even need to plant the diffuser at this point. Ben just spotted, and a bullet sails right into his shoulder to put him to less than half HP. Not many ways for SSG out of this, unfortunately. It would require a massive mess up from wildcard at this point, and it doesn't seem that anybody is making that mistake anytime soon. Kansan might fall, but no angle for Forest onto this diffuse plant in all likelihood, and indeed not the case. Wildcard starting to make a pretty convincing argument. Still 2 rounds away from a comeback, but these 2 rounds have looked damn good.
Hey, solid patience, and not only that, but they, you know, didn't go overzealous and fly into that mid floor. That was exactly what Space Station was hoping for, right? They wanted them to try and execute immediately into the site and be able to pick them to pieces from a lot of those side angles, but that's not what happens. Instead, wildcard find a nice little gap over here on the Coat Check side. Not really a gap, but more of just a 1v1 that they can take and try and get something out of, and it's very conducive to their problem. That's the first domino that falls, is that entire extension from Space Station was kind of linked in a way via that position there in Coat Check. He's got, you know, complete oversight of that hallway. He's got a lot of different ways that he can try and assist them. So once he's dead, you just have those players over inside of Whiskey as well as VIP kind of on their own little island. And that's when all of wildcard shows up to the party, bowls them over, and starts working their way towards the actual site. Pretty difficult for Space Station after those, you know, big volley of picks go off initially, but they at least kept themselves in the game there, keeping that flawless out of the hands of wildcard. But they got to talk about it now. Tack time out, flies in here from Space Station as we working our way back into the next round.
And similar to OXG, aside from a 1-7-2 loss, it's all been close games for wildcard this stage too. 7-4s, 7-5s, overtime. So if they're able to, they're certainly able to make these games close. But with this pace they now have, obviously SSG just need the one to close us out in regulation. But they have the ability certainly now at this point. to bring this round away from SSG, even if SSG have taken the time to at least calm down and figure out what they want to do for reading room and dining. I'd imagine, similar stuff to what you would normally expect. A couple people in sight, a couple people holding the top floor. We got the Azami, so the one twist will be Ashen will play a little more aggressively in Cigar early on with those Kiba barricades would be my guess. But I think playing against SSG, that is something you could pretty reasonably expect as a possibility, especially there is a lot of footage of Ashen on Cafe doing this exact thing.
Most definitely. So will Wild Card play into the antics? That's a real question here. And it seems like they're going to be far and wide with said antics for Space Station. I don't know if you caught it, but they already got the window prepped there for Heaven too. So I feel like it's down to the cheese, man. That's the thing about best of ones. And just overall, use this for your ranked games. If you and your buddies have a good cheese strat that works 9 times out of 10, you should do it every single time that you play that map. Because you don't need that many rounds. And this is a perfect example right here. Space Station need 1 round to go right. And if you end up killing 2 people because you hopped out of a window, I mean, so be it.
Now, maybe you look like Gavini hopping out of Christmas window and there's literally nobody on the balcony, but it doesn't always work. Sometimes it does. Good utility shot.
That is...
It's a utility glamour shot right now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are all the ADSs. I'm the mute jammer. I'm different.
The ADSs. Right. 1 mute jammer.
Oh, two ADSs.
2 ADSs, 1 mute jammer. What could they get up to? Throw a BP in the mix and anything's possible. Nice quick EMP on that Rotero drone right there. Got it kind of in a perpetual loop, unfortunately. Just gotta pray you can get it disabled, but not much you can do at that point.
Real quick, did they do that just in case Bravo stole the ADSs?
What do you mean they? Like, get the shot?
Yeah, did they put that mute jammer down so in case they had a Bravo on the offense, they don't affect them? You know what I mean?
I thought you had the observer get the shot because the Bravo's gonna steal, and I was like, I don't know, I'm not in Stefan's head. Like,
no,
I don't know why. I liked it.
It was definitely interesting there.
But it's possible. I think that, I mean, it could be that. It could also just be like, if you got a guy sitting on Cocktail Balcony, you probably don't want drone info on him if he's playing his life there. So it could be a number of things. Could be a number of things with first or second order consequences. Benja hops out and out of the round indeed. Unfortunately, not the master of cocktail hop outs as he goes right into that Claymore.
Ashen. Oh no.
There's got to be a Claymore there too, no?
There's got to be. I mean, we have 1 person with Claymores and the other one's active for Spikers. So I'm just gonna say it's probably on that window. Math says white window.
Well, you might indeed be right, as Ashen feels the need to go somewhere else entirely. 5v4 for Wildcard. They're trying to end this plant in reading. They're basically committed to it at this point. They might not be in the bomb site, but with everybody stuck in pillar,
no way.
Well,
stop it.
Ashen is more than happy to take all those eggs in one nice little basket. A third goes to meet him with the Deagle. Just manages to dip back behind, but Bay can find him. Hello, Fultz. 10 seconds left. Oh, there was a Gumines in Bay's foot. 9 HP remaining. Does anybody know? 1 drops in laundry. There's so little time left. 1 kill, and he just barely misses it. Kansan saves the game with 0.5 seconds remaining. Wildcard still have a chance.
I mean, Fultz was salivating over that one, man. He was pixels, microseconds away from ending the game right there in its tracks, just off of a solid patience play. But fortunately enough for Wildcard, as that plant goes down, they're still adjusting their pieces across the board, and they have that player drop inside of Laundry, able to nip it in the bud at the 11th hour. But look at that rotation from Ashen, and I mean, man, Wildcard, they bring the utility to be able to stop a lot of these rotations, but no track stingers on Brown Stairs gets them punished immediately. SSG, always capable of finding the one thing that this team is lacking and exploiting it to the fullest, but at a bare minimum, Wildcard are capable of fighting back, fending off a lot of these aggressive SSG players. They get it down into the 1 versus 3. That does almost go awry, but they're closer and closer to forcing overtime here up against Space Station Gaming.
And they can do it. They took that round away after the timeout. 3 rounds in a row on this attacking side. They really can do it. After that, who knows? But I believe the comeback is very, very achievable right now. They have found I don't think they've necessarily found an answer against this SSG defense, but they are starting to show up in Windows gunfights. Kansan certainly is, and even though maybe very little players are positive, the fact that Bay, Spiff, and Spiker are all close to breaching that threshold, they're starting to make a comeback.
Okay, well, there's no Warden, so that's at least good. Carter, you know how much I hate Sense, so I don't have to explain it to you. But yeah, this operator, it's like a bad omen. Every time I see it, I'm just like, oh man, how's the House of Cards gonna come crashing down this time? So
it's a bit finicky, but it can work.
Yeah. Some would say potentially the worst operator in the game, but hey, I didn't say it, so don't fry me. But I can at least say not the greatest. A Light Serene in Siege kind of sucks sometimes just because of Warden and other things. But as I said, Space Station don't have these things. But you know what they do have? They do have guns, and they have a Fultz that's going to get the case immediately. He's going to die to the player over on White Stairs, but Wildcard's going to activate. They're going to take out 2 more. And now it's down into a 2 versus 4 that we really can't explain because where the hell did those other kills even come from?
I don't know, but I'm dream clapping right now because Wildcard about to bring us to overtime. Unless SSG can mount something, which they certainly can. Benja cuts down Spiker, and holding control of Pillar is really quite strong. Look at how many different angles he has. Snow door, top white, red hallway, bottom red. He can look a lot of different directions. There's the player close around Spiff. That's Benjamaster, the player I just mentioned. Has worked his way all the way over to the window, but these two are not aware of each other. Not in the slightest. A lot of time for Wildcard to use the 4 drones they have remaining. 4 drones is a lot in this instance, especially in a 3v2. They also on White Stairs, just behind Spiff. So they'll push up. Oh, and Benja gets brutally timinged right there. Moment he starts sprinting is when Spiff makes that play, and they cut down J90 when he drops down the train hatch. Wildcard push us to overtime, and 2 points, and a wider gap between them and Luminosity. Now a very, very real possibility.
Yeah, really just no strategy really needed. Just right when the Hornet's Nest gets kicked, Wildcard are prepared for all of them flying out of the hive and trying to take fights, and they scoop up practically all of them, get it down into the 3 versus 2, and they work that accordingly. The light screens or really any of the other stuff not really conducive to the overall strat. I mean, it didn't really affect SSG is really what I'm getting at. But at a bare minimum, Wildcard are capable of staying true to fundamentals. They got a lot of these angles getting work. They got the window play in there as well, and they're able to deal with SSG as soon as they get active. Into overtime we go, and SSG, they're going to have the majority of the defenses.
Not exactly the best omen now, is it?
No.
Not the greatest thing.
I'm so happy that we talked about this in the last map as well, and the fact that Cafe is another one of those flippy floppy maps. Because look, now we're Wildcard SSG, and the defense, it's just not defending, is it?
I'm also happy that we got like a really dumb, stupid, idiotic round. We got our Looney Tunes moment, and then overall, it's actually been a very normal game, very pleasant game. And it was dumb and stupid just because of like the crazy stuff that happened. Nobody was dumb or stupid necessarily. It was like, oh, double C4, 3v5 plant. All right, whatever. Overall, these wildcard attacks have looked very, very good. Definitely think the strongest were probably the first 2, 9 and 10. Tapered off a little bit towards the end, but still got the job done. But as you move on to Kitchen, this was the one round, or one of the 2 rounds sites that SSG were able to win. Of course, Wildcard were able to win it too. There's no completely safe territory for SSG, Sam, and well, Kansan will make that fact readily apparent.
Ashton, where are you? Where are you, son? What have we done? What did we do? Yeah, he peeked something. We all know it. We just don't know what he peeked. That's the biggest thing. Was it a window? What happened here?
6-2 comeback starting to feel real palpable in the air at the moment.
It really is, man. Really coming in the air tonight.
What?
Benja.
Where is... What? He ran all the way out bakery door around the Jeep.
Was it out there, or did he come flying out of the top window? Okay, so it's not top window.
It was bakery door. It was bakery door.
Okay, I trust you. I trust you. Yeah, no, that's... Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if there was a default out there or what have you, but either way, Space Station getting away with literal murder there. Cold-blooded killer just in the middle of the street. Nobody does a thing about him, man. What is this town becoming?
Well, nobody knows, unfortunately. A lot of people are asking questions. The first at the top of their mind, What is the game plan here for Wildcard? Well, it's a pretty easy answer. With the Ram and the Buck still alive, you might have lost that Bravo, which, you know, isn't great, but not a lot of electronic hackables, really. Maybe you wish you found a Yokai. Sure. But aside from that, it's mostly mechanical stuff for SSG, so not a lot of stuff Bosco could have got anyway. But the fact that you still have that vertical destruction, the boogie drones, the skeleton key, you still have the track stingers to stop SSG from trying to flank you once you go in for your execute, for Terror drones also to detonate some of these Goyos, you're still feeling okay. You still got a lot of tools left for Wildcard. The key thing here is just making sure that when SSG reaggress, and they will, case in point, you got to be ready for it. And it seems that they are. Spiff is able to cut down Forest. They find this next player in Bakery. Wildcard could find themselves on match point momentarily. But with only 35 seconds, that can be ages, it can be an instant, depending on how the attack is able to utilize their remaining resources.
Oh, flashes in. You got a feel for SSG right now. Those flashes landing on top of Benja. He knows somebody's in the space, but Spiker knows as well that somebody's more than likely holding this deep position, trying to catch them off guard. At a bare minimum, it's down to Fultz. He'll get one. Time's very close. It's of the essence. He knows one's over on the right window. Is the plant coming in? It's not. Spiker gets aggressive with the pistol, and Wildcard, for the very first time on Cafe, take the lead.
Match point. Just one round, and they will get 2 points. 10-6 against LG. And LG could still very easily overcome them. Could very easily overcome them with 2 games left to play. You'd be wishing you got that third if you're Wildcard. But 10-6. LG, you can afford LG to win in regulation in one of their games, and you still have a shot at making playoffs. They have won 5 rounds in a row on this attacking side. And as they move to the defenses, will they make it 6? Gotta say, SSG looked real clean on their attacks. Only really 1 round, in my opinion, looking like a really strong Wildcard win. That being, to be fair, round 6 on Wildcard's defenses.
Well,
see how it goes. But Sam, I don't know.
Indeed.
I don't know. I'm a little nervous.
I'm a little nervous as well, man. I'm starting to get those pins and needles a little bit. I'm like, hair on the back of my neck standing up. But, I mean, here's the key thing right now. SSG haven't seen an offensive round in 7 rounds. So they're a little far removed from that offensive side as of now. And this is the beauty of it. This is the same thing that I talked about earlier with Space Station A. You know, find that cheese strat, get it done. Wildcard, they need 1 defense, Carter. Pull anything out of the playbook. If you're confident in it, do it. You know what I mean? And that's what we're hoping here. Wildcard are going to set themselves up on the mid floor, extending things up to that top area. So they do want to try and hold on to Cocktail. Very conducive to victory on this bomb site. We'll see what SSG want to try and do with this offensive lineup they've brought. They brought the track stingers as well to try and deal with these a couple of these rotations. But are we going to have similar circumstances? Are we going to have, you know, a Brown rotation come in late and deal some death blows to SSG?
Or Hibana hop down into pillar and sprint to site and get the most miraculous 4K you've ever seen. Could be possible.
The hot and cold, yes.
Yeah, fresh in my mind. Fresh in my mind, indeed. X-Kairos go out. Could allow us for some pressure onto Bay's position. 1 set of nades in Benja's hands. Only 1. But banked around the corner. If Bay is not looking, maybe on a cam. Who knows? Could find herself in a bit of a tricky spot. A lot of players on this top floor, really, for a wild card at the moment. Kansan all the way down below, hoping to find somebody on the rappel. Bit of a quick hop out and a quick exit from the round. That was a double hop out, I believe. 2 Claymore kills. 2 Claymore kills achieved by SSG. That's not the way you want to try to close this out 8-6.
Yeah, not exactly the way that you want things to start going. Oh. Little sweat there for the man on the skylight. Spiff was just peeking at the exact same time. He now knows that they're around someplace, and he's going to get gunned down from Ashen out of so far left field. I don't even think a single wild card member understood what just happened to them. He practically spawns at the top of White Stairs, and SSG get their offensive round. That is absolutely absurd. I don't know if he rappelled in off the white window or if he just came from downstairs and went all the way up. But either way, Space Station once again find the gap, and Benja exploits it to its fullest extent.
I will say, man, back-to-back Claymore kills on those jump outs. That is brutal for Wildcard. Trying to get aggressive and disrupt SSG, and man, talk about punishment for it. 7-7 now, but Wildcard have, I mean, both teams have been stronger on their attacking side, so Wildcard certainly getting just a better chance at being the ones to close this out. And when SSG have tried to, tried to crank, tried to get aggressive, it's worked out sometimes, but Ashen started getting shut down pretty heavily towards the end of their defensive half. He might be 15-8 right now, but that kill count was getting a little static in the last few defenses that SSG were playing. Still doing very good, but Wildcard was shutting him down, and they were generally shutting the rest of SSG down pretty consistently. One round is one round. Anything can happen. You could have somebody pop off, and in the best of one, that's enough. But Wildcard have done a good job shutting down the individual plays so far. Just got to do it one more.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Haven't had very many max OTs inside of this stage.
No, we have not.
I don't even think I think we've had one. I'm gonna double check here for us.
I believe we've had one. We've had a couple 8-6s. Oh, have we really not?
No, we haven't. This is the first one. All the other ones 8-6. So this is our very first max round count of this entire stage.
We had an 8-7 in EUL. That's what I was thinking of. On a Tuesday.
That's like a T3 league, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know. I don't want to say it.
Hey, somebody had to.
We own BDS. I was there for it. Oh, hello. That's a nice little spot.
Oh my
he still
God.
kills him?
Oh my God.
He caught him on 4K and everything. He hit Windows S and got the screenshot. He still died to faults. That is ridiculous. He's going for more. He finds another. Not like this in any way but this wild card.
Don't do it.
Come the hell on. Remember when I said anything can happen in 3 minutes of Rainbow Six? That's what I meant. That is what I meant.
It's just disgusting. I mean, especially for Spiker. I mean, like, not trying to clown him or anything, but at that moment, he's just standing right in the middle of the door, and Foles is like, thank you very much. I'll take that one as well. It's just, oh, dude. Unfortunate.
Another 3v5 start.
Yeah. They just get completely smoked by SMG 11 wielder downstairs. Very unfortunate for them. And I mean, now it's just down to trying to get these picks back. You got to try and work your info game, see if there is any potential for any pick coming through. I believe we got Benja in the exact same spot he was earlier on inside of these strategies. Yep, he's here once again inside of the humidor. He's got that same angle opened up, awaiting the arrival of any WC member, and we might get a donation to the pool here in just a moment.
I don't know. Spiff is doing that kind of Kiwi on the hatch on Cafe when you're stuck outside the building and
No
not sure what to
way.
do. Oh, the nade goes wide. God is not on your side, Wildcard. I am so sorry. The castle barricade remains solid, and that means Benja can play this close angle. Talk about brutal! Spiff timinged by the SMG-11. Benja plays, and he wins on that quick gamble. Well, there's not much else to say here. 2v5. Bosco might find one. To match the 1 point, it seems they are destined to get out of this SSG game. 1 point, but so much less than Wildcard deserved with that 5-round comeback. SSG are already in. They're in second for the moment, and Wildcard have put a 3-round gap between them and LG, Sam. But just one win, LG are tied. 1 more point, Wildcard's out.
Man, I know a lot of people get sad when we end up playing Cafe, right? It's like, oh, sometimes it can be really uninteresting. But these 2 games today, man, they really gave us the business. Things were a lot of fun here in between these 2 teams. Tip of the cap to Wildcard. I know they only get 1 point for this, Carter, but those are some extremely solid offensive rounds.
Yeah, great stuff from Wildcard this game, but you are not going to want to miss the next one. LG could tie Wildcard and threaten their playoff spot right after this.
The mission for Wildcard was to try and get as many points against Space Station as it was possible to get. And granted, if they don't have a 5-round comeback at the very end of this map, then they would have walked away with no points. But at least they managed to get one, even though we're talking about Space Station getting a win here. For Wildcard to now be a full game above Luminosity going into the last game of the day, that's still a pretty big, huge step.
Yeah, and it was honestly looking like a landslide for a second there. I was like, okay, I'm counting Wildcard out, but they immediately switched halves. And on their attacking half, surprisingly enough, that's where they were finding the most success. That I was also worried about and questioning, will Spiff, will Bay be able to get into the map? Will they be able to make round difference? And will Spiker come into fruition and perform the way that we saw in the Luminosity game? And he absolutely did. They delivered on all fronts in this game. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done and get those 2 points, but still, getting that 1 point does set them now in a 3-point lead ahead of Luminosity. So Luminosity not only needs to get this win going into this next game, but then they obviously need to go into tomorrow just to get 1 point.
Yeah, there is a very big possibility that LG could lose out in their next 2 games, which would mean that Wildcard obviously go on to playoffs.
Yes.
And if you do make it to playoffs, if you don't, if Wildcard has to go through the LCQ, what we saw today was the most competitive that they've been so far on the stage, and it was against a top team, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. It was highlights of their first game on Clubhouse that they played against SQ. It was very nice to see them come back. Obviously, if they can just correct a couple of mistakes and start off hot, especially on defense, which seems to be the trend for Wildcard so far, is they are having struggles on their defense, which is something uncharacteristic to say about a Wildcard roster.
Yep, Space Station were up 6-2 by round 8, and we thought this is surely where things are going to end. Then Wildcard start coming back. Space Station had to take a timeout. Wildcard continue to come back, so it takes at least until overtime. But again, the 2 best ways to win, a blowout or right at the very end when it's wire to wire, and that's how they won this game.
Yeah, and it's a good place of resilience for this team, specifically of Wildcard, because we haven't really seen a whole lot of resiliency from this team. So the fact that we're able to bounce back, being in that deficit, and bringing this into a lot closer, bring points onto the board for them, just goes to show that the future is bright for them, but it's a matter of can they continue that going forward. And unfortunately, they can't go into tomorrow and play another game, because today, that is it for them.
Yeah, and you talk about resilience. I want to give credit to SSG's resilience and their mental toughness, because that was something that Ashen talked about in the interview before we got into the game, was all about focusing up, especially when it gets towards the later end of the round, that they lock in for the whole game, focus on getting those final wins, those final rounds, and to lose round after round after round against the enemy team that you were up 6-2, they come back, you go to overtime. A lot of teams would have had their mental crushed, especially losing that first overtime round.
Yeah, sure.
So for SSG to lock in, get those final 2 and clean it up, even though it did not look great, it wasn't a pretty game, they were able to finalize it out.
I want to talk to Fultz about this matchup real fast. Dude, congratulations on the win. Good to have you back in the chair. On the 2 different situations where SSG were forced to lock in, right as everything was starting to slide on that 5 rounds that they won, and then right in overtime where you still ended up winning the match. Talk to me about what it takes for Space Station to get into that final zone to make sure that they can get across the finish line.
I think it's a lot of the stuff we do out of the game that helps us out with that, which I think is what a lot of other teams look past, is being your best self out of game, especially for your mental, and the physical helps as well. But I think that and our culture is kind of what feeds that, I would say.
I want to ask you, Fultz, specifically here, and we've talked about on the desk, especially with your past 2 games, obviously with this last game, we say that this is kind of the peak performance that we're seeing out of you guys. Like, this is the best that we've seen. Do you believe that this is the best that you guys can be, or do you think that skill ceiling is even higher than what we're currently seeing right now, which is looking phenomenal?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely higher, especially after, after this game, we were in full control of that game, and we kind of let it slip a little bit, which is, just a reminder that we still do have a lot to work on, and a lot to be better at. So I wouldn't say we're at our peak yet by any means.
Okay.
Yeah, and when it comes to improving, especially now with looking towards playoffs, looking forward, especially against the teams that you have been up against, does your guys' style of play, does it make you feel confident going in up against these other teams now that you've shown things inside of the regular stage? Are you guys anticipating to bring more different styles of play? Is it something more that you guys are just focusing on adapting against other teams based on the maps? How does it look like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can play a lot of different styles of Siege. I've heard, sitting waiting for these interviews, you talk about it sometimes, Fox, where you're saying we switch pace a lot, and it's kind of hard to guess what we're doing. And I think that kind of changes team to team as well. We're not always the same Space Station based on who we're playing against. So I think that's a good thing, and I think it helps us being that way the later like the stage goes on, because I don't think other teams are as adaptable and as like flexible as us.
That's a great answer.
Right before we let you go, in the event that we don't get the opportunity to talk to you again before this stage is, or before this part of the stage is over with, what's it been like with Benja so far now that we're basically done with the best of one system? What, like, just from integration from day one, like in Riyadh up until this point, what's the process been like and how pleased are you so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a big ask. Obviously, there's a lot to kind of introduce Benja to. Obviously, you know, he doesn't speak English as his primary language, so that's a hurdle. And then he has to, you know, come to Utah out with SSG to play the NAL matches. And the biggest thing is really getting used to like how we play the game and, you know, all of our terminology and kind of just getting comfortable with us. But he's like, at this point, I think he's, you know, just another SSG member. He doesn't like seem like you know, he's struggling like gluing with us anymore. So
it doesn't feel like he carries another title or anything at this point.
No, he's one of the boys now, so it's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you want, especially in SSG's culture. Again, brother, congratulations on the dub. One more game tomorrow, but you're fighting for top 2 spots at this point, so best of luck. We'll see you then.
All right, thank you guys.
It's them, Sonics, and Dark Zero in the race for top 2. And again, this does matter a lot. Some people might think, oh, one round bye probably isn't that important. It is, because the majority of teams that qualify for the top 2 end up going to the major. Just because there's only one best of 3 left to play. So it's a big deal that SSG are in that fight right now.
It's very important, and you get a chance to see the opponent that you're getting up against play a first best of 3. You get to strategize and prepare for them once they arrive at your doorstep. You just have a lot more information, a lot more time to prepare, and obviously, we've heard players say it, you have a second life. If you do end up losing, you can go for that 3rd place spot to make it to the major. So it's very pivotal to get a top 2 spot, but it's not the end of the world.
I mean, I do kind of see it as a little bit of a double-edged sword. Sure, you do get the break, you do get to see your opponent, see how they play up, and then
but you come in cold
when they arrive at your doorstep. Yeah, but then you come in cold because you don't have that game day rep where the other teams that are competing up to get to you have been playing games. So it's a matter of, you know, obviously you get a little break, you get a little time to prep, but at the same time you are a little cold. You don't get those game day reps in, which we all know, scrim day versus game day, totally different beast of its own.
So, well, that's Space Station's battle with Dark Zero and Sonics for today and tomorrow, because Dark Zero also have an opportunity to get even more points and extend their first place placement past where it is even right now. And for Luminosity, their last chance starts in Game 4 after the break.
I'd have to do Vivid, our coach. He's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself? Nah, I'll humble myself. Bolo, entry. We're gonna get Woos on flex. LG, new pickup. W. And then we're gonna get another flex for Bay. Bay's gonna be on flex. Benjamaster and Gunner. Every team needs a solid MVP.
So my Dream 6 roster, Vivas as the coach. That's the current M80 coach. Myself, Troy, NJR. I'm gonna say J90 and Gunner.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
We end day 8 the way it started, summiting against survival. Dark Zero entered today as the top-ranked team in the league, and they still are, looking to secure a top 2 seed and be just one best-of-3 away from Montreal. Luminosity are just outside the playoff circle, but they have 2 chances to get back into it. It's just that the big purple bastion stands right in their path. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. There is 1 spot remaining in playoffs, and LG could take it with a win, but Dark Zero can also just be gatekeepers tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of bragging rights for Dark Zero here to show that they didn't need a Troy, but specifically for Luminosity, I mean, again, this is do or die situation. You need these 3 points, especially with Wildcard getting that 1 point. Thankfully that they got that point. That does still keep these teams tied, but again, Luminosity, more so than not, I can't reiterate this enough, they need these 3 points if they want to make playoffs.
Yeah, it really means a lot to Luminosity just to be able to get into playoffs to obviously start off, but I don't think it's that much of a brush off for Dark Zero. Getting first to them, yes, it is a matter of pride, but obviously they got rid of their long-standing IGL. They've been trying to prove to everybody that this system works. Getting first would be a big message to the entire league that they made a decision that everybody questioned from day 1 and week 1, because obviously they lost to that player, the same player that they got rid of. They lost to him, so to make a statement would be something that Dark Zero is obviously going to aim for.
Right, with the way that Sonics and Space Station both played today, it means DZ is currently in 3rd. They started off the day in 1st, and there really isn't any reason to think that they won't be able to continue their 5-game win streak into a 6th one today. And that's what LG are going up against. A Dark Zero team that have essentially been on fire since their first matchup, made a couple of corrections, and at this point, it's very well storied. Everyone on this team on defense is doing great, but their attacks are now finally slowly starting to pick up.
Absolutely, and the causes to their successes in their attacks comes from their reading and their adaptability. To be able to see a situation and call a play or have a pre-prepped plan to attack, to associate.
Plan, no, I would have done the same thing, yeah.
Pre-prepped plan to associate for each team that is in front of them. Now, the biggest issue with Dark Zero has always been, since the start of the stage, can they attack the basics? Can they do the basics? Because we've seen time and time again, amazing rushes find success. And this was round 5 against Oxygen, where we saw another pre-planned attack because they were able to read that Oxygen wasn't near the site. They used the MAV, a little 2-on-1 through these holes to be able to get a nice pick on the Bandit. Once they get this kill, they understand that Oxygen is too far away from site to be able to come down to help. They go for a fast plant inside the smokes. Nobody is there from OXG. They can't shoot down the smokes. The diffuser is inevitably going to go down, and it's going to be a Dark Zero round, and you'll see it right in front of you. Now, the biggest question for Dark Zero has always been, since the start of the stage, can they do the basics? Because we've seen games where they only win 1 attack, and this was round 1 against OXG, which was a really fundamentally sound take. They spent 2.5 minutes taking green side of the map. They understand we're not going to be able to push through here. We've put all our preparation here, but we can't get through. They call a split-second adaptation with 30 seconds left on the clock, 3 people on Aqua Stairs, 2 people to take Garage. They give up complete green control that they spent 2.5 minutes for because they gave it up for the greater good. They do a pinch onto server. They understand, listen, we're in a man-down deficit, but if they can just push through and believe in the reading and the adaptation of the call, they will make it work. And obviously, the kills go in their favor. They're able to get into the site with barely any time to spare. They put the case down. Obviously, thank you to Diaz for not hitting that shot. And Dark Zero is able to start off on the right foot, getting a successful basic attack. And then they have their signature pre-planned rushes, works phenomenally later in the round.
The only thing I think they would have liked better in this instance is if it wasn't a 7-5 against OXG, which again, OXG are putting up fights, and we've covered that pretty extensively. But again, for Dark Zero, you want to be able to win these games a little bit closer than you currently are.
Of course, and with a little bit more time, we'll definitely see that get there. This was the first step. This is the first time that we've seen Dark Zero look as good as they did on attack all around the board.
Like we talked with SSG, I mean, the fact that we're seeing Dark Zero constantly improve and still be at the top of the standings, again, going into playoffs with this mentality and this sort of teamwork, it's only going to get better from here on out.
Yeah, one guy whose name we haven't had much reason to call is NJR, but without him, let's be honest, there is no DZ. We sat down with him earlier this week to get his take on how a Dark Zero without Canadian has been running so far.
Hey guys, I'm Nick, NJR, and I'm a player for Dark Zero. I think we've been doing really good so far. I mean, we had a hiccup kind of early on, and even games after that haven't been completely the cleanest, but we're still a new team, and we're developing pretty fastly. I'm happy with where we are right now. The big thing we're trying to focus on now is kind of like finding our identity and like managing it, because obviously we've transitioned into being a more like aggressive team, or at least being able to like switch up our play styles and kind of making sure we don't go too far in one direction. Nave's been doing a great job. I think all aspects of his IGLing are good. He's very active as an IGL. Most hiccups you see would honestly be on the team and not him. Team morale is great. I don't think it's been better ever, actually, so I think we're all having a good time and enjoying the moment. I want to play the Sonics again. We did not show up the way we wanted to the first time we played them, and I'd also like the stakes to be higher. The remaining game I'm most excited for is probably M80, just because, I don't know, I'm friends with those guys, and I always think it's fun playing against people I have like a relationship with. Our expectations are first place, making top 2, and then, you know, qualifying for the major, winning the stage.
At this point, a rematch against the Sonics feels like the only thing that DZ have yet to win this stage so far because of how well everything else has been progressing. So depending on how playoff matchups swing, if they were able to get SQ in a best of 3, that would just be pure carnage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to say the least. And I mean, I'm really just, again, I'm more impressed how well DZ has been performing, given the fact that they have made such a significant roster change that everyone questioned, and how fast they're transitioning. And even for NJR saying that the team environment is the best that it's ever been, kind of speaks into existence, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that obviously they had a good understanding of what they wanted to do behind that change. They're finding success for it, and I'm sure they're happy to see that their departed teammate is also finding success on his own team, and it just goes to show that every system is working out. DZ, just like NJR said, a little bit more time, it's going to work out even better.
Dark Zero is sitting pretty at the top of the standings right now, but Luminosity are hanging on for dear life. But the thing is, they're not out of the playoff picture yet. They're just sitting outside of it for right now. If they were to get 3 points in this matchup, that would be enough based on round differential to have them overtake Wildcard and get into that 6th spot. But if they were to lose today, there's still one more chance because they play Oxygen tomorrow.
And again, they were in that position yesterday. All they needed was to beat Wildcard, and they just could not get it done. And that was kind of worrisome, because we were talking about, you know, everything is on LG, and it's still now on LG now to get these 3 points. And it's going to be hard, because you heard Dark Zero, you heard NJR in the interview saying, we're going for first place. There is nothing that they're going to be shooting for. So they're definitely going to be bringing their all. This isn't just, you know, a game for them to just warm up to get stuff done. So they really have to bring it to the table. And even just looking at that game that they had against Wildcard, again, I touched up on this with Wildcard, but even now, everyone has been playing extremely well. It's a little unfortunate that Kix wasn't performing. So if he can step in today, just like I was talking about for Spiker on Wildcard, if that player of Kix can just step up in this game where they need him, where we've seen him consistently be, Luminosity will put up a really good fight here against Dark Zero. But again, the biggest factor to just take away from that is the team all needs to be there, and which they have been, to say the least.
The way that this shapes up again for Luminosity, again, the entire playoff picture can be solidified in just the next hour or so, depending on what happens with LG in this matchup. If they get a full 3 points, then they would vault over Wildcard into 6th place. Los and OXG are already locked out, so it's just a matter of whether Luminosity can get the points required. And again, if they fail today, they still have tomorrow to make up for it.
Yeah, and it reiterates what I'm saying here. If they can just get these points here, they are set, they are good, and they can just focus on the rest of the stage and finishing the map out tomorrow, and then getting into those playoffs and seeing if they can make that miracle run just like they did for the EWC qualifiers.
What's been up with this 2-game loss streak, though, just out of curiosity? Is there anything in particular you can pinpoint for why they're starting to slide at like the exact wrong moment?
It's honestly the small mistakes. The small mistakes are truthfully is what is crushing them, because even in that game against Wildcard, I got some clips that shows these little small mistakes that are ruining them. This is round 3. Eddie, if this is a beautiful 2v2, they could easily play this together. Eddie just doesn't realize his positioning and ends up forfeiting this kill to Spiker, and because of that, that now allows Wildcard to get into the map. Unfortunately, we talked about Kixro's performance. Had he get this kill, maybe he transitions that and turns it into a quick 2v1 and then ends the round. They win it there, especially being a 7-5. That gives them a point. Now, to start this round out, going into round 7, the Capital being below, the other 2 players are top black. They want to go for karaoke, but the problem is they don't have any util. The Capital has all the util. So as we continue going on through this play, what you will see once again when I was talking about the Capitao is they could be smoking off this wall. They could be Capitao bolting off any rotation to get into sight from Geisha, into sight from Gold. But again, the Capitao is not there to use any of his utility. And then as you see the round play out, it just immediately falls apart. Capitao goes up those Dragon Stairs. He loses that 1v1. The Blitz is in a hell in a cell, dies in there. And it just comes down to this last player. Now we go further into the round. We are in round 10. Now they realize where they made the mistake prior. Now they have the Capitao. They have all 5 players up. They want to take Black Stairs.
Just right next to the Blitz.
They want to go into Geisha. They want to do their plan originally, that what they could have done from the previous round, now they're fixing it here. But the thing is, they don't fix that here. What you're going to end up seeing is a huge misplay from the Blitz. He accidentally throws the smoke in the wrong area. But again, they could recover this. They just rush it. They go off of it already knowing that the smoke was messed up. They could have used that timing. So there's 40 seconds on the clock to just reposition the Capitao bolts, re-smoke off Gold, re-smoke off Geisha, Capitao bolt Geisha, Capitao bolt off Gold. But it just doesn't happen. They just rush the round. And again, it's these small mistakes that are truly hindering this team's performance. And in such a pivotal game where you need these points, these small rounds are truly what are biting you in the butt and not allowing you to get these points. And again, that was a 7-5. Had they cleaned up any 3 of those rounds, we could have seen them possibly win the game, let alone get another point on the board.
Yeah, and it came down to the utility, and I feel like those issues only happen when they play against teams of equal caliber, because it doesn't happen against the better teams.
Yeah.
Against the better teams, they're shutting them down. They're making sure their utility is perfect, but they're overconfident, at least against Wildcard. So now they're playing today on Consulate against a better team. And the last time we saw them play Consulate, I believe, was against Lowe's.
Yes.
I'm just looking at this because Dark Zero picked attack first on Consulate.
I mean, that's...
So I guess the idea is get the attacks out of the way, then go to the favorite side later on when you think maybe you'd be down? Like, what's the plan?
They're the best defensive team, so absolutely. I mean, if you just got to worry about getting 1 or 2 attacks, especially on a map like Consulate, which everything that Dark Zero played on Consulate against C9BC was direct counters to what C9BC was doing. So Dark Zero didn't even get a chance to necessarily show all of their arsenal, because a lot of it was made for C9BC. Luminosity, on the other hand, they had a lot of interesting things to show against Lowe's, but a lot of it didn't really work out. Once they played against SSG, we saw Consulate be exploited by the little inconsistencies in their attack. So Dark Zero being the best defensive team, I could definitely see that being a difficult position to dig yourself out of if you're LG.
And
that's an LG pick, by the way.
I mean, I'm still gonna rock with LG. Like, I've been confident. I've been very proud of how well that they've been performing against these little mistakes, and we just touched up on it. They tend to make these mistakes against the lesser bit teams, whereas against the top tier teams, they tend to be performing at a lot better, making less mistakes. So going into Consulate, I think this is the even playing field for both teams. I think both teams are comfortable. Obviously, Luminosity has the most recent footage of what DZ has done, so I'm expecting a little bit of counterplay out of LG. But again, I think it's going to be a hard game nonetheless for both these teams, but maybe a little more so for LG, just for the simple fact is DZ really is finding their footing on some of these attacks. And if DZ can continue to look good on attacks outside of just their defenses, yes, this will be hard for LG. But LG is the one that's starting on defense and can really set that tempo and not letting DC get in. I mean, not letting DZ get any of these power positions, any of these control. And I said, just recently they have the footage on it, so I do expect a little bit of counterplay on these defensive halves to stop DZ and thwart off these attacks.
Any last thoughts, Fox?
I'm really going to be looking towards the Luminosity attacks in their issues and inconsistencies on when they aren't able to get inside the map, how they will be able to trade. Because SSG was roaming against them, get an opening pick, and LG would get stuck. So if LG fix that, then it'll be a lot closer of a matchup than we anticipate.
Man, I really don't envy anybody who has to go into a Dark Zero defense on Consulate when they have it in the second half. So when we shift over into round 7 and beyond, this one's going to be a barn burner. This is the final opportunity for Luminosity to get into playoffs. If not today, then they can do it tomorrow. But Dark Zero's priority to try and get into top 2 might just supersede LG's. Carter Hannafeld and Sam Stewart on the call for Consulate.
And I think Dark Zero's willpower might today stop LG, but the fact that Luminosity have 2 chances, Sam, 2 games tomorrow against OXG, if we want to talk about anybody, I'm shaken if I'm wildcard at this, because 2 chances for Luminosity to make playoffs. Oof. Wish you were them right now.
Oh, yeah. Clicking in your boots. And I definitely can't take that away from you or Wildcard, because you got to be feeling for them, right? I mean, this is a situation that they do not want to deal with. Just, full stop. But, I mean, hey, fate is out of their hands. It's into others, and it starts here with Dark Zero up against LG. Now, for Wildcard, you have to be counting your lucky stars that Dark Zero have looked so solid after that first loss that they suffered with Kobe in the lineup. Ever since then, though, they've looked like a completely reinvented Dark Zero and have looked really solid. In fact, today, if they end up winning this with 3 points, they take the lead in the NAL again after dropping one of the most star-studded IGLs in Siege history. So, I mean, what else could you really say about that? Very, very good on them in the sense of, trusting themselves and knowing how talented they are and how talented Nafe is at the end of the day.
And arguably the cleanest record of the NAL so far. I mean, technically speaking, both them, Sonics, and SSG all have one loss. The Sonics has won in overtime, whereas SSG and DZ both have one in regulation. But whereas Sonics and SSG got a couple overtime wins, some regulation wins, Dark Zero, one regulation loss right out the gate, and then nothing in overtime after that. 5 regulation wins in a row. If they were to win their game today and tomorrow in regulation, from that start, they would end up getting, 21 out of 24 theoretically available points available to a given team? Like, that's a ridiculous record, which is very funny considering when you and I casted that Sonics game, we were both like, oh god, is this going to go awry for them? Which really, you gotta commend Dark Zero, because they gave us everything. We got the Sonics game, we got content, right? Canadian beats them right out the gate. Great day to be a Rainbow Six fan. But then after that, they give us something even better, which is another very competitive, very exciting team to watch. Fortunately, LG has to play them today, but I don't make it lose.
Yeah, I think the other thing about Dark Zero for me this stage is that Bo's been kind of putting on a masterclass, man. I mean, he's sitting at a 1.22 right now. I was talking about these stats earlier. The crazy thing isn't even his KD, even though that's still nuts. 59 to 42. He's got a plus 17 differential, which is just nuts. But then you look at his entries. He's 13 and 2 on the entry, folks. Plus 11 right now. That doesn't happen. That just practically never happens. And the fact that Bo's pulling that off as well with a new player in the lineup, just making life the utmost comfy it can be for Kobe. He's like, hey man, whatever happens, kid, let it happen. Don't worry, I'll pick up the pieces. And he has been doing that with spades so far. But Kobe's looked a lot more comfortable. I like the adjustments they made after day one. They knew that putting him on that support role was just not going to work. And they adjusted the lineup, and things have looked stellar ever since.
You can see the comfort in this round. I mean, opens up the single panel, walks all the way through the bottom floor, now finds himself in Visa very early on. Dark Zero seem to be looking to take things from the admin side to start, as it is I believe, a second floor defense. Sometimes it gets a bit tricky to tell on Consulate. Yes, it is a second floor defense. So, Sonic's taking that first floor control, will now look to try and apply pressure to the players pushed very deep into admin. We've seen many times on Consulate how difficult it can be to move beyond those couple doorways, and well, can be especially difficult if Luminosity are looking to deny every bit of space. Silent creeps out, takes one, but there's another wrapping around the corner. Never mind, actually. Nafe might be there, but he was not wrapping whatsoever. Now he does, and cuts down Silent. In the process, though, Dark Zero lost another body. Got another bit of intel. Oh man, Nafe, what a pickup there. Very happy you brought the Grim in that moment. They might just make it a 3v2. The Warden playing very fast and loose with his life. Difficult position he finds himself in, but how the hell have Dark Zero got a 3v2 out of that?
That was some crazy aggression there from that LG player at the top of Spiral. Wi-Fi practically throwing himself at that position, but no dice. Doesn't come up with anything green for LG. For Dark Zero, looking to see how they can try and work this site now into the 3 versus 2. You still got Bo up, Nathan Pamazoo as well, and a decent amount of utility to their name, especially for Pamazoo. This is really who you want to lean into. If they're able to get these drones in and identify a couple of these players, you should be able to get these death marks out. And that's exactly what we have go on, but it's going to fail as Kicksrow is going to cross one of those mute jammers and it'll knock it out of the sky around his head.
This is still winnable for Luminosity. The fact that you've got both of these players You have shotguns for close angles and SMG-11 for long range, 2 smoke canisters as well with 20 seconds remaining. It's not easy, but there are ways for Luminosity to win this. But if one more kill goes the attack's way, they might just find it. Naif's able to fly in. Can you get those smokes in time? Oh, maybe you do, but Naif doesn't care. Oh, it's just a little wide. Still a 1v3. Wi-Fi still lost his friend. That utility just a bit too far to the left. Has unfortunately cost LG round 1. He's got the final to choke off the approach, but he'll try to take the gunfight instead. Looking the wrong way, Bulla will capitalize off of that. Dark Zero, the first one to win an attack on Consulate.
Yeah, hard spot to deal with there, but DZ are definitely going to be happy with the results from their end. Unfortunate for LG is they had the things implemented to be able to stop that, but just a failed position, or failed landing rather, of that smoke coming out from smoke, and nothing really to be made of it. Nice little safe haven there for the plant to go down, and DZ have those nice crosses. It was really anybody's ball game walking into that, especially with that utility on the board, but just not accurate with it.
Pretty remarkable 3v5 for DZ to start. Desk mentioned this is one of the best defensive teams in the NAL currently, and to be fair, if you're bringing in a new, not necessarily a new IGL, but a new IGL is taking the reins. If any side seems like it would fall in line quicker, it would be the defenses, especially when you have Bolo, Naif, Pambazoo all on one roster. It just kind of makes sense. But to start off with that win on the attack on Consulate, if they are able to run up the score, even 3-3, and just play the defensive game they've played throughout the course of this whole stage, you're looking very, very good. LG have obviously had some wins on Consulate. They beat Los very early on, all the way back in the first game of the stage, and then had a very close game against SSG the next day. So this is a team that certainly can play it. But there's always that looming threat that if Dark Zero get a very strong scoreline on theoretically the harder side, and they've already looked good on this map too.
Yeah.
Could be tough.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely could. And hey, man, you got to give it up to not only Naif, you know, filling in some really big shoes and making it look like nothing really changed at the end of the day. You know, a little bit of a bit different play style, but still same results. And on top of that, the supporting staff, right? You got Mint, you got Nyx now, so the cousins back working with each other. So cool stuff. But it's exciting stuff, man. It's exciting stuff. I'm very happy for Dark Zero. Excited for all these guys and what they've been able to do. And it just goes to show you how sound they are in the way that they think about the game. So, Dark Zero definitely counting their lucky stars, especially with that supporting staff. We'll see if they can work their way in and be able to dust the rest of this utility, especially with these Twitch drones. Got the 417s in the hands of Bo.
First POV drone boost I've seen. Just zooming about on that shock drone right there.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. The sprint, I just call it sprint, but the little sprint that they have on the drones now is actually insane. And the wild thing is too, Carter, I don't know if you experimented with this yet, but you can actually like launch yourself still by looking at the ground and hitting space. You actually just fire off like a rocket ship. It is so crazy. So you can definitely be breaking some ankles with these drones nowadays if you weren't already on it. So see how that goes. They're working on clearing out this top floor. Pambazoo with the Jackal. Does know he has some people on the farther end, but not going to try and work into murky waters. Does not want to give up one of these picks early on, especially since Dark Zero are accomplishing quite a lot across this map right now.
Two players up top. Kobe on the cutoff on yellow. NGR, I believe, I was about to say, moving down into the electrical position, not necessarily to cut off those roamers. So it is a bit spread out. I think Dark Zero were hoping that maybe the roamers would retreat into the waiting arms of Kobe. Hello, little opportunity knocking. NJR spots somebody retreating, and if there's anybody in this lobby who is going to have excellent trigger discipline, it's Mayor McCheese himself right now with the AK-12. He'll creep in a little bit further on the back line. Nobody knows he's here. There might be barbed wire in his way. But even that sound cue might be enough. Eddie focused on the front line. That's confirmed to NGR now. Naif's in position to get this diffuser. Oh, this sound cue is not going to give anything away, but the round might be done and dusted by the time he gets there. Never mind, there's Woos. NGR finally able to strike as Bolo with a clean little two-piece to give Dark Zero another 3v2, 2 rounds in a row. We're in the post-play this time, so if the odds were good before, they're even better now. Silence been on 17 HP for like 8,000 years, by the way, and he'll move to 0 expeditiously. Triple kill for Bolo, 1v3 for Kixrow. What are you really to do at this point except Hail Mary it down yellow, where, big shock to anybody, there's somebody, I was about to say, holding the cross on yellow, but a bit of surprise. He actually lets him slip by, but it's all good, because in 3, 2, 1, the round is won for Dark Zero. Kill or not, Dark Zero move up 2-0.
Man, what do you do against a DZ squad that's just so darn good in knowing what's valuable and what isn't? You know, they get things set up on the back end for a little cloak and dagger play once the plant starts going off. But the main brunt of this is them working that mid floor without LG really batting an eye. They get the hatch open, they start to apply pressure there, but they bring it back to bear at the actual breach. They pop the garage open, Carter. You send Bo in and you go, Jason Doty, shoot people for me. And that's exactly what he does. He kills 3 people inside of that round. And that's really all you need. You need somebody to be able to make space, and he's one of the best in the world when it comes to that. That's something that we always talked about when it came to TSM as well. If you need a portion of the map, well, you got a guy to do the job, and his name is Bolo. So Dark Zero able to just carve out that entire garage space, and let alone that. I mean, if you thought Bo was the hammer, you have the anvil on the back end with NJR too.
And I mean, it's not like unexpected given his reputation, but it is kind of funny that, you know, Bolo's re-entrance into the pro scene was not with Dark Zero, but subbing in for Wildcard in that game in Stage 2. And, you know, obviously no shade to him. He was coming to pro play in a very emergency situation. And everybody was like, man, you know, if Bolo wasn't there and Merc was in play, maybe Wildcard qualify for the major over Dark Zero. Then Bolo comes back on Dark Zero, and it's just like, yeah, it hasn't skipped a beat. And especially in Stage 2, it just felt like a very, very famous name that we say a lot in general in Rainbow Six. We've been saying quite often in these games. I say that for a lot of people on DZ, to be fair. Nafe has had some good moments. Bolo and Pamazu both have done very well for themselves this stage, but certainly Bolo has been doing quite well in Stage 2 so far in what is already a very, very respectable career in Rainbow Six. Attacking on Consulate, they'll destroy a little bit of utility up in CEO, but it is a first floor defense. Maybe a couple players up top, but they are just trying to deny those vertical angles. Make sure you can't open things up and then immediately go for the plant inside a piano.
Well, they are going to have kicks throw implemented downstairs to be able to try and stunt this plan. But do keep in mind, although it is an MP7, obviously it's not Bandit, so no nitro cell here. Fenrir right around the corner, and this should be a awkward situation for Eddie here in a moment. I don't think he's going to die from this, but there is some potential in that. And oh, might be eating my words. Have that rotation coming in from bench, and yeah, he's gonna get taken down from upstairs.
Damn, do the hatch.
They've broken the 4th wall on me, sir. that is ridiculous. that's the most Rainbow Six Siege thing ever. You're like, oh, there's a guy outside the window. There's another person pushing in from bench. Where's he gonna die? Oh, the verticality. It's just so insane. They'll take out Kicksrow downstairs, and that's gonna be the opener the Dark Zero so badly wanted. Now, where do they want to try and deliver this case?
Such an NJR kill too. On rappel, kills a guy through a hatch in like a doorway. Like, all right, fair enough.
You got it, buddy. You got it. We get it.
Listen, NJR on this role is ridiculous. He is so good playing this cutoff and passive position. Sometimes it can be a bit comical how long he can wait in a given spot.
Most patient man alive, right? Yeah. Like patience of a saint.
But it does pay off pretty consistently for Dark Zero. It's giving them this 5v4 right now, and with so many players like Kobilax, Bolo, Pamazu who can turn things up, it's fun to have a guy who can chill out. Oh, it is actually second floor defense. I was trolling. My bad. What was I talking about? Anyway. We'll see that utility burned up top. That Goyo earlier could allow for CEO planned, but with everything coming in from the admin side and all the defenders fully pushed back, these gunfights need to go LG's way if they want to stop Dark Zero from pushing further into Spiral, pushing further into Projector. Fortunately, Dark Zero so often finding themselves in an advantageous position moving into the late round. 3v2, 3v2, now a 4v3. They've made good on their promises established by these man advantages before. Might find themselves as 4v2, effectively so, as one player trapped inside of the little cubby, inside of the A bomb site. Very difficult position, especially spotted by those Bs. Smoke canisters go out. It's not really stopping Nafe's push deep into the site itself. He will fall, but NGR's there for the trade. Silence doing his work, though. The smoke canister's doing well, as I was expecting some progress from Dark Zero, and they all get stuck inside of a hallway.
That just got so weird. I think it got weird because of the positioning of the case right there, right? You have Nafe over in the main hallway. He kind of goes for that more aggressive entry, trying to get deeper into that meeting area. But it felt like Dark Zero had everything in place to be able to maybe make a rotation over that door and get a plant down. It just never came through. But LG are definitely going to be happy with the result of that one. Dark Zero kind of falling flat on their face on the entry into the site there in the dying moments of that round. And LG will get their first defense.
The second floor is just kind of difficult sometimes if that happens. Like, if you aren't able so many teams just find themselves in that exact situation, just needing to push in through those couple doorways and trying to maybe win some 50-50s or like a 60-40 gunfight. Maybe have a bit of intel, maybe have a bit of utility, but sometimes that's just what it comes down to, and Dark Zero were able to win it previously. Dark Zero lost it that time. It's the case of attacking that second floor bomb site quite often. Maybe we'll see Dark Zero try to go for a rush on it later on. We'll see if Luminosity end up playing it again. But now we will go to the split bomb site. I feel like we didn't see a lot of this, or at least I didn't remember seeing a lot of it the last time we casted Consulate. So will we have a lot of C4s? What do you know? We have 3. And a Valkyrie as well to provide some intel, likely into the A site. We kind of know the name of the game here.
Indeed. Down to Dark Zero to decipher this and see how well known of a quantity this actually is. The split site can definitely get interesting, especially with a lot of the ways that we see the case delivered. A lot of times going in from downstairs just simply because there's a lot of nitro cell play that comes into this bomb site, and this is going to be no different. We got 3 nitro cells, 2 bulletproofs, as well as Valkyrie on top of that, so information abound, as well as a way to actually get rid of the assault if they do end up going for that mid-floor bomb site. Dark Zero are going to start things off over on the CEO's side and clearing things through. They're going to keep Jackal along for the ride too. And why wouldn't you? Trying to clear out this entire map, he makes things a lot easier, especially for the roam game.
Consistently running the Deimos and the Jackal, not necessarily at the same time, but Dark Zero have had one of those operators in every round they've played so far, coincidentally in the hands of Pambazoo every single time. Just one of those players that having an ability for him to gain free intel at any given time, really quite powerful. Maybe that's how we got the kill on Kixrow, maybe not. Either way, him and Kobe Lex eating up in the first minute and a half. 5v3, just getting vertical control. Not even pushing in the split, not even taking any fights. They have fully moved to this top floor and got 2 kills as a result. And unfortunately, 2 C4s have already been used. Not pre-placed, but used by LG. That means they only have 1 to stop any plant from going down inside of A.
Yeah, 0 results and really no way of LG fighting back against the kill box that Dark Zero set upstairs. There's so many windows active for them, and LG tries to escape. They do anything to thwart the game plan of DZ and clearing out that top floor. They don't want to give the bodies up, but Kobe's still in the area as well to nip that in the bud too. 2 free kills practically gifted to LG, all off the back of Dark Zero's efforts, and a very strong offensive assault of that top floor, but now they have to try and bring it back to bear on the bomb site. Some extended angles here for Kixrow as he's trying to work double verticality here through that basement area. A frag grenade in towards Spiral will force 1 back. They know Wi-Fi's in the area as Kobe starts to work his way down Spiral stairs. Dark Zero still looking for exactly where they want to put this down. Nafe is indeed the case bearer as of right now, and I do believe that means we're going to be putting things down in tellers. Knows there's 1 around the staircase. Bo will pick up 1, but how is LG going to get out of this? It's all down to Wi-Fi inside of a 1 versus 2.
Now, with no C4s, you got to find this on a vertical angle somehow, and man, you are wishing you had some of that secondary utility at the moment. He'll make his way up the staircase. Ooh, and spot Nafe on the way out. Kobe's not in position. He is rotating all the way around, spotted on a drone, but he's waiting on the staircase, anticipating the retake. Wi-Fi doesn't know he's trying to face check. Kobe plays so patiently. Wi-Fi's got no idea. Beautifully played by the rookie. In the post plant, the patience of a pro. And like a saint, he'll keep Dark Zero's lead intact.
Very well done. That was the main thing I think flying through both of our heads right there. We're like, whoa, 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 Kobe. Pump the brakes. Let's see what happens here. Just listen to the comms and see what's delivered. And he does exactly that. He delivers. And even there for the very last second, I think we see the LG player kind of flinch because he sees that red dot over on the right-hand side panel there. He's like, wait, is he actually in this area? And Kobe just takes the swing. It's very well done from him. Solid patience there to extend this out and make life extremely difficult for that last remaining defender. Dark Zero looking so clean on these offenses so far. I mean, especially that opener, Carter, the way they dealt with that admin setup upstairs, so well done.
Extremely well played attacks by Dark Zero so far, and I mean, if you're Wildcard, you are extremely happy with this matchup right now. LG struggling to get rounds on defense, and it's because Dark Zero are looking really well put together on these attacks. When it's been one of the most worrying side, worrying maybe a bit of a stretch, they're 5-1 in the league so far, but the weaker of the 2 sides they've had so far, This is exactly what you want if you're wild card, to see this Dark Zero, and it's the exact opposite LG we're hoping to see right now. They've had a win on this and a close game against SSG on console, so not a bad record by any means, but man, Dark Zero have come to play. Going back to basement, this round didn't exactly go a whole lot better for Luminosity.
No, definitely did not. You have to be a little worried with how things have been going so far, but at a bare minimum, they have been able to slow Dark Zero down in at least one round and make things a little messy. That top floor defense that they were able to garner, but now this basement defense could be a little bit more risky, and I think this is a call from Dark Zero on LG's roam. They didn't really have to scout things out too much. It was like, okay, if they end up going for this hold up top again, we could probably get something cheeky going on downstairs, and I think this is the perfect moment, Carter. They don't really have all that many things implemented downstairs to try and stop a smoke plant. You're really hoping that these nitro cells strike true.
One of those nitro cells is positioned awfully close to that garage door, so if Woos maybe gets a little too aggressive, one of those two C4s could die without actually using that utility. A very careful tightrope you have to walk if that's what Dark Zero decided to do, but unfortunately facing a bit of struggles with that Electric Claw right now. Able to shock the next one though. Really nice counterplay by Dark Zero right there to deal with that, but still Zoto'd, and then it's opened up. Very nice stuff. I think again, was that the shock drone to destroy the Zoto?
Yes.
Man, that is
Yes,
MVP Twitch play from Bolo.
Just, what can't this guy do, man? It's actually just so ridiculous. Oh, another smoke out there. Bo's holding the cross. Doesn't end up getting that player tagged up at all, but they'll know that he's over on the yellow pillar. And now, Kobe, this play is entirely set up on the precipice of how successful you can be through these smokes as soon as they go down. So we will be hopefully seeing you bear this cross extremely successfully. And Carter, are you getting flashbacks? Because I am.
Oh, I am. Maybe not dropping down a hatch, because look at how focused LG are on this. Oh, they were ready for it! Oh, that is sick.
They brought the house, man.
Dream clap to LG right there. They put 3 people on that NJR problem, but Nate, he's found an opportunity. They've completely flooded it in response. The reactivity on this team is ridiculous. They realize that's their moment to strike, and they've got away with highway robbery. 3v2, they somehow got an advantage out of that. Make that another as Kobe on the DMR, piecing up LG players left and right. Kixor's got one close, got one far, but that win is miles out of his reach. 4-2-1. Man, this team cannot be stopped.
What a money call from Nafe right there. And, you know, an awesome response from LG. I love the idea of working their way across and quickly dispatching NJR. They know that that's more than likely going to be part of the play before the execute goes off on that side. But Dark Zero take immediate advantage of that. The recognition there from Nave cannot be understated. They get the smokes in, the plant starts going off, and exactly what we talked about, what was necessary for Dark Zero to find success there. You get the big kills, but Kobe comes to play through those smokes, gets 2 big frags on their re-entry. That plant goes down, and yeah, Bo doesn't exactly get the most success over there on the Pipes hallway, but it's not necessary. Dark Zero have done everything that they need to do to find a conducive round there. And it's going to pull the timeout from LG out now. They need this last remaining defense so badly. You do not want to be walking into a 5-1 half with DZ now having the reins to defense on Consulate.
Man, what a performance we have seen from Dark Zero so far. I mean, getting a bit boned on CEO just from a, kind of a natural death of a CEO attack or a second floor attack, unfortunately. But everything else, they have been going about this attack on their terms, and even when in the first 2 rounds, it was LG getting the opening pick, those all still felt like really strong DZ rounds because they were able to work the man advantage back before LG could really muster any sort of response. Thankfully, I suppose, we will go back to CEO for the 3rd time this half. And this is where, I mean, maybe LG will be ready for it, so they just took the tactical timeout. This is where I'm almost curious if we'll see a bit of a rush or even a bit of a half rush from Dark Zero. You tried to take it from admin twice now. Maybe LG anticipate that rotation, but either way, it could be something to try and just catch the defense off guard.
10 seconds to go.
But no
We'll
Mario,
have to see. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
and it comes once again. They throw the lion on over to Bo. They're like, we don't really need the glass. It's going to be a top floor assault. And anytime you see a Maru coming in, you already know it's going to be a window plant of some sort. I mean, we've seen a couple plays come in via piano, going up the hatch there into like the connecting room, but that's really about it. That's your 3 options, and we don't really see anything else past that. So we'll see what Dark Zero want to do. And for those with a keen eye, you'll notice that Nafe is the one piloting the Amaru. So the world is his oyster. How does he want to call this?
I mean, he was the one responsible for that round 5 plant, so give him the diffuser and free reign to make the calls and the plays he wants. Because if he's planning and executing attacks like we've seen so far this half, I trust that man to put the diffuser down. That is my guy on the fantasy team to get the job done. The game plan with any CEO rush is always to try to acquire control of the first floor, make sure you can't be shot through vertical angles or C4 from below, which is usually what Kobe is supposed to do, but somebody has decided to push all the way up to the 2nd floor. There's barbed wire in his way, but with a drone in front of him. How wide is this gap that might be here? With somebody right by bathroom. Maybe not. They know he's there now.
They know the one's on top yellow. It's going to proc the Goyo canister being shot. And as we know from Dark Zero, they are no stranger to being patient. This is something that we saw very often inside of Canadian's tenure. Something that we continue to see with him, although, you know, some more aggressive tendencies over there on the Sonics roster, but still the same. It's good patience and seeing what the defense is going to give you, and this time around, they're going to give you some success. Eddie's going to take out NJR, but Bo will take out Woos. A solid response there as that first smoke pours in. Wi-Fi does still have 2 more, but how many times do they want to try and fly in via this window?
I think that's the bit of the issue they're running into right now, because NGR had already used a lot of his utility. Obviously, dying as well is not ideal, but even if he was still alive, you're short a lot of that Grim utility. Just one toxic canister undoes that rush, and you don't have a lot of time to just hop in, hop out, try to burn that util. You might have got a C4, but no, look, Nate goes for the complete rotation, and there's somebody, the smoke canister. Wi-Fi's got it in his hand right in front of him. He'll back off as a result from the flash, but how ready is he for this rotation? He will back off. Nate makes his way in, but this is extremely hostile territory. Somebody right around the corner. Those flashbangs better pay their weight, and it might just work off. Wi-Fi just finds it, but oh no! He throws a toxic canister in his butt! That is brutal for Wi-Fi right there, and you're in another 3v2. The timing's so rough for Luminosity. All right, well, that's a freebie. 3K for Bolo has Silent prone at the window, trying to find an angle on the upside-down repel player. Kixro, are you going to do the same thing? Feed yourself to the 417, let this man get a 4K? No. It'll be Kobe to get it. Instead, it's a 5-1 for Dark Zero, and that last-second tactical timeout from LG gets them the very half they seem destined for anyway.
I was just really waiting for that smoke to come out eventually from the closet there, but nothing. And not only that, but to make matters even worse, he then approaches the angle with the smoke in hand and gets dusted. I mean, it's already a dying situation, right, for Luminosity. And it just makes matters worse. You can't ask for things to go more poor for Wi-Fi. So unfortunate for him, but very well done from Dark Zero as constantly applying that pressure. And I don't hate the adjustment for the window play over on the far side here either. Very well done from DZ yet again. So 5-1 that they have not been gifted. I mean, they've just been beating Luminosity over the head for it time and time again. The only time that we see LG get any form of success, rather, is that one round they're able to kind of stunt DZ's growth on the top floor, and we see Nafe get a little too squirrely inside of the bomb site with the case.
10 seconds remaining.
This is just a nightmare scenario for Luminosity, unfortunately. I mean, Desk was worried about what if Dark Zero runs up the score and then get the favored side at the swap. It's like, well, they did. 5-1, and now just a couple consulate defenses you'd think should be okay. But then again, Dark Zero able to make attack look easy. We'll see what kind of a half LG is able to work through. I think we didn't have any no shields from Dark Zero on their attacking side, and it'll be LG's first round. We got the Blitz and the Glass. So no stone being left unturned, as on this basement site, whether it's pushing down yellow or the backside, they are trying to keep Dark Zero as close to the wall as they can, give them no room to breathe.
We've got 3 nitro cells here. So definitely some ways for Dark Zero to deal with this smoke as it comes in. And Wu's thrown both of them. They're both down. I mean, we are probably going to have some more on Glass. No, Glass has frag grenades. So Jackal's the only other one. I lied. There's a lot more smokes on here because Blitz has them as well. Nitro Cell out, though, and that should take out the Blitz. And Bo's going to get one as well. The plant has not gone down. And this is what we were kind of expecting out of the defensive luminosity in this same situation. But Dark Zero, they're just doing it better. Bigger and better in every single capacity. 3 bodies down for LG. In response, they'll just get Kobe. And you still got to deal with this solid lineup from DZ. But as I say that, they'll take down Bo. And this round starts to work its way back to a 50-50.
Does indeed. Silence looking back and forth like, all right, I know where these people are. I know what the plan is here. I know what's up. But it's just so difficult when you're facing down 2 mirror windows, hoping you can pre-fire. And what are you going to do? Rotate to the backside? They're probably ready for that too. You got a minute 20 seconds though. Oh, Woos has actually made his way in with the diffuser. Remember, no more C4, so Silent can hold this cross, but just too many bodies thrown at the Prodom. Dark Zero match point. And I gotta say, Luminosity almost had that figured out. Because even though the Blitz died to the C4, the fuse plant stopped, the Thatcher was throwing every EMP he had onto the floor to jam the C4s, and he jammed one of them. Unfortunately, Dark Zero had more, and the second C4 got perfectly timed in between one EMP and the next. Right
There's the one that's EMP'd, but it's NJR's, yes indeed. Nice catch, my friend.
Yeah, I wanted to give LG credit. Like, they tried to think of it, and the timing just didn't go their way.
Yep. Most definitely happens, and that right there is why Dark Zero tossed into in the first place. So like, it's a shield. Anything could happen in that position, and I mean, it's a good thing that they did, because that first one was definitely not going to do what it was necessary. What was necessary to happen for Dark Zero. So now into match point for DZ, as they're making matters look pretty solid for Wildcard. Not great for LG and all of our Luminosity fans at home, though, as you either climb the mountain right now up against DZ, try and force overtime, get some 2 points here, and try and take a little bit of you chip off the block there of what you got to do. But it's looking more and more like this is going to be a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we're probably going to figure out what happens tomorrow, because even if LG were to come back and win, you know, like, what? That'd be 7 rounds in a row, or like, or like 5 rounds in a row to get to overtime, and they win 8-7, some combination of that. They're only getting 2 points. So Wildcard would still have their playoff spot intact. They would still be the team in 6, because LG be at 8, Wildcard be at 9. Regulation is what was needed to tie. So this is very much, no matter what happens, a tomorrow problem, which is fine for Wildcard, because now they can go to bed. After all, they don't play tomorrow. Second floor defense for Dark Zero, and I mean, we got the Blitz. I bet LG a little bit more scared to rush than they were in the previous round.
Oh, hell yeah. Most definitely. It's a top floor offense. We're not going to see our usual line that we see on this top floor. Exactly what we saw previously. The Amaro in, trying to work your way in via that angle. Usually we see that or we see admin, but no. Neither way, we're going at least that way as of right now for LG. A lot of focus centralized around yellow, but they're going to start working away from that now. They've gotten a few things broken open. Maybe it's going to be something for a player to try and rotate in you know, later on into the round and try and catch some DZ members off guard, but there's still a lot of heavy lifting to be done on this top floor. We're going to have Kickstro work his way in from the admin side, and he's rocking the God setup for Deimos. That M590 for the close range, and the Cowboy Revolver for longer stuff. Use that nice scope to its fullest advantage, and we're actually going to see it go down. Bo's going to get gunned down and should be cleaned up here by this frag grenade.
Goodbye, Bolo. Out of round 8. Spot the mute soon afterwards. Even in the 4v5, moving beyond this doorway can be difficult. You're hoping somebody else decides to try and play around this vending machine or play towards the top of Visa. Even here, you could get stuck. That's why you need to rely on the Blitz. NGR, Pambazu, both very, very close to where this diffuser could go down. When Wi-Fi threw the smoke on the defense, it came very... Ooh, I was about to say came very close, but talk about coming close right there. Eddie put down a very low HP. Thankfully, the Adrenal Surge will bring him back a little bit, but those smokes are landing quite well. NJR still has 2 of them to prolong this late round as LG push further. Oh, Kixro spots one, but the entire chamber goes wide. Can't find anything quick reload. Eddie will instead push deep into the cubby, but there's 2 players waiting for him, and they've got Diffuser trapped. It's locked in there with them, and Kixro, you might be locked in with Dark Zero, but that's why you bring the shotgun, cock the hammer, and bring the round back for Luminosity. 3v2, Diffuser recovered, and maybe, just maybe, a 5-round comeback off the back of this. C4 down below. Does Nath have the information? You're goddamn right he does! Can you react in 3 seconds, LG? I think not. 7-1. And if you were hoping LG'd make playoffs, well, you got a damn good reason to tune in tomorrow.
Wow. What an insane game from Dark Zero across the board. I mean, that's all I got to say. It was a stellar performance from absolutely every single person on this roster. It was well called. It was well calculated. And at the end of the day, they delivered on the strategy that was presented, not only from the coaches, but from Nath in the moment. Very well done from them, especially with some of the audibles that we saw inside of this game. Because it wasn't from lack of trying from LG, was it there, Carter? I mean, there was a lot of rounds where they were still in the running for it, but just could not get things to go off. I mean, you think about like that basement defense where they completely gut NJR over inside a server, but then the immediate response out of Dark Zero, they get the plant down, they gun them all on the re-entry. I just could not get the ball rolling in any considerable way up against DZ.
No, and if Dark Zero are trying to make a compelling argument to be the first place team in the NAL group stage, I think that game is a pretty good case. Sure, maybe it's not a top-tier team like Sonics or SSG, but Dark Zero, with that performance, yeah, my money might be on them to be making Montreal in no time at all. That's it for Sam and I today, and I'm sure if you thought my praise was effusive, Gabe, Jacob, and Fox probably have even more praise to sing for Dark Zero.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. Honestly, yeah, the praise from us is going to be as glowing as anything ever could be, because that's the second 7-1 of the stage. It, again, came very late in the stage. That one might as well have been a 7-0 for the way Dark Zero were playing lights out.
I'm honestly just impressed with how well DZ looked on their attacks. And then, again, another
5-1 half attacking
really
Consulate when they were one of the worst attacking. What is this redemption story late stage for DZ?
I mean, they've just been getting better and better. I mean, we heard them say it time and time again, and I mean, we saw it. I mean, can't even take away anything from DZ. You can't take you can't say Luminosity played bad. DZ showed up today, and they showed up huge. Every step of the way, objective orientated. They were getting the case down, or at least putting the pressure of its potential to go down, and constantly playing around it. Every single gunfight, they were isolating up until they would get that post plant. And then we saw, I mean, DZ, once they're in the post plant, I mean, it's like an unlosable situation.
It's tough when you're in a situation like this, Luminosity. Like, I'll give them praise for trying to fight something like this, but when you're going against a team that is just playing a really good game of Siege on both their attacking side and their defending side, no matter where you find yourself on that end of the spectrum, you're just going to absolutely just get swamped and just overthrown. And that's exactly what DZ did literally in every single one of these rounds. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't end faster.
Yeah. I'll say it again, this should have been a 7-0. The one round that LG won was Silent winning a 1v1 at the very end of that round, but every single other time, Nave had 5 plants in this game. That sort of thing doesn't happen every day. That's absolutely nuts.
I mean, even when they were losing the opening pick, I mean, you could see the entry stats is even across the board. They were still playing their man-down deficit, and they were so focusing on the objective, and they really exploited Luminosity's defenses. Luminosity just wasn't in positions to be able to trade off of each other, or especially to defend a diffuser. It seemed like it was the first time that Luminosity was tasked with this challenge of teams playing a objective-based Consulate, and Dark Zero played it phenomenally well. They covered it every single time they were getting the opening pick. There wasn't really a moment that LG could even get a kill to even the odds once that case was starting to go down.
Honestly, watching this new Dark Zero, it's honestly really exciting to watch, because when I watched Dark Zero throughout all these years, I'm like, God, these guys are nerds in the way that they play. I hate playing against these guys.
That's
like,
always
I
the case,
totally understand how these other teams feel, but like now this new roster, this new iteration, this new vibrant team, I mean, the style of play, this is not something that in all my history of being in Siege I would ever think Dark Zero's foundation would now be.
You just don't associate it with the logo.
Absolutely not. And like now you see this exciting gameplay, this fast gameplay, and still a very methodical team as we continue to see this team get, you know, more accumulated and more put together, but it's just such an exciting exciting time to be a DZ fan and just see your roster, your foundation completely shift on every single aspect and allow these players to open up and just be even more of an individual player than we've seen a lot of these players.
Yeah, it's a lot more of what we saw at that SI Brazil run from Dark Zero when they first got Nave. It feels like we're finally seeing that team again, and exactly, I agree. If you're a Dark Zero fan, it's amazing to be able to
No
watch
more
them play
7-5s, 8-6s, having, you know, like
thank
you're
you
about
for
to
that.
have
Not a
heart
single
attack.
overtime
you for
appearance
that.
Now
yet.
they're just closing
That's
the
the
games
biggest
out.
culture shock for me. No overtimes.
Yeah.
Dude, just hang on. Put Nath in the chair real quick. I want to hear from this guy. Dude, congratulations. That game was over faster than we had the chance to recover backstage. When did you
got the chain
When did you
on.
decide to become a plant merchant, dog? What happened?
It's in the DNA. It's in the DNA.
It's working,
that's
dude.
literally his DNA strand right there. It's just solid gold.
Yo, true.
Nothing
The
but
helix.
success.
Yeah. Good grief.
All right, Nave. Well, I mean,
I bought a bit of bling back from the UK.
I'll be the first one to ask you the question. I mean, now that you guys are ending towards the stage, obviously the way that you guys started off was not the way that you wanted to end. You guys have done phenomenally well. Does it feel like everything that you have wanted since the start, since that big change that everyone's talked about, does it feel like you've gotten to that point of what the vision of the team wanted to be?
I swear, you better give a legit answer, not we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, technically we will see because the end goal is a trophy. And I mean, yeah, we're going in the right direction, at least. I mean, game by game as always. Oh, bloody hell. As always. Yeah, game by game as always, and you know we're improving every day. We're far from perfect, and we know what the goal is. So, you know, we've got a M80 tomorrow. Then nice little week of practice to qualify for our Montreal spot.
Obviously, the level of involvement that you might have in the map bans, that's going to differ from team to team. But attacking first on Consulate, is it safe to assume it was just try to get the harder half out of the way, then go to defense because that's usually the way that the Consulate swings? Or do you have any insight on what the mentality was there?
The mentality was Nick, and then JR said he wants to start attack, he hates starting defense.
That was it? It was just Nick not wanting to play defense first?
I don't disagree on some maps. The thing about attack is it allows you to be able to talk and get comms flowing.
That's true,
So that way
yeah.
when you go into the defensive half, you're already all suited up, you're warmed up on that front, whereas defense doesn't necessarily allow you that sort of style that starting on attack does. So I can understand that.
Yeah, speaking of NJR, I mean, you're used to him being outside the map all attack.
Even
so
hanging there for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Does it feel nice?
Tell me about it.
Does it feel nice to finally have him enter the map? Like when he enters the map, you guys have a flawless attack half.
I mean, he's still not a big fan of entering the map. He likes getting his freebies, but as you saw yesterday. But I mean, it's nice to see him when he is in the building.
Yeah, we know him.
I just, from a performance perspective, by the way, I think I'm noticing a really big shift in just the way that Bolo's been playing overall. Not to say that the roster change means that he's like more unleashed now, but he's back up into a top 5 placement overall in the NAL. Is that more of a direct result of the way that these attacks have been shaping up? Just give me thoughts on Bolo's performance so far from your perspective.
I mean, yeah, he's been playing phenomenal. He's back to his, that's just his standard. I mean, yeah, he knows himself that maybe he's been playing a bit below, but I mean, he's obviously a top player in the world. I think we spent more time with each other. Our vision is all the same, so the understanding of the game is like a lot easier. So I think, yeah, he's enjoying playing right now, and he's playing good Siege.
Well, the win streak just keeps on yielding wins that have a better score over and over again the further that streak progresses. Dude, again, congratulations. And that fight for top 2, don't let your foot off the gas, man. M80 tomorrow, so we'll see you then.
See you then.
That is, again, fastest game we've seen this stage. Bar none, fastest game. The other 7-1 doesn't even compare. This thing should have been 7-0.
I genuinely think it could have been a lot faster than what we saw. I mean, DZ's looking scary, man. I mean, all these top teams right now, like we talked about SSG, they're on their final form. It looks like DZ's coming into their final form. I mean, SQ looks like they're still on their run for it. I mean, the teams that we could be sending to Montreal, I think, are maybe have some been the best that we have sent to this date so far.
Could be.
Yeah, the competition all around the board has been really competitive. Everything's been good. I mean, we haven't even seen a 7-0 this stage, right? Not yet. I mean, it could be happening tomorrow.
I don't even know if we need to see one at this point. That was basically one.
I think so.
Close enough. I mean, and what a way to end it too, especially in a round that arguably DZ maybe shouldn't have won, to come back down onto Nave to be able to clutch up the 2v2 the 2v3 with the C4 and the last 10 seconds. I mean, it was a really nice game to watch, even though it was very quick. And yeah, hopefully, I mean, I would still like to see a 7-0. I think that would be cool to see a 7-0 tomorrow.
I'm down for it.
I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't see it happening tomorrow. No, I mean...
We'll look at schedule for tomorrow.
See it happen.
In just a second, let's recap what we did on day 8. We're already done here. We're just done. Day 2 of Super Week's already over with, and here's what we had on the docket. This was a good day for some of the teams that were trying to advance further into top 2 contention. Sonics did that. C9BC finally locked their placement back in, and SSG got a crucial 2 points in their pursuit of a top 2 seed.
In so many of these games and in so many of these rounds, I mean, it literally comes down to one round of pushing in overtime where we could have seen something different. I mean, I've said this many times. It has been very competitive across the board. It's very hard to just say this one team is just going to landslide it. Obviously, there was a landslide of the 7-1, should have been a 7-0, but still, I mean, these games have been so competitive, and it's really just been one round that has truly set the tone for that game as a whole, whereas, again, it could have easily went either way or pushed an OT. We could see more points on the board, to say the least, but a win's a win at the end of the day, so if you can close it out and get full 3 points, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, and I called it at the start of the day. I said you would look at this schedule, and you could argue that there should be landslide victories across the board, besides the last game. The last one should be the closest, but those were the days that you should not expect that, because they always go the wire, and that's exactly what we saw today. Literally down to almost every last round. And then the game of the day that we hyped up the most, 7-1. DZ made it easy for us.
Standings check after 8 days are done. 1 day still to go. We do not have top 2 locked in quite yet, but we're getting the picture of what it's going to look like, because 3 points, just 2 points separate the top 3 squads. Dark Zero are in great contention right now. Sonics have to play C9BC tomorrow, so maybe that's not a guarantee. Space Station could just keep on farming, and Wildcard do not have any games left to play, so they are just hoping and praying right now.
That's the scary one. It's again,
Scary
it's left in LG's hands once again, that if they really want to not have to go through an LCQ, they have to win tomorrow, and they have to do it outright in closing out that round differential, because now they're behind Wildcard, whereas before they were ahead of them, and obviously losing 7-1 did not help with that round differential.
Yeah, and arguably it's going to be that much harder because it's against OXG that hasn't got a win, and we have not seen a team that has just flat out zeroed throughout the stage, right? It's always been, they're always able to get a win down to the last. It's the last day against OXG. I mean, obviously, if OXG for Prod, they're definitely playing to get that win.
Sure.
Luminosity wants to be able to jump back, but I think this game, if you looked at every single game that LG was going to play this week, I would argue the wildcard game would have been their best chance to get those points.
Just in case you're wondering what we're talking about, let's just show schedule, bro. We just got to showcase.
Well, when does that Oxygen Luminosity one play? Like, I gotta
be end of the day.
Third
of the day.
Okay.
Too bad. Well,
That's
I mean,
nice.
Pretty much at this point, there's, 3 teams playing for first and second, and then the rest really just comes down to finding your footing and where you could possibly land.
The game that we wanted to see so bad at the start of the stage, Sonics C9BC, is the last game on day 9.
Honestly,
I'm still
forget
mad
that
about that
game.
one.
I'm looking at the Luminosity Oxygen game. That's the game
Everyone's
that I
looking
am
at that
most excited for, because we've already talked about it a million times. Whether you find yourself first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, you still have to play and make it to Montreal. Nonetheless, it doesn't guarantee you a spot, just guarantees you maybe a day off. But
Wildcard or OXG's
game,
biggest fans right
that
now.
Luminosity Oxygen game,
Making
that
it to
is
the
going
playoffs.
to be the game.
Making it to the playoffs is just a whole nother life. You don't have to go through LCQ. So Luminosity, it's in their hands, and
It's been in their hands. It's been in their hands 2 times so far. So
Yeah.
third time's a charm, maybe.
I don't think it's going to get any easier. I'll be honest. Like I said, I think their game yesterday against Wildcard was their closest chance. I think we're going to see a new and improved Oxygen tomorrow.
All right. That's
We will see. I mean, obviously,
no one's hyped, I guess. No one's
I mean,
hyped,
yeah,
but-
I want Oxygen to win. I've been saying that I've been wanting them to win. Obviously, I don't want history to keep continuing because they end up losing. And then for Luminosity and how much we've hyped them up and how well they've been performing, I obviously want to see them put up a better game than what we've just recently seen from the wild card now to the DZ. So hopefully, again, tomorrow shapes out to be a little brighter for them. But again, nothing's guaranteed.
All right, let's get out of here. 5 playoff spots have already been determined. Only 1 is still left. 2 teams still competing for it. One of them doesn't even play tomorrow. So day 9 is shaping up to still provide us some last-second drama as we close out the best-of-1 round-robin stage of Stage 2 of the NAL. Thanks a lot for tuning in. We'll be back one more time, same place again tomorrow evening to determine the last playoff spot in Stage 2. For everybody here in Philadelphia, appreciate you. See you then.
calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!